My apologies down there. Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the prevalence, causes and impacts of loneliness in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and the traditional custodians on the lands on which we meet today, pay my respects to elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Dr. Sarah Kane. I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone to turn their phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, Dr. Wright and Mr. Shannon. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could each of you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, starting with you, Dr. Wright.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Dr. Murray Wright. I'm the New South Wales Chief Psychiatrist, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Shannon.
Anthony Shannon, Director for Early Intervention and Inclusion with New South Wales Department of Communities and Justice. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would either of you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I would like to.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. To address this inquiry into the prevalence, causes and impacts of loneliness in New South Wales. When addressing this matter, our first task is to understand the definition. And the definition, and what I've got to say here is drawn from the New South Wales Government submission, and I'm just drawing out what I think are some of the key points. And the definition that we've adopted is that loneliness is a subjective, unwelcome feeling of a lack or loss of companionship, and it occurs when we have a mismatch between the quantity and quality of social relationships and those that we want. The concerns about the prevalence of loneliness and social isolation have been increasing since before the pandemic, but they've become much more apparent since the pandemic. And we comment on both the UK documents, which date back to 2018, and the US Surgeon General in 2023 as useful references from international governments. From a health and a public health perspective, I just want to touch on a few words about our understanding. Loneliness is not inherently problematic, but rather it's actually a part of the human experience. We're all likely to experience loneliness at some stage. Like many feelings, for instance, hunger, it can bring attention to a need and motivate us to address it. It's only when people lack the capacity to successfully address this do problems arise, particularly when it causes that person distress or when it becomes entrenched over time. A couple of comments about what loneliness is not. It's not synonymous, and I'm sure the committee has trawled this, and sorry for repeating things, but it's not synonymous with social isolation, which is an objective state of infrequent social contact and few social connections. It's not about the number of people that a person knows or interacts with, because we all have different requirements and capacities, and these can fluctuate significantly over time. It's not a mental illness, and it's not a diagnosis. Thinking about the definition is really important, because an agreed definition should form the basis of the tools we use to measure loneliness, if we hope to make accurate reflections on the prevalence and trends over time, and to measure the impact of interventions to address loneliness in our communities. So trying to understand better the extent of loneliness in our communities and its relationship to other factors relies on robust definitions and data. The existing data, which we've touched on in the submission, gives us important clues about loneliness, but there are inconsistencies in the accepted definitions and tools used to measure it, which give rise to concerns about its validity and therefore any causal conclusions should be tentative and preliminary. Agreement about measurable definitions and measurement tools will lead to a better understanding. There are challenges with operationalising a definition of loneliness. It's not a binary concept. It can be experienced in varying intensities. It can also be a transient feeling that comes and goes. Also, in most of the studies, it relies on self-reporting. Surveys that rely on subjective self-reporting of loneliness give us an idea, but they're not conclusive. Now, there's no doubt that loneliness can impact on physical and mental health, but it's important to see this as a whole of community issue. The solutions lie in enhancing social connections across all agencies and organisations, not through a script pad. The subjective feeling of loneliness is likely to be felt by all of us at some point in our lives. It may be transient, and while experienced as uncomfortable, it can serve as a constructive motivation for a person to act and improve their situation. It may coexist with mental illness, but the causal relationship between loneliness and mental illness varies enormously from one person to the next. It's best seen from a sociological perspective within the realm of the social determinants of health, those non-medical factors that influence health outcomes. The relationship between health and loneliness is bidirectional, in that poor physical and mental health may lead to increased experiences of loneliness, while loneliness and social isolation may also increase the likelihood of poor health outcomes. The evidence suggests that strong social connections are associated with lower risks of cardiovascular disease and increased longevity, and social support is linked to better immune function. So addressing the issue of loneliness requires coordinated approaches from individuals, communities, organisations and government. We've got a responsibility to ensure that our agency processes do not inadvertently increase people's sense of isolation and thereby reduce the likelihood of them accessing our services. The New South Wales Government has specific strategies in place for those who've been identified as vulnerable to loss of social connection. And there's a long list which is in the document that I won't read. We also believe that urban planning, community interventions and education programs focusing on social networks and skills are all key factors in mitigating loneliness. These community-level interventions require collaboration across various levels of government and sectors, including planning, environment, health, mental health and aged care. Finally, to improve how we address loneliness in the community, we need to build more robust data based on a shared definition of loneliness. We need to improve the validity of our measuring tools, and we need to look at how we evaluate the benefits of our interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shannon, do you have a separate statement, or
No.
that's together? Okay, thank you. I might begin. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Wright. I appreciate it. And there's some questions that have raised just by that opening statement. One is you talk about loneliness often being self-reported, and that means it's reported in particular ways. During the inquiry so far, we've had a lot of data, some which is consistent and some which frankly seems quite contradictory. So I wondered, do you have views on how else we might be able to measure, if it's not by self-reporting, are there other measures that we might look at?
That's a really important question at the heart of this. Our take on it is that we are kind of restricted in the kinds of conclusions we can draw at present because of it's not just the style of measurement, it's the tools. And so, loneliness is a very elusive and subjective concept, and each of us will have a slightly different definition. And when it comes to studying across a whole population, I think that's something that needs to be addressed. It has been addressed in other areas of psychology and well-being. When you think about it, we do have valid and reliable tools for measuring things like depression. Now, depression is a similarly subjective experience for lots of people, but it takes quite a lot of basic research to tease out what are the factors that contribute to these things. So loneliness is likely to be something which is made up of a series of related factors. And I'm not an academic psychologist, but those that are can talk about how they try and tease out those related factors and then try and develop objective measurement tools. And so what you end up with is a questionnaire. It's not just have you felt lonely, or do you have someone that you can rely on in the event of having problems, which I think is the basis of some of the existing surveys. So basic science and research, and that's why we talk about the importance of that research, because those tools, they're not simple to construct, but I think they're really important if we're going to get a sufficient understanding to then have targeted interventions which we can then measure.
Thank you for that. And you talk about whole of community approaches, and obviously, thinking about the government sector as a particular community. I wondered if you know how, or if there have been attempts, and you talk about trying to protect vulnerable people within that community. Could you explain a bit how those people are identified and how indeed the issue is identified in order to know where to target sort of particular interventions within the public sector?
I might make a couple of comments but then pass to Mr. Shannon.
Thank you.
So in my sector, which is the mental health sector, there's an awareness of particular vulnerable communities, and these. But the list in the submission is actually quite long. So I'll start with older people. The older people are a particular risk group because they experience a loss of social connectedness over time. That might be through bereavement. It might be through chronic illness, serious illness on their part. It might be through loss of engagement in paid employment or other reasons. So we know that they are vulnerable, and there are many community-based and in some cases government-supported initiatives which help to, I guess, counter that experience of isolation. Young people, just because there's being a young person, it's a time of enormous change and high levels of mobility, and it's actually relatively easy for people in those circumstances to find themselves feeling isolated and lonely, and the drive for connection and belonging in young people is enormous, and so any sort of harms to that can be felt really, really strongly, and it was particularly the young people who experienced loneliness, isolation, and some increases in mental illness during the pandemic. And so I might actually hand to Mr. Shannon for a more detailed response.
Thanks. So government has a range of whole of population strategies and initiatives that look to support a range of vulnerable cohorts across the community. So, for example, and a number of these are detailed in the submission, New South Wales Carers Strategy, New South Wales Volunteering Strategy, the work that New South Wales Government does to support seniors, social cohesion. There's a range of initiatives that look to engage vulnerable groups, into community, enable access to services and a range of supports. And through those whole of population initiatives, yes, some people are kind of experiencing loneliness, as part of their condition of engaging, with that work. Those strategies are really kind of whole of population and really kind of more broadly kind of speak to kind of community well-being as such, of which Dr. Wright has kind of talked about the condition of loneliness kind of within that broader context.
Thank you. I wonder if I could ask, and I'm not sure which of you wants to give an answer. So you've given responses about sort of vulnerable populations in the general community. I'm also really interested in the public sector as a workforce. And I wondered if there's been any initiatives or anything done with regards to loneliness or social isolation in public sector workplaces that you know about.
Off the top of my head, I don't think I can answer that. I know there are initiatives in relation to workplace health, and they apply across the public sector and the private sector. But it may be appropriate to take that question on notice.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Sam? I've got more questions, but I'll throw to my colleagues to see if there's anyone who wants to jump in.
I just wanted to ask, in your opening statement, Dr. Wright, you talked about the distinction between social isolation and loneliness, the subjective. We've heard this evidence earlier in this inquiry. I mean, is it fair to say that perhaps this inquiry is misdirected, that actually we should be looking at social isolation, that that's actually the phenomena that's objectively more connected to actual social harm than this more subjective notion of loneliness? And as you say, loneliness is a part of the human condition, so is that a fair observation?
It's a very fair question. I think that the my response to that would be that a person can be objectively isolated and not feel at all lonely and not experience any of the consequences that some of the rest of us might think they should in that state. And a person can be objectively not isolated and feel desperately lonely. I've treated people over the years who describe loneliness as part of their condition, who seem to be superficially engaged in family, in work, in community, but they feel lonely. So I don't think it's a misdirected issue, but the difficulty, and I'm repeating myself, is pinning down precisely what it is in a way which we can then reliably measure and then reliably intervene to address. And I think we're at the beginning stages of it. But I don't think it's a misdirected inquiry. I think the condition of loneliness is probably more related to poor outcomes, both socially, physically and mentally, than if we were to focus on isolation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Sampson, Mr. Shannon, can I ask, your role is as Director of Early Intervention, so can you perhaps talk about the programs that are run through the Targeted Early Intervention scheme and what role that plays in terms of addressing social isolation and loneliness?
Sure. So the Targeted Early Intervention primarily is a child protection early intervention program funded through the Department of Communities and Justice. It does provide a wide range of support to the community from a community strengthening kind of perspective all the way through to what we call a wellbeing and safety lens. So kind of a varying level of early intervention with some preventative activities as well as part of the program. So in the community strengthening end of the program, primarily the program funds neighbourhood centres, community centres, Aboriginal community controlled organisations to provide a range of community strengthening activities that are really about looking to engage people back into community, social connectedness, outcomes around ensuring that where issues around with vulnerable families, children and young people and across communities are identified, that those non-government organisations provide a range of activities and support that seeks to address those issues early, and particularly the neighbourhood and community centres who are funded through the program do provide an important social infrastructure role across community, whereby they do have a soft entry point for community to access services, and kind of through that kind of social participation kind of approach, community development lens that a lot of neighbourhood and community centres bring to the program. They do provide a range of activities, whereby in some aspects, like people who are experiencing loneliness do have opportunities to access and engage in activities and with the overall aim of improving community wellbeing and addressing some of those issues around vulnerability early.
Is it fair to say that those activities are sort of incidental and not really the specific focus of the TEI program? So we fund a range of services. They incidentally have these other social benefits or other activities that help address the question of social isolation and loneliness, but there's not a specific funding objective to address those issues?
What I would say is there's no specific outcome that the program is looking to deliver through the activities around loneliness, for example, or supporting loneliness, but there is specific outcomes and activities that are directly around social connectedness, social participation, and engaging people back into community. And the approach that's kind of taken through the program is really trying to look at the community development approach that's around recognising that providing a range of kind of flexible activities, listening to the voice of people in the community around what kind of issues they're experiencing, and then allowing neighbourhood centres in particular to provide tailored responses to their local communities. So that enables the program to kind of be flexible and look to deliver activities that look different across different parts of the state. But as such, there's no specific outcome we're looking to address around loneliness, but certainly wellbeing, community wellbeing, social connectedness, social participation are really empowerment are really outcomes that we are looking for through the program.
Yeah.
Continuing to prosecute down that social connectedness line, how concerning is it to both of you, I guess, to see the declining number of our clubs and organisations in our communities? And is there anything from your perspective that can be done to sort of halt that dwindling of numbers?
I'm not really sure whether we're able to answer that question today. It might be a question we do need to take on notice.
Is it concerning though to see that there's a lot less clubs and organisations, people are less involved in those clubs, organisations, from church groups, unions, down to their footy club or CWA? Is that concerning when we're looking at social connectedness?
Can I make an indirect response to that? I think that I'm hopeful that one of the and looking at some of the international literature, and particularly in the UK, I think one of the benefits of the UK developing a strategy and an action plan around loneliness is to reinvigorate the idea of participation and in many cases volunteerism as an important part of human experience. And I think so I would broadly talk about community participation, and I recognise that clubs of all sorts are an important vehicle for participation for many people. It's for me it's more about the people understanding that it's in their interests and their community interests to be take those opportunities to be an active member of that community and to look beyond their own immediate situation. And I recognise in some places that is some of the benefits of clubs, whether they be sporting clubs or recreational clubs.
I might throw to Tash, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Mrs. McLaren-Jones.
Thank you very much. Just following on from that, in the submission, you referred to a couple of initiatives. One is the New South Wales government supporting, and that's the loneliness program, which includes the One Door Mental Health Circle, also the Mentoring Men and its Mindful podcast series. I'm wondering when they began and how are they being measured?
Ms. McLaren-Jones, I would have to take that on notice. I'm aware of those programs, but I haven't got the detail beyond what's in the submission to hand.
That's fine. And if also you could take on notice if any funding was attached to these specific programs and the length of the time that the program is due to run. The other one is just in relation to reference to the UK programs. One was the Let's Talk Loneliness, and also the Better Health, Every Mind, and then Tackling Loneliness Network. Do you have any additional information on how successful these programs were, whether they were measured, any sort of recommendations if they did an evaluation?
Yeah. I don't have access to anything beyond the published material that we've referenced in the submission, but I think the problems that I highlighted in my opening statement around the elusiveness of loneliness, but in terms of definition and measurement, would make challenging looking at anything beyond activity measures as a sort of as in an evaluation. So yes, we'd be interested in which of those many initiatives which are in the action plan was more successful in engaging people, but does that address the prevalence of loneliness in the community? I think that's still an open question. So I feel like, I also feel that the issues around loneliness and addressing them, like many other sort of socially based interventions, the time it takes from the point at which you start an intervention and when you can see the benefits or lack of benefits, you need to give it a fairly significant amount of time, because simply having activities which people can engage in might have an impact on their sense of loneliness, but it's not an immediate benefit. It's something that kind of sense of social connection and cohesion is something which can take some time to build. So I'm not aware if there's been any kind of an evaluation of that, because we certainly haven't got that in the literature that we've got.
Is it possible that maybe Mr. Shannon could take it on notice if it could be a follow-up with the UK in relation to any findings they may have had over the last couple of years since that was introduced?
We can certainly take that on notice, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just another one in relation to the Men's Mental Health Forum and the report that was released, I think it was last month. In this submission, it refers to a number of potentially recommendations around reducing loneliness and social isolation amongst men. Page 20, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on some of those, what those recommendations are.
Again, we would have to take that on notice.
Fine. And just the final one, which may also need to be on notice, just in relation to page 19 under health, and some of the specific that says works with or links to community organisations. Interested to know about current funding models that are supporting the community social groups, and also for the homeless organisations. There's a number that are suggested there, and I just want to know if there's any specific programs that are being funded to address loneliness or social isolation.
Again, the final word on that might need to be taken on notice, but I think the difficulty in responding to that will be that, for instance, if we're targeting homelessness, then that's the target, and how that impacts on loneliness would be a corollary of the intervention rather than a target. And so does it actually, it's not the primary target, and I'm not aware of many of those sorts of interventions where loneliness is the primary target of the the community-based or volunteer-based organisation. So it's tricky. I think it'll be tricky to answer with specifics, because we know that if people have insecure housing, then they're more likely to feel isolated and lonely. And so if you address that, the sense of loneliness, I would expect, would improve. Is that the target? No, it's not. Is it measured? At this point, I don't think so, for some of the reasons that I've already outlined. So it's a relevant question, but it just might be tricky to give a really substantive answer.
Thank you.
No, that's fine. Thank you very
you.
much.
Dr. Conn.
Thanks, Chair. My first question is for Dr. Wright. In your capacity as Chief Psychiatrist, I'm interested to know if you have a view on social prescribing and its effectiveness or otherwise.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting term, and I'm ambivalent about it, to be honest. And I'll explain that, because I think that part of our submission and my statement is to say that there are risks in medicalising this condition, because that then puts it potentially into a sort of a narrow view, and dealing with loneliness is a responsibility for the entire community, and if you inadvertently over-medicalise it, you see it as something that can only be diagnosed and addressed through some kind of clinical encounter, and I think that would be a mistake. I think it's every one of us can identify people who we think might be lonely, and we can provide some assistance, and every one of us can address our own risk of loneliness through many different activities, whether it's being part of a community group, whether it's being part of your workplace or other things. And so I think that the other side of the ambivalence is that I think it's really important in any kind of service environment, whether you're clinical services or whether you're providing any other kind of services, to be alert to the fact that some of the individuals that you deal with the issue that they're coming to you for might be more effectively dealt with if you identify those people who might be experiencing loneliness and give them some advice along if you like, on the side, that they ought to think about whether that's part of their difficulty and whether there are ways that can be helped. I just think that calling it prescribing just elevates it to a point which worries me a little bit.
Thank you. And second question, if I may, I appreciate this might be much harder to answer because you're representing a whole of government submission and there's challenges that's not directly related to your own expertise. But the submission identified LGBTQIA plus people as a particular at-risk group. And I'm interested to understand what work the government has done to understand or address the issue of local community events, whether that's organised by community groups or local councils that have been targeted in quite organised campaigns over the past year or so and subsequently cancelled. I know there's data from Victoria, for example, that distress calls to mental health helplines have gone up when these events have been cancelled. I'd be interested to know if the government understands that issue or is seeking to address that issue.
Yeah. Do we understand the issue? Yes. I think that the very broad issue of vulnerable communities and the relevance of being a member of a vulnerable community and a risk of loneliness, I think that's valid. Because by definition these are individuals who have experienced certain barriers, and LGBTQI plus individuals experience barriers. People from a non-English speaking background experience a language barrier, and so I recognise that those individuals get enormous value from events which enhance their connectedness with their community. And sometimes that the value that they experience from those things is disproportionate to what we would expect, because it's such an important part of that connection. So if they're unable to participate or the events don't go ahead, I can appreciate that causes enormous distress. Whether there are specific examples or issues or initiatives to address that, I can't respond to that.
Would you be able to take it on notice on behalf of the government?
Can you just restate the question so I...
Yeah, so the first part of my question was whether the government understood the problem, and you've answered that part of the question. But the second part of the question was, is the government doing any work to actually address the issue of these events being targeted and subsequently cancelled? How are you actually supporting community groups and local government to make sure those kinds of events can go ahead safely?
Is there examples of events that would be helpful?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to provide a list. There's examples in nearly every local government area across the state.
Perhaps that could be a supplementary question.
Yeah.
And if I could just add to that answer, there is a range of events and activities that government provides across the whole of community, such as particularly in the youth space, for example, Youth Week, Youth Opportunities grants that are delivered. In particular, Youth Week is delivered by local government all across New South Wales in partnership with government. There's often hundreds of events during Youth Week. There's seniors events that occur throughout the year, and also Carers Week. There's a number of events and activities that do include LGBTQI plus people, and there's a range of strategies to continue to kind of support those events. But certainly, if there's any specific examples, that would be good to hear.
Thank you, and I appreciate the value of those broader events, but I'm asking specifically about events that are targeted for inclusion of LGBTQI plus people. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Savelle.
Just a final quick couple of ones from me. I note your reticence around the term social prescribing, but I'll continue to use it because it's referenced in your submission just for the ease of everyone. The submission does talk about allied health clinicians being able to conduct social prescribing. I'm interested to know what that looks like in practice.
Yeah, I think that, again, perhaps I should take that on notice, because I think that the concept is one which I think I've already expressed my discomfort with. I don't think it's I think that I would consider that the issue is more about alerting not just allied health, not just health clinicians, but, as I said, all people involved in the service industry of any kind, to be tuned into the possibility. It's more a case of alerting the individual clinicians to the relevance of exploring a person's state of loneliness or otherwise, and having an awareness of what the tools are that you can suggest. And if that's what social prescribing means for an allied health clinician, then I'm very supportive of that.
Can I just clarify, is that a position, your personal view, or is that an expression of the sort of broader position of the Ministry of Health? It's not a consensus view, but nor is social prescribing a kind of an enshrined concept. It's an idea that to, I guess, draw the clinicians away from just a very, very focused, a strong focus on the presenting issue, to looking at I guess that, as we mentioned before, some of the social determinants that we know have in some cases direct and sometimes indirect impact on health and well-being.
So is there any data on who is doing social prescribing, or how this is currently being used by allied health clinicians, and then how successful it might be in combating loneliness? No. Okay. Is there any data that would suggest who is undertaking this work in health, or indeed across the government, in terms of social prescribing, and also if there is then follow-up to see whether an individual has taken on board this prescription, if you like?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And just a final question, Chair, if you might indulge me. You do talk about the importance of considering the social determinants of health in the submission, and you obviously spoke about that in your opening statement. Can you tell us more about what the government is doing to address the social determinants of health in terms of strategies and initiatives, and whether there is a whole of government approach, and whether that or whether that needs to occur?
Difficult to answer something like that easily. I think I wouldn't necessarily say that there's an approach to the social determinants in its totality. I think it's about recognition of the individual aspects of some of the social determinants. So things like access to education, access to stable accommodation, relationships with community, social justice, issues around poverty, trauma, domestic violence, etc. And so in the area that I can speak confidently about, which is in health, any individual kind of policy initiative or service delivery, you will encounter individuals who are impacted by one or more of the social determinants, and it's about, so best example I can think of in the mental health area, we know that people with serious mental illness also experience problems with housing instability, and so there are initiatives which have been going on for many years now to try and bring together at a government level housing and health to work collaboratively to address that. And we know the outcomes are much better improved for the mental health condition if we can also address the housing. So it's more about recognising how it might impact on the community that you are serving, or the individuals that need your services.
And sorry, very final. How much of a role do dietitians play currently within this range of the social determinants of health, particularly as it pertains to loneliness? And is there a need to perhaps enhance that role?
Dietitians play an enormously important role in the health system.
They do, yes.
And
but also in the mental health system.
Oh, totally. And I would actually say that in the last 10, 15 years, there's been a renaissance of the role of dietitians, particularly, again, people who experience severe mental illness. As you probably know, the treatments that we use in those conditions actually have an impact on people's weight and metabolic health. And so many of our services have in the last few years created better access to both dietitian advice and also endocrinology advice to try and prevent those sorts of things. And we do know that, again, these individuals, it's not just about the side effects of the medication that are impacting them, that we need the dietary advice. It's also that kind of, it's more isolation, whether it's loneliness, it's certainly isolation, can then lead to poor dietary habits, and so they need that. And we could always do with more dietitians, but I think it's quite a recognised part of a good, balanced, multidisciplinary team these days.
Thank you. And our time is up, and we very much appreciate you coming today to give evidence and answer questions. I do note that you did take some questions on notice because we're asking you to cover off everything that's happening everywhere, so we appreciate you doing that, and also there are likely to be some supplementary questions, and the Secretariat will get in touch with you about those and the timing of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both for coming and taking the time to give evidence today, and also for the submission as well. Before we begin, if each of you could please state your name, position, and swear either an oath or affirmation, starting with you, Ms. Howe.
Okay, Deborah Howe, Acting Director, System Reform, Mental Health Commission of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Black.
Hello, yes, I'm Jennifer Black. I'm the Mental Health Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to appear today. As the New South Wales Mental Health Commissioner, I have a special interest in the protective factors for mental distress, and social connection and belonging is one of these. One of the key functions of the Commission is to monitor, review and improve the mental health and well-being of the people of New South Wales. So today I'd like to focus on the impact of loneliness and social isolation on people's mental health and well-being. In particular, I'll focus on what we have learned from our work and what protective measures could be put in place. And firstly, I'd just say that this is not a New South Wales problem nor an Australian problem. The World Health Organisation has indicated that this is an epidemic in the world. So we need to look internationally about what works and what doesn't work. But we've got some of our own data. So in 2020, we embarked on a community wellbeing survey where we started to ask about the frequency of loneliness among the general population of New South Wales. We also collect a range of indicators, wellbeing indicators, which is part of our monitoring function. So what we found is that in 2020, 24% of people reported feeling lonely more often. In 2021, that figure raised to 31%. And in 2022, almost half of the respondents were reporting feelings of loneliness. And so that's over 2,000 people that we survey every year. And in 2022, we also included the UCLA 3 scale, which is the California Loneliness Assessment Scale. And on that scale, it was about 40% of people that were indicating loneliness in New South Wales. So the issue's becoming greater for us to consider. We've also been able to use our own data to connect loneliness and a number of other factors. So, for example, stability of housing. So people living without a contract are 30% more likely to feel lonely than those who own their own property. The household situation people find themselves in, so single parents with children at home are 20% more likely than couples with children to feel lonely. And people's age is a factor as well. So people aged between 18 and 29 are 8% more lonely than the average, and 16% more often than those in an older age group, 60 to 69. And we also know that people with a lived experience of mental health issues are 25% more likely to feel lonely. So it's quite a widespread issue, but impacting some groups significantly more than others. And it's a kind of complicated problem to solve. So it's likely to need a coordinated early intervention type of approach. And I'd echo some of Dr. Wright's comments in that it's not necessarily a health problem to solve. So health would have a role to play in this, but not solely is what I would say. So in our written submission, we asked the New South Wales Government to consider its role in systemic population approaches to loneliness. And what we mean by that, by whole of government, is thinking about areas such as housing, education, employment, urban planning, the welfare sectors. And if I can just elaborate a bit on some of those. So not only offer safe and stable housing, but think about the context, the infrastructure, the urban planning around that really create natural connections for people close to schools and community, where they can naturally engage in physical activity that looks after their physical and mental health. And meaning and purpose in life through education and employment. So people having the financial resources to connect in their community, but also those opportunities provide natural opportunities for people to connect and belong. We should be creating local schools that are psychologically and socially welcoming and safe for children and young people to develop social connections, where schools act as places that foster social inclusion. And I've talked a bit about urban planning, urban and social planning, but you know, there's research around this about how you develop communities where people can naturally connect in with other people in an intergenerational kind of way, where there are green spaces where people can engage in their communities. And from a health perspective, I'd also like to put on the table social prescribing as something that could be considered, and happy to talk a bit more about that in terms of what I know is happening in Australia around this as we get to it. So in a population approach, we kind of need to put the community back in community and have some community-led interventions. And we need to move away from a one-size-fits-all, because what might work in an urban area might be very different from a rural and regional community. And so what would be most helpful for us going forward is to collect trends and understand who's most impacted by these experiences and what problems need to be solved in terms of addressing this. And that we should work with people in those population groups or in those cohorts, rather than assuming we understand their issues, but actually involve them in the solutions. So for example, understanding the experiences of single parents who we've identified as being of particular risk of loneliness, 30% more. They're also at increased risk of psychological distress, so 17% more. So actually working with those communities to find out what might work for them and what might improve their experience. So, you know, we're really pleased that this inquiry is happening and positive that people are coming together to talk about this issue across so many different areas. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. If I could begin, I mean, one of the parts of the terms of reference is about data, and one of the kind of things that has come out over the course of the submissions and the hearings is different results depending on who we ask, to be honest, and the types of tools used. And even though there seems to be sort of a coalescence around the UCLA scale, we seem to have got quite a divergence on who comes out, for want of a better term, on top in terms of vulnerability to social isolation and loneliness. And I note that you suggest we need better data, enhanced data collection. So there's a couple of questions embedded in this, I promise. One is, who do you think is best placed to do that data collection? And also, why is it? And I look, you know, one of your results from your survey was that people in major cities report the highest levels of loneliness, and yet we have other submissions which talk about rural and regional people being more susceptible. So I guess the two questions are, one is where should we and how should we be collecting better data, and who should be doing it? And the second is, how would you explain, for example, the differences? And I don't know, I'm trying to remember if you talk about your sampling method and that kind of thing, and I know that plays a role. But yeah, they're the two aspects of my data question.
Yeah. Well, we certainly have a function in monitoring some of this, but whether we're the right place for that. Mm-hmm. Look, I think what it really points to is that it's a really big problem. And so it might be relative. You've got different kind of scales, different kind of measurement. I'm less worried about the self-report, because I think if people are self-reporting loneliness, it's probably a problem to them. and people react to things in different ways, it can still have an impact on their mental distress. So I can't explain those anomalies, but, you know, it's probably to do with sampling, but I think what it tells me is that it's a really common problem that we need some kind of systemic approach to. And maybe there are regional and local differences around that. Maybe there's something in that in terms of how we might collect data differently. Did you have anything you want to add?
No, I mean, in terms of who's best placed, I thought given it is a whole of government sort of concern, I was thinking obviously we have a role with the Community Wellbeing Survey and in highlighting what the issues are, but maybe something centrally, somewhere centrally within government could also play a role. And the obvious place for those, I guess, is Premier's Department or Cabinet Office, somewhere like that.
Okay, thank you.
To work in partnership with us, because we're really interested in this.
Yeah. I wanted to just ask a few things about the survey. One is your survey does talk about income levels and experience of loneliness, and we have had consideration, not just today but previously, about social determinants, but haven't necessarily broken that down into being as pointy as sort of income or socioeconomic kind of status. And I wondered if you could talk a bit more about those results.
I think our interpretation may be that people on a lower income perhaps can afford less opportunities. Like you were talking about sporting clubs before. Often engagement in those require a cost. So, you know, the whole idea of urban planning and having naturally occurring things that people can engage with is one of the factors that might impact that. But I think people with lower rates of earning have less opportunity perhaps to engage in some of those things that impact their connectedness.
Yeah, no, that's good.
You talk about sort of whole of government. We talk about whole of government initiatives quite a lot, and we heard that in this space it's quite difficult because many initiatives aren't identified as being about particularly targeting or trying to address loneliness. And you mentioned sort of different aspects and space-based options and those kinds of things. But I wondered, one, what does a whole of government approach look like? But two, are there particular government agencies that you think are doing particularly good work? And conversely, where perhaps there might be, you've talked about urban planning as one, but other places where there might be, let's call them opportunities to do better.
So we're about to embark on a 10-year strategy for New South Wales for mental health and wellbeing, and our approach is a whole of government approach around that. And so we have invited senior people from all different departments to come together to work with us around what some of those solutions might look like to impact people's wellbeing. So, for example, we've talked about housing. It's not just about increasing housing stock, it's thinking about how people interact in that space and what are the green spaces around it, that sort of thing. Education, so really education and employment have a big role to play in this in terms of, giving people the resources to live their best lives in community. And so supporting people in places of employment around their wellbeing as well, that, there's a whole range of things that kind of impact on that. And we know that Treasury's working on some wellbeing indicators as part of their work. I think it's about bringing all different departments together and working together on what some of those protective factors that could be built into the work that they're doing on a daily basis. And that's part of what we will do through our mental health and wellbeing strategy, because this is, social isolation and loneliness is one of those factors, and we can already see how that could be influenced across government. So at the moment we're bringing those those departments together with us on this journey.
Thank you for that. And that brings me to one of my other questions. So you're talking about sort of the general, the 10-year strategy, and that's for across the state and what the whole of government can do to foster that. But I wondered particularly, I mean, the New South Wales government is an extremely large employer itself, and you mentioned workplace-based initiatives. So I wonder, are there particular things that the New South Wales government as an employer should be thinking about in this space, all those protective measures that you're talking about? I mean, what springs to mind for me is the Whitehall study is about what it takes to flourish and what the role work plays in that. So I wondered if there's anything in particular you think the government should be thinking about as an employer.
The current focus on well-being within the workplaces is massive, and we know there's been changes to the Work Health and Safety Acts around psychological, psychosocial safety. So I think our government's attention is really strongly focused on providing, environments within the workplace that are safe.
Isn't this the dilemma though a bit that when we say, but there's these general things that we're doing. So we're trying to get to sort of social isolation and loneliness, and we end up talking about quite large or quite macro kind of concepts like well-being, of which that is one. So I just wondered, is there anything, just being really practical, is there anything sort of quite particular that's useful, or any research that we could consider on that?
In terms of workplaces?
Yeah, in terms of workplaces. I mean, that's one of the levers that government has. It's a big employer.
Yeah. We might take that on notice.
That would be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Dowden.
I listened to Dr. Wright's evidence earlier, and I suppose I found it a bit confusing and a bit unsettling. So he seemed to suggest that that loneliness is not a mental health condition, and that then was supplemented by his position around social prescribing. And I suppose I wanted to know whether you agree with that contention, because I suppose stepping back, if loneliness is not a mental health condition and it's a subjective state of being, is it not a question about, it goes to sort of a more sort of profound sort of philosophical question about whether this is something that government should actually really be focusing on at all, because does the government have an obligation to make sure that citizens are happy, or that they're not feeling uncomfortable? Like, if it's not a mental health, it's a psychological state, I suppose, it's a subjective state. Is there really an obligation on government to try and alleviate that in its citizenry? So I wanted to kind of pose those two questions to you initially.
So my view would be that while loneliness might not be, a diagnosable kind of mental illness, it is a precursor to distress. So if left unattended, it may end up in the mental health system. It may end up with people going to GPs and actually articulating that distress. So if dealt with early, my view would be that it could prevent that pathologising of that, it may stop that getting worse and leading to something that's perhaps more clinical, if we can actually, if we can deal with that early. My view would be we do have a responsibility to look after the people of New South Wales, and we know that the levels of distress are increasing, and this could be one of the factors that we could think about to reduce that.
So it is quite an amorphous concept, and because of its subjectivity, and I mean, obviously there's some suggestion there's causal relationships there, but obviously Dr. Wright's suggestion was that in some circumstances there is no, you can be lonely and it not having any adverse. So I suppose the question is, should we not just focus on those objective harms and adverse phenomena rather than try and grapple with something so amorphous that we can't really pin down in terms of being an absolute cause? It might look like it's a precursor. In some circumstances it may well be, but given the uncertainty, shouldn't we just focus on the objective, observable phenomena that we want to address?
I think it's challenging, isn't it? Because if we wait till people are really distressed before we respond, then that's problematic in terms of what that costs to society and our system. So, my view would be that this is an early intervention strategy into people's distress.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett.
Sure, thank you. Just quickly, in your preamble, you talked about creating schools that foster social inclusion. Is that suggesting that our schools are not built to foster social inclusion?
No, but I think it's thinking about that really intentionally.
Okay.
I think that's slightly different. I wouldn't cast that aspersion on our schools.
Sure. So, also in your submission, you talked about regional areas not having as big an issue as metro areas. That would probably contradict most of the submissions that I've read that says that it's a bigger issue in regional areas.
It's come out of our wellbeing survey.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah.
Why does your evidence differ to that?
Could be to do with the sample, where the people come from in terms of who responded, the respondents to the survey.
Yeah, it's a sample size of 2,000.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Right. Then to a more broader question. Some of the language in your recommendations talk about things like reducing and finding solutions to loneliness. Other ones talk about the prevention, which I think is where the bulk of our effort should be headed.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about things like community participation, community-based initiatives, opportunities for social connectedness. I guess I'd just like to give you the opportunity to talk more about that, and in particular, what does that mean in this environment we're facing? And you heard me talk about it before, where our clubs, our organisations and our organised participation is all dwindling. Would you just like to, I guess, spend some more time on that and talk about how important those things are?
Yeah. Can I talk about social prescribing in this context? Because there is actually an Australian organisation that does education and research. They are called Aspire, and they're the Australian Social Prescribing Institute of Research and Education, and I'm very happy to give you their contact details. So the model of social prescribing that I am aware of is where you have, and they're not necessarily allied health people, they don't need to be clinicians, they're link workers, so someone might be identified as, slipping into loneliness through, loss of a partner or something like that, and heading down a road that might lead to a clinical intervention. So the GP could refer that person to a link worker. That link worker is kind of embedded in the community, and so they know what's out there, but they're actually working with that person around their interests and interests and skills or whatever to connect them up with naturally occurring local resources. And so I put things like, art classes, sporting clubs, all of those things that happen in community, connecting them into that. The levels of intervention need to be a little bit different depending on the skills of the person that's out there. Because let's face it, if we could go and enter a group, we might do that. But if we've been isolated for a long time, that the barrier to going out there and putting yourself out there might be greater. So someone might need some coaching in that context to actually get to that point. So for me, social prescribing is actually having these kind of link workers that can help people connect to those naturally occurring community resources that exist.
But it's got to be important that kite flying association or whatever exists for them to go.
Totally. And so our local councils and whatnot probably have a role to play in this as well, thinking about, you know, where do those link workers sit too, that can actually be connected to what's out there in the community.
I could go more on that, but I'm just conscious that others will have questions as well.
Okay.
Mrs. McLaren-Jones?
Thank you very much. I've only got a couple of questions. First one's around the loneliness program that the Commission ran. I'm interested to know what the timeframe for that program. I know that in your report there's a couple of sort of bit of evaluation, but where they're up to now.
So I'll take that one if you want. Basically, it ran over 22 to 24. We've just been finalising that, and I think you would have noted those programs that we raised with Dr. Wright, the Mentoring Men, the Mindful podcast, and the third one was the One Door program. They were all run or funded via the Mental Health Commission as part of those projects. So those project reports are now all on the website. So it was a very concentrated piece of work that came in direct results to the findings from the 2022 Community Wellbeing Survey and results that showed an increase in the amounts of loneliness, particularly in those populations that Jennifer talked about.
We're not a funding body though to fund services, so these were kind of like pilot programs. And so there's information on their effectiveness that could then be taken forward to create similar sorts of programs.
These programs still exist or they don't?
They still exist within their organisations, so they were pilot programs. So the things, I think, such as the Mentoring Men, they've created more groups, particularly that was focused on supporting adult men experiencing challenges, distress and loneliness by providing free long-term individual life mentoring, and that program has increased. And they showed lower levels of loneliness amongst the mentors at 12%, and mentees was 78% reduction in feelings of loneliness. So that the main outcome of that was the establishment of the Manly Men's Group. So that was the sort of outcome of that pilot.
So which organisations ran these programs?
So Mentoring Men is an organisation, so that ran that one. We can forward you the project reports if you want.
They're appearing later today.
Yeah, that's right.
That we could, and they'll give you all those details. One Door ran one of the program that was looking specifically at the circle of support, piloting that. That was really successful. That's ongoing as well. And the Mindfield podcasts were run by I think that group, and there's 13 podcasts available for people to listen to, and they're doing more of those podcasts off their own as well. So they've all pretty much been ongoing. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's good to know. Thank you. The other one is just the compare that you referred to, which is the connecting of mental health volunteers within the community. I'm interested to know who runs that.
Compare.
And what work they do to identify the volunteers.
I'm not sure that the compare one, was that on that written in our submission?
It's just
yeah, I'll just have a look which one it is. Which page?
18.
Page 18.
Yeah. 18.
Okay. Oh, okay. What we did was we just highlighted a number of programs that we're aware we go on when we go on community visits. Compare is an organisation, yeah, and
Okay.
it runs its own.
That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm just interested in both in your submission and talking today, you've raised a number of specific local initiatives which are of great interest to the committee, so thank you for bringing them to our attention. But I suppose, by what process did those specific initiatives get the attention of the Commission? Are they things that you were involved in funding and designing? How did you select these particular initiatives to bring to our attention?
They were ones particularly that we've been highlighted through our community visits. So the ones that we went and did a community visit in Blue Mountains, Lithgow this year, in July. And out of those, there's a number of those programs. So it was really ones that have come across the Commission.
Yeah, and if I could take that back a step, how were those programs the ones that you decided to visit in your community visits?
they were picked. They were just chosen really for what was local. Where we went, so we went to two places. We went out to Illawarra as well, and we went there. There are two since I've been
So
there.
you
There was
selected a location.
It's a location, and then
programs
in that location we did a broad thing. We went to Blue Mountains. Lithgow. We went to the library. We went to the local youth centre. We went to we went to the PHN. So it was just a broad snapshot.
And part of our role is to be aware of what's out there. So, we might visit other areas in the next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying
so
to
that we
read
can-
these in the correct context. So they're initiatives that you visited because you were already in a particular
Yes,
area.
yes.
I think what that says to the committee is there may well be many others worth our attention if we can identify.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. In each area, there'll be a number of others.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's good. So you talk about one of your recommendations, empowering communities to develop and implement their own solutions. What do you mean by that? Are you talking more around that industry of mental health support, or are we trying to get further back upstream to prevent the slide into loneliness?
Yeah, I think it's further upstream for me, and so you've already noted in the data that there are differences between urban areas and rural areas. So, those rural areas might need to create their own solutions, and part of it might be what you're talking about is what's the infrastructure that's there, and are there clubs and groups and natural opportunities for people to connect? Can even your local councils develop some of those opportunities to get people involved? That's kind of what I'm thinking about. And if we know there are certain populations, we should be working with those populations around what's going to work for them, rather than, rolling out a model that's kind of standard across all parts of New South Wales.
Do you think the fall in our clubs and organisation that do exist, if you look at the number of clubs that are around now versus 20 or 30 years ago, that coincides with an increase in loneliness? Surely that's not a coincidence.
I don't know if I could talk confidently about the link. I have, in my previous role, I did work in the community sector in an advocacy role, and we linked sporting clubs up with mental health services to try and increase that participation, and it was kind of a mutual learning sort of thing. There were kind of financial barriers for people in that made that really difficult. But I'm not sure I could speak confidently about the link between clubs and loneliness.
Would a goal of some of those mental health organisations essentially be to make themselves redundant, so we don't need them anymore because there's other things in place further upstream to prevent that slide?
I think we've got a long way to go. We know there's a gap in that part of the service system. So there are people at the moment missing out on that sort of care. So I think that'd be a fair way down the track. And I've got a feeling, the rise in mental health issues at the moment is something we need to tackle first. But yes, of course you would want that. But I think we're a long way off that.
Get any more? Good. I wanted to ask something that has come up in some of the submissions, and I know it's one of your recommendations, is to invest in technology-based initiatives. And what I've noticed in quite a few of the submissions is a reference to technology-based or online initiatives. What are the types of things that actually we know have some kind of efficacy in this space?
We've identified, I think, in the submission, a number of programs. I think Compare was one of those ones that was identified in terms of community technology, social media, etc. That what roles they can play in reducing the impact of loneliness on individuals and communities. So, I think we'd have to come back to you on exactly. There's a number of ones that are identified in here, using it in social urban planning, connecting people using social media and other things to connect people together. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of things that I guess it can be used for.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of advancements in care options that can happen digitally, and people are really taking those up. I think even Lifeline does a text kind of support, which is really starting to explore those sorts of technologies that can help people feel connected.
And this might be a take on notice thing, because I notice one of the recommendations is to invest in technology-based solutions. Is there a body of tested evidence about which ones work, or are we more invest in a pilot of different things? Or is there, and it's happy for you to take it on notice. I'd be interested to know what's out there about what is actually working.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice and see what we can find.
Okay. I think that probably my last question is another thing that's came up in your submission, but across a number of submissions, is the issue of stigma, and how there seems to be a sort of consensus that in terms of general mental health issues, we have made progress, but in particular issues such as something as personal as loneliness, there's some work to do. I wondered if you could talk a bit more about that, and that again seems that's a cultural one, so that seems hard to move. What would be your suggestions?
Sorry, just to clarify, in terms of stigma in relation to loneliness?
Yes.
Stigma of mental illness in relation
stigma of people coming out and saying, I'm lonely, what can I do about it? And that's come out across, it's been quite a theme across the submissions. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
I think what we know in a mental health context is that stigma stops people from reaching out and seeking help. And so my thoughts around that are really around kind of normalising that, kind of, the right kind of messaging that it's okay. Like, everyone experiences loneliness at some point. And I think, what we know about stigma in mental illness is it actually stops people getting help early, because they have some shame involved in asking for that help. And obviously you want to normalise that so it becomes part of just something we do, like we might look after our health in other ways, that it's just a normal conversation.
So you'd sort of classify it in the same way as other mental health, as mental health generally, the type of stigma attached?
Yeah, I'm not sure we've made a lot of progress.
Right, okay.
In that, but yes, I think the same sorts of approaches.
That's interesting, because we have, you do hear people get up and say, well, there's been a lot of progress in mental health, we're all talking about mental health, but to hear you say perhaps not is interesting.
Yeah, we are, but I think people at the complex end of the system might still feel that level of stigma and discrimination. Would you agree?
I think these three areas are stigma, discrimination and inequity, and they're the three areas that stop people, I guess, reaching out when they're lonely, in the same way that when you look at the figures around how much more lonely people with a moderate to severe mental health problem is in the general population. It's quite stark.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions from my colleagues? No? Then I'll say thank you very much for your submission and for appearing today. I think we have asked you to take you've taken some things on notice, and we will be in touch with you about those and any other supplementary questions. But again, thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think we have a short morning tea break now before the next set of witnesses. today. I'm Sarah Kane, I'm the chair of the committee. We do have, I keep forgetting to mention, we do have one of our committee members online today as well. So you may get questions from there, Mrs McLaren-Jones. So thank you for coming along today and for your submissions. Particular thanks to coming to Ms Black, who I understand had a mega sort of travel saga to get here, 3 hours to airports and a long way to, so particularly appreciate that.
Sure.
We do appreciate when people make that effort for us. So if I could start by asking each of you to state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. If I could start with you, Ms Black.
Yeah, my name's Rebel Black. I'm the chairperson for the Rural Women Cooperative. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Connolly.
Hi, my name's Andrew Connolly. I'm the Policy Manager for the Country Women's Association of New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Ms Lays?
Thank you. I'm Danica Lees. I'm the CEO of the Country Women's Association of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chair.
Ms Mull.
Marianne Marr, National Manager of View Clubs of Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And thank you, Ms Birch.
Elizabeth Birch, National President of View Australia, and I'll do the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And if each organisation might want to make an opening statement, and again, we might just start in the order we swore the oath. Ms Black.
Good morning and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I want to acknowledge the traditional custodians, the Gadigal of the Eora Nation, for their custodianship, and I also recognise my Kamilaroi and Yuwalarai teachers and guides on my home countries. I live and work in a little town called Lightning Ridge, almost 800 kilometres from the eastern seaboard and from major cities, a population of a question mark when you drive into town. I'm the chair of the Rural Women Cooperative, which is a member-owned organisation whose mission is the advancement of rural women and girls in Australia. Despite having loving family, friends and successful business and community responsibilities, most days I spend a lot of time on my own, much like many of our community. Whether it's driving for hours across vast stretches of road, eating meals alone in quiet cafes between meetings, or working in my solo office on the Opal Fields. At first glance, you might assume that this isolation leaves me feeling lonely. But the truth is, I'm not lonely, or not anymore. Because over time I've learned to cultivate a deep connection with myself, my environment, and the people and the communities around me. This practice intentionally has been my antidote to loneliness. But I know that for so many of my friends, peers and colleagues, these skills and these opportunities are not accessible or even imaginable. Which is why I'm here today on behalf of the Rural Women Cooperative, our extensive community across New South Wales and Australia, and the 30% of our recent survey respondents who told us that they feel lonely often or very often. These numbers represent not just statistics, but the lived experience of rural women who bear the weight of loneliness compounded by geographic isolation, societal expectations and systemic inequality. Loneliness by its definition, or its etymology from where it came from originally, is the condition of being solitary or feeling of being dejected from want of companionship. From our work and research over the last decade, we found that the antidote to loneliness is, in fact, connection. Connection to self through cultivating self-awareness, authenticity and confidence. Connection to place through connection with infrastructure and safe spaces for belonging. Connection to relationships and community, creating opportunities for genuine in-person and online interactions. And connection to something larger, whether it's purpose, faith, or shared values, or community contribution through service. But these connections are being eroded, and our skill to connect with it is too. Rising costs of living, meaning fewer opportunities to attend social events or engage in community projects, an expectation of economic contribution, social media leading to an illusion of connection, creating inadequacy rather than providing true friendships, healthcare and support services disappearing from rural towns, leaving many to navigate isolation alone. Loneliness is not just a feeling, it is a systemic issue with profound mental, physical and economic impacts. It's what people do with their loneliness that matters. For rural women, the challenges are greater. The solution's not easy, but they start with acknowledging the power of connection, the responsibility that each of us have for our own sense of self-worth, connection, and by investing in creative and co-designed strategies to connect to self in human beingness, not just human doingness. Today I ask the committee to consider how we might rebuild the foundational skills of connection, to reimagine communities where no one feels left behind, where loneliness does not have to define us, and addressing it will unite us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Lee?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I'm pleased to appear before this inquiry on behalf of the Country Women's Association of New South Wales. It is an organisation with a proud and enduring history of advocacy for the wellbeing of women, children and families across regional, rural and remote New South Wales. With current membership exceeding 8,000 individuals in nearly 400 branches across New South Wales, our association represents the voices of communities that are often experiencing the profound impacts of loneliness and isolation that this inquiry is looking into. Loneliness is especially pervasive in regional, rural and remote areas where geographic and social barriers amplify feelings of isolation. We recently completed a survey of both members and non-members, about 1,700 responses across a range of different topics, which we'll be talking about later in the year and early next year in terms of what is important to rural, regional and remote women. But there were questions in that survey in relation to loneliness, and over 10% of respondents identified social isolation as one of the social issues impacting women. Our members have reported that loneliness significantly impacts their mental health, family cohesion, community engagement, and that highlights the urgent need for tailored and actionable solutions. While data gaps exist, we know from our own and others' research that 35% of people in non-metro areas experience loneliness compared to 30% in cities, and that disparity is often magnified by limited infrastructure, inadequate digital connectivity and heightened at times of natural disasters. Younger adults, particularly those 15 to 24 and men in regional areas, face acute challenges, as do older adults and bereaved individuals. Such insights underline the complexity of loneliness as both a personal and systemic challenge. Community organisations, including the CWA of New South Wales, form a really important part of the puzzle in addressing these issues. By fostering social connections, supporting local projects and providing platforms for meaningful interaction, we help mitigate loneliness. However, the scale of the challenge demands a coordinated and government-supported effort. We do have a range of recommendations in our submission, and in the interest of time I won't go through all of those because I'm sure you might have some questions on those. One in particular though that I would highlight is our recommendation around enhancing regional infrastructure. So we've talked in our submission about the importance of investment in transport and digital connectivity being critical for bridging physical and social gaps in regional communities. And just to that I would add the importance of investment in what might be seen as small but critically important infrastructure in regional villages and towns. So infrastructure that maintains a local hall, infrastructure that provides upgrades to the local kitchen at the football club, infrastructure that provides opportunities for groups to come together. It's clear that leadership and innovative approaches are required to bring about change. For New South Wales, tackling loneliness as a public health priority offers not only the promise of healthier individuals, but also stronger, more cohesive communities. We really do thank you all for the opportunity to share our perspective, and we look forward to supporting this committee's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Lees. And for View Clubs, who will be?
It's the National President.
Ms Birch.
Ms Birch.
Thank you, Dr. Kane. As View National President, I am delighted to speak to the Standing Committee today about loneliness and its effects on residents of New South Wales on behalf of View Clubs of Australia. VIEW stands for Voice, Interests and Education of Women, was founded by the Smith family in New South Wales in 1960 as a service to women in the community who wanted to share ideas, develop new skills, form friendships and give back to their communities by supporting the good work of the Smith family. For nearly 65 years, VIEW has positively impacted the lives of women by providing opportunities for them to actively engage throughout Australia with over 13,000 members, over 260 communities. In New South Wales, there are over 6,000 members in 150 communities across metropolitan, regional and rural areas. Our footprint is on the Queensland border as far south down the coast to the Victorian border and west to Hobart, with communities in Northern Rivers, Upper Mid-North Coast and Clarence Valley region, where I am speaking from today, Mid-North Coast and inland, New England and North Central New South Wales, Central and Central and Western Hunter Coast region, MacArthur Southern Highlands and Illawarra region, the South Coast, Berry to Eden, Riverina, Snowy Mountain foothills south to Victorian border, and the Greater Sydney region. The focus on reducing loneliness and social isolation is especially important given the recognition of these issues with negative effects on mental and physical well-being is a big problem.
Ms. Birch, can I just get you to hold for 1 second? We're having some technical issues this end. I'm just going to see. Do we? Okay. Maybe we'll better submit that in written form. Ms. Birch, we're having trouble because you're breaking up, and that means that Hansard can't capture what you're saying, but it would appear that you have a written statement there. Perhaps we might be able to, you might be able to send the written statement to us so we're able to capture that.
Madam Chair, if it assists the panel, I actually have the speech and I can take over.
That would be excellent. Thank you, Ms. Birch.
Yes.
We're going to ask Ms. Ma to step in to just finish off your statement because unfortunately you were breaking up a little bit.
Okay, thank you. So the focus on reducing loneliness and social isolation is especially important given the growing recognition of these issues with negative effects on mental and physical well-being. This is a big problem and we help in solving this problem. VIEW Clubs, with its extensive regional network, our active volunteerism and advocacy provide a supportive environment where women can not only improve their own lives but also enhance their communities through connection and service. Our organisation's long-standing commitment to fostering social ties and encouraging participation in community life has undoubtedly contributed to the well-being of countless women in New South Wales and across Australia for many years. In addition to its social and emotional benefits, VIEW's work helps build stronger, more resilient communities, serving as a model for social organisations to foster positive change by giving meaning, connection, fun and a real sense of purpose while collectively helping those in need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have quite a few questions for each organisation, but I wondered if I could start with a general one, and it's not an attempt to be provocative, but it's an attempt to, a sort of a stereotype for those of us who aren't rural and regional, is actually that there's something, I guess, that we miss in urban settings about the local communities that you foster, and you know people and you know everyone in the town, and that kind of intuitively perhaps suggests that there's less incidents of loneliness because you have a closer sort of community network. So I guess that's a bit of a stereotype, and I wondered, all of the things that you're saying counter that, so I wonder if you have a response, each of you have a response to that. We might start in the middle this time. Ms. Lees.
Sure. And I suppose it's useful to reflect. So the CWA is 102 years old now. And when we look back on some of our earliest history and the reasons why CWA formed 102 years ago, one of the biggest reasons was to combat social isolation. Obviously, there was a really important advocacy piece, particularly around delivery of health services, as to why a group of women came together at that time to form the CWA. But a huge part of it was in relation to combating that social isolation. So I think from our point of view, and that continues today, when we survey our members about what's important to them and the issues that they see in their communities, that social isolation piece comes up time and time again. I think and we raised it in our submission, the distinction between isolation doesn't necessarily equal loneliness, but in some cases, it makes it a lot harder. So there are extra challenges for regional, rural and remote people in relation to the fact that they are already isolated, so they potentially are at more risk of feeling lonely in certain circumstances. The flip side of that, I suppose, is that generally speaking, and you've touched on that the rural, regional and remote people understand the importance of community. They really, truly understand that it's important to them to be a part of their community, whether that's within the CWA, the PNC, local sports clubs, whatever that might be. And a lot of those organisations are increasingly finding it difficult to maintain their activities going forward. It requires a lot from the volunteers that are involved in those organisations, and whatever we can do to support those organisations to continue is going to help in the context of this loneliness question that the committee is addressing. Could I just check if our policy manager has anything extra to add to that?
Well, one of the things I'd add to that is to say a definition of loneliness. Being with people is not necessarily circumventing loneliness. So, I mean, one of the things that comes out from our survey is that you will have rural populations which are ageing and dislocating in the sense that their connection to each other may be lost. At the same time, you've got younger people who don't have a body of population to engage with, to connect with, that have the same interests, that can go beyond being in front of somebody and talking to them. Because loneliness means more, or like circumventing loneliness means connecting, deep engagement, actually feeling something. So I think those kind of things, when you look at a smaller population, you look at a population which is ageing, which is losing some of those connective threads, organisations like the CWA will have members who are experiencing bereavement and loss of members, but they will still have some connection, and that's the important part of the organisations that exist.
Thank you. Ms Black, do you have a response?
Yeah, I was listening to a video this morning from Dr. Alok Kanogia. I've probably said his name incredibly wrong, Dr. K, and he actually talked about the incidents, his psychologist, the incidents of people being more lonely despite being more connected. And it's that kind of is what's happening in rural, I think in rural communities, is with a changing social norm, the way that people are relating, that we're seeing the fabric of what we understand of community changing in rural areas, and people aren't really sure what to do with that. That then is compounded by natural disasters and economic uncertainty and all of those sorts of things. People are fatigued. The recent survey that we did showed that people are extremely fatigued with social engagement, even though they want it and need it as a counter to loneliness. They are exhausted, particularly those that are holding the community together, the volunteers and the people that are involved in those organisations and associations. There was a reference to a sense of cliquiness that occurs. No one wants to talk about that in rural communities, but it is a real thing, that unless you're a certain kind of person or you've lived there for a certain amount of time, or you do the right things in the right way, that they can be very tricky to infiltrate into rural communities. And so there's that sense of people moving into new places and not being able to become part of those communities and then struggling. The New South Wales Government is investing in infrastructure to support their own staff in that through the Welcome Experience, because they've actually recognised that staff moving to new rural communities are struggling to integrate into local communities, and that they need people to help them do that. And those connectors, or linkers, I think were also referred, are not necessarily there local anymore. Alcohol showed quite prevalently in the survey that we did recently that there is certainly a sense that there are very few social occasions or opportunities for connection outside of places with alcohol, or where alcohol features quite highly, and that can create an extra isolation for people if they're uncomfortable there, or they're making different choices for their own well-being in life. So there's a whole range of different factors that play into it.
Thank you. Ms. Marr, did you have a quick response to that one as
Yes,
well?
I mean, I agree with my peers here, peer groups. Just to add that in metropolitan areas, there tends to be more options to connect, obviously, than in rural and regional areas, which has been touched on in relation to lack of transport. As people tend to get older, they don't like to drive, so therefore they don't tend to go places to connect if there are no services, and also the digital connectivity, which is, as we can see today, isn't always
sometimes
great.
good,
sometimes
not.
sometimes not. Yeah, that's.
Thank you. Because there's a lot of you, and I know my colleagues will want to have questions as well. I just want to ask another very general one, and then we can get other questions. So you've all done really well in your submissions and in these answers so far to outline, I guess, the particular issues faced, particularly in rural and regional areas. I wondered, all of you in your submissions as well have suggestions about what to do, I guess, to make things better. And Ms. Lees, you spoke about innovative approaches. So I wonder if you could each pick out one example that is kind of helpful for us to understand the types of things that we could encourage to make things better. We might stick with that order, Ms. Lees.
Sure. I have to pick one, so that's fine. I'll try and keep
I'm
it
sure
short.
others will ask you about others, so we'll start with one.
Thank you, Chair. So I think one of the things that we highlighted also, apart from enhancing regional infrastructure, is we talked about underneath that the ability to simplify bureaucratic processes so that organisations can actually when it comes down to it in its simplest form, certain organisations can actually pitch for and get small grants to help them in their community with a range of different things. So I suppose, if I had to bring it back to one example, it's looking at how we can simplify the bureaucracy around the issuing of grants. And I've said it a few times, the emphasis on small grants. And I know small grants can be seen as costly to administer, and there's a preference to see larger chunks of money get out the door in a more efficient way. But when we're talking about rural and regional communities, a small $5,000 grant, for instance, to help upgrade the lighting at the local tennis court or something, that could have a really massive impact on that community. It means that a community will come together on a Friday night and play tennis in an area that they may not have done for 10 plus years. So the example on that is that local group of people might have a unincorporated organisation that in the current scheme of things mostly is ineligible for applying for small grants of that nature. So if there are ways that we can simplify bureaucracy around access to small grants for small communities to be able to get those small things done, I think that would be a really important thing for this committee to look at.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Black?
Yeah, so the Rural Woman a few years ago ran a really fantastic integrated program called the Seed Scheme, which was focused on women-led small businesses in rural communities. We developed that as both a place-based approach, but leveraging the amazingness of the internet. So we were able to connect local people with a facilitator online. So we were able to gather groups of women in their local community with online facilitation. And then those groups were able to connect online with the other groups of women from other places. So there was this powerful connection at a local level where through this program we were women that lived in the same little town of maybe 3,000 or 4,000 people who didn't know each other came together for the purposes of education and learning and being able to grow their business with great facilitation and support. Those groups were then able, through the power of the internet, to meet with other groups of women that were in similar situations in other geographies. We find that a lot of women, or a lot of people generally, won't help seek in small country towns because of the perceived stigma that if they're seen to be walking into the clinician's office, that people will know that they've got a problem. And so the value of in well-facilitated online-based program and activity eliminates that, because you may be then placed in a group of people from totally different geographies, but with the same mindset, same backgrounds, same, desires in life, but without that stigma and without that fear of, everybody knowing your business. So there's a much more ability for people to be candid, to share more freely and openly, and therefore build greater connection. So to have an integrated approach with both place-based and online, where it's very well facilitated and quite strategic, yields some incredible outcomes that actually carry on long after the program.
Thank you. And Ms. Birch or Ms. Barr? Ms. Birch?
Yes, well, I think that with VIEW, it's purpose-driven, and because we support the Smith family and the Learning for Life children, the program that they have for the education of children experiencing disadvantage in society. And that usually comes across when the new members come and they say, oh, yes, what influenced you? We ask them, about just casually joining VIEW, and that often is the reason that they're there. We have social interactions and things like that as well. They enjoy coming for the connectivity, making friends, etc. And our theme, this current theme, is making connections makes a difference. But it's mainly the purpose-driven, that they're doing something for a good cause, supporting and that attracts them to our organisation.
Thank you. I might go to...
I don't know if Marianne wants to add to that.
No, that's good. I might pop to some of our other committee members.
Thank you. I do have lots, and you've actually touched on a few of them already. But Ms. Lees, can you touch on the CWA representative for me of other organisations plays that dual role in that if I become a member of the CWA, I can help address my own loneliness, but then I'm also contributing to the CWA increasing community participation in that town, in that area. Can you just talk about that dual benefit and the role that CWAs and other organisations, Kite Flight Association, whatever it might be?
Well, I think you've illustrated it quite well, and a lot of the reason why people might even join the CWA in the first instance is wholly and solely they're feeling isolated, they want to be a part of their community, and so they go along and join the CWA, and in doing so, exactly what happens is exactly what you've just described. They form part of a group of women in a local community that have a much broader impact than just beyond helping themselves. So it is actually a dual role, and I'd say to that as well, in many cases it often empowers that person to then go on and be involved in other community groups as well. So it's very common for members of the CWA, and particularly more sort of senior elected people within villages and towns, to then also be involved in other parts, whether it's the camp draft committee or the PNC or the sports club. They will have multiple roles across a community, which is great, but also then speaks to some of the issues that were raised around volunteer fatigue as well. So there is definitely a dual role, and we need to always keep in mind how we can support people to continue to become involved.
Ms. Black, you touched on the fact quite well actually that just because you have people around doesn't mean you're not lonely, and vice versa. I feel in particularly remote areas, there are less opportunities for that social connection, less events, less activities. What's the impact on those communities when those events get cancelled or closed or don't proceed anymore, be it the show or the camp draft or the Opal Festival, whatever that might be?
Yeah, I think that the we're very resistant to change, and we don't like death of things generally as human species. And so I think that when things change, or when organisations close or activities aren't there anymore, that the community feels a natural sense of loss, and individuals feel the natural sense of loss for that. Those that are resilient are able to move forward, build something new in the space. We were talking about that before. As long as the infrastructure is there and well maintained and looked after, places and spaces can be reactivated as communities evolve. I think it's really important that because we are seeing a diminishing volunteer base, we are seeing a change in the way that people generally are interacting in communities. Less volunteers, that means less people running organisations, which means there's social capital that's not being built. And certainly I'm seeing a massive risk in rural and regional areas in the next decade of committee members just not being there, and organisations and activities that we took for granted just won't be there. And what we do about that, I think, is skill develop young people, but we also have to evolve those organisations or the way that we gather in such a way that is meaningful for young people to want to get involved and new people to want to get involved. And the way that we've always done it perhaps isn't going to be the way that we need to do it in the future. And I think we have to really wrangle with that.
Okay, and I'll come back, Ms. Lees. You touched on the tennis lights example, and I'll be a bit cheeky in my question, but I hope you get the intent of my question. So what if people in these communities can't play tennis?
Well, then they just stay home. And
so it's not about the tennis, is it?
It's not about the tennis. The tennis is a good example. I think Breezer's a little village that's recently had some upgrades to their tennis court. For those that know Breezer, it's a tiny little village that you would just kind of drive through on your way to Gunnedah on the Liverpool Plains. And that has transformed that community in terms of a way for people to come together, not just to play tennis, although physical activity is great as well, but an occasion where families, so people of all ages, can come together, play tennis, have a chat, enjoy some food together, and just have that infrastructure that we were talking about that's there, that provides that central point for people to gather around. So yes, there's the tennis example. In the case of the CWA, often it's we have upgrades to the kitchen so that the kitchen can then be used to provide community meals and catering for events and things like that. Again, it's not about the catering, and it's about the ability for people to come together with a purpose and join around an idea or concept and see that benefit in their community.
I could keep going, but I'll hand on, and if there's time, I'd happy to fill it.
Dr. Gon.
But anyone feel welcome to answer it. I'm interested specifically, you made some recommendations around infrastructure, so transport infrastructure, digital infrastructure. These are obviously things where the government has a really significant role to play. Could you provide more detail around what you're recommending?
Sure. I may defer to our policy manager to answer some more specific questions on that. Thank you.
Well, in the surveying that we've just done, one of the things that emerges for is that connectivity, the travel. So having we take for granted that we can hop on a train and we can go from one suburb to another. In rural environments, you can't. So that connectivity is lost in many cases when somebody gives in their licence if they get older or those kind of things. So the importance of local infrastructure being available for participation in community events is extremely important. The connectivity is another example. It's great to have connectivity, but if you've not got the skills to be able to engage with that technology, then you're at a loss. And many of our women kind of respond, well, we'd love to be a part of this, but we actually haven't got the skills to be a part of it, or we haven't got the technology to be a part of it. So in very simply, keeping roads, so that they can be traversed rather than actually not be traversed, like in Wellington, for example. There's one that I became aware of which you're not supposed to travel on, but people travel on it because it's the only means of transport that you've actually got. So that's one thing, a road. We've had massive floods, we've got a whole range of other things that have occurred which have impacted our infrastructure in terms of travel. So that technology, the 3G closure, has brought forward a number of issues for our constituents around navigating kind of loss of those fortuitous connections that occurred through 3G. So again, government closed down the 3G. We now have to build the network there. There's lots of stuff I could go on with, but they'd be more general examples.
Thank you. And just specifically on transport, I mean, you've given a really good example of people who aren't able to drive or are no longer able to drive for a number of reasons. So you're talking about things like public transport or community transport as things we should be thinking.
And like there's one example that came forward recently where under government rules, you couldn't access the community transport facility because one of the little criteria didn't actually match. And so we had, for example, a 90-year-old resident who couldn't attend the funeral of a loved one because they couldn't get access to that community transport.
Is that something you might be able to provide more detail on notice, so specifically what policy is that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'd welcome the other
Sure.
comment.
Can I just add to that the New South Wales government obviously invests in tangible infrastructure, as we know, roads, tunnels, bridges. This is about social infrastructure, what we're talking about, investing in groups like CWA, View, the groups that are there, but also in community centres, libraries, places where women come together or groups come together are really lacking. We find that View clubs often have their meetings in places like RSLs and bowling clubs, but then they charge. So if there was a community centre that had the available resources to make your own food or have a cup of coffee, then that would be great. So it's those sorts of things that are helpful.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm a big advocate for technology, but it has to go along with skills development. So I think it's one thing to invest in the infrastructure and make sure that it's reliable and consistent and easy to access and affordable, I think. And that affordability has come down significantly. I was clearing out my tax records recently. I used to pay $600 a month for internet and phone, and now I pay about $150. So the quality and affordability of our access has definitely improved over the years. So I think it's continuing to do that, but it has to come alongside of accessible skills development. And to say to someone, we need to teach you how to use the internet online actually is already a barrier because they can't get online to learn the internet. So there's got to be a place-based approach. And I think one of our members said to me recently that this move for everything being online is great if you are native to the internet and you're native to that technology, as in I think my generation was the earliest adopters, and so anyone older than I am is not native to technology, and so it's more of a struggle for people that are much older, and it's really come to them in their 70s and 80s where they're having to use QR codes, or they're not even allowed to go into their bank anymore because the bank people can't help them and they're referred online. Those sorts of things compound a sense of isolation and create that sense where it wasn't actually going into the bank to get help, it was actually going into the bank to get interaction with somebody other than family or at the pub. And so we've got to look at the way that people in small places where opportunities for connection are gathering, what their connectivity is and was in unique and different ways, not just the obvious ones, and that some of the policies and strategies of business and government as well are actually creating massive issues for people, not meaning to, but as an unintended consequence. They saw this in Africa where they built wells, closer to the villages. They thought access to water was so important because the women were walking for kilometres every day just to gather fresh water. So they brought the wells closer to them thinking that was a good thing, and it was a good thing, except that now the women didn't walk for kilometres every day together and talk and share and communicate. Now they had no purpose. And now they were at home, more likely to experience violence, being around men. The children were less socialised. And so this very good thing actually became an unintended consequence. And I think we're doing that in our rural communities with a whole range of things, particularly with digital access.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Can I ask one more question?
One more and then I'll see
If I may, I was just interested, the CWA submission mentioned the benefits of companion animals, which is something that hasn't come up yet during this inquiry, and I'm someone that's got a number of animals at home. Could you speak to that in more detail, particularly from your survey respondents? Are there things that government should be doing to support people to have that benefit?
Again, I might ask Andrew to speak to that particular point.
Yeah, it came up, like when I was researching our submission, it came up as being a significant, one of the, because I mean, it's some of these things are contestable in terms of research, in terms of like evidence base for actually having an impact. But one of those that did seem to have an impact across multiple research was in fact a companion animal, and it made sense in terms of some of the underpinnings of why that was in the case. You know, caring for somebody, engaging, and so on. Coming back to our evidence in terms of our surveying, it's an important issue. I mean, our members are talking about, for example, things like being able to hop on a public transport and have your, companion animal with you or whatever. So there are and that can be contestable as well. There'll be some of our members saying, no, you shouldn't be able to do that. But I mean, there are these kind of like issues that seem to be emerging from people, that animals having something to care for, something that sort of makes you get up in the morning and connect, going out and people talk to your animal and connect you again through that kind of conversation seems to be something which is significant.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ms McLaren-Jones, do you have any questions?
One, which is probably to everyone as well, is in relation to a recommendation from the CWA seeking to simplify bureaucratic processes to enable grassroots organisation to create and scale community-based initiatives. Interested to know your perspective, but also all witnesses in relation to what the current challenges you're facing in relation to government and what could be simplified to make it easier.
Sure. I think I touched on this earlier in terms of, I suppose there's a couple of challenges. One is, I suppose, the increasing appetite to want to give out larger and larger grants, which can be very significant and impactful, even in rural and regional areas, and those are needed in many areas. But there are also a range of very small grassroots organisations, whether they are CWA branches or other small organisations within a community that don't meet the eligibility criteria to be able to pitch for those larger grants, and also aren't looking for those larger grants. They're looking for something where they may be able to, for instance, add disabled access to a facility, put a ramp in so that more people can come into their facilities, upgrade the toilets so that there are facilities of a sufficient standard to have a range of different people come to that facility and use that facility. So I think, in terms of the bureaucratic processes that we touched on in that submission, some of the sometimes it's really, really difficult to just get, that $10,000 grant to get that ramp in. The amount of hoops that are needed to jump through, absolutely there does need to be a certain amount of rigour and responsibility around spending of taxpayers' money, but in many cases the bureaucracy that surrounds some of the administration of these smaller grants is just as much as it would be for, say, $1 million grant, and that may not be appropriate in all the circumstances when we look at the benefits that $10,000 disabled access ramp, for example, might have for that community.
Anything further from any of the other witnesses?
I totally agree with what Danica was saying. Often our groups are interested in things like a laptop, and having to go through a Smarty grant, which is an online grant, is difficult if you don't have access. So making it easier from that perspective, yeah. That's what I'd say.
I guess it's to my similar point from before around the move for everything being online, which I completely understand for government is an efficiency thing, but it actually leaves quite a considerable number of the laggard adopters and the late adopters of things behind, and so then it becomes a compounding experience of overwhelm. They just feel, and it just increases the sense of isolation, and that's for people personally, but also for organisations who are, especially in those that it might be in their early formation stages that don't necessarily have the legacy or experience of, say, a CWA organisation that's been around for a very long time, but those that are in that emergent state at the beginning probably find the bureaucracy more difficult to overcome. It's confusing, it's new, it's all online, they don't know how to navigate it, and there's nobody they can talk to, or they feel there's nobody they can talk to, and certainly isn't. Very rarely there'll be someone locally that they could speak to as well.
Thank you. Ms McLaren-Jones, do you have one more, or you're good?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Mr Deanna.
I've been involved in voluntary organisations for a long time, and generally, you know, there's a handful of people in each group that sort of hold it together. And I think, Ms Black, you were talking about sort of that social capital degrading over time. And I wondered whether you could offer your thoughts about what you think government can do to support those kind of key leadership people in voluntary organisations that do, you know, like the lion's share of the kind of organising that enables those kind of reaching out and interacting with the kind of target populations that we want to deal with.
Well, my personal perspective on that as one of those people is that there are layers of responsibility that women have become more and more incumbent to take on, you know, economic contribution to their family and to the community and for the government. They're also relying, you know, they're raising families, caring responsibilities interfamilially, up and down, young and old. And then the level of responsibility around community. If you were to remove any one of those factors, it becomes easier for people to give into community. But there's usually a choice point where they, hey, well, I'm either going to mostly care for my family and do those other things in my spare time, or I'm going to only do my job mostly, you know, and everything else comes second. I think these are the decisions that women face, or everybody faces actually, their decisions everyone faces. Where are you going to put your time and energy, the precious resources that we have? How does the government help? By not making it harder in any one or area of those fields. For, you know, it's that do least harm, I guess, in all policy decisions, but also in thinking about what are the unintended consequences of decisions. I think our community is currently experiencing a huge level of fear and worry because of a review that's being done by the government in the small scale mineral titles. The unintended consequences of just that review alone, I don't think have been considered. Of, you know, what pressures does that put on community? What pressures does delay put on community? And some of those things you can avoid and some you can't. But I think it's like, before decisions are made, before policies are rolled out, before programs are enacted, to be actually really genuinely thinking about what are all the possibilities, good, bad and otherwise, of this decision, and who is it going to impact and how, not just now but in the future. I think if we thought more about those things, then we would probably get better outcomes in the long run. And I think taking a co-design approach rather than a community stakeholder engagement approach would actually also be very beneficial, where communities, individuals are involved in the design of things first before they come, and then they're imposed upon them, because most community stakeholder engagement that I've been a part of in the last 25 years is really someone coming to tell us what's already been decided and try and get us on board for it. So for me, a co-design approach would be a better way, and the way that government can help with the big issues that you're trying to support communities through.
Thank you. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end. We very much appreciate both the submissions and your willingness to be here today, but also the work that you do in the community. We do recognise and thank you for that. You may have taken some things on notice, and there may also be more questions from us to be sent to you. The Secretariat will be in touch about that and about the timing. But again, thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Much for coming today to give evidence and for your submissions. We appreciate that. I'm going to ask that you all state your name, position and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with Mr Alars.
Thank you. My name's Daniel Alars. I'm the New South Wales State Manager for Top Blokes, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hello, I'm Dr Christina Jaron, Research and Evaluation Manager at Top Blokes Foundation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mrs Gray.
Hello, I'm Ms Cassandra Gray. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Mentoring Men. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark Henderson, Research Consultant for Mentoring Men. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mrs Bredenham.
Good morning, my name is Emma Bredenham. I am the Manager of Communications, Partnerships and Engagement at the Australian Men's Shed Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And there's a number of stuff we could have, if you have an opening statement, if you can be conscious that we've got to get through a few. We might start with Top Blokes.
Thank you very much. So my name is Daniel Alars and I'm the New South Wales State Manager for the Top Blokes Foundation. Every day I work with teachers, parents and our team of mentors across New South Wales to deliver mental health and wellbeing programs directly to young males. I'm here today with my colleague Dr Christina Jaron, Research and Evaluation Manager. We welcome the opportunity to appear before the committee as part of the inquiry into the prevalence, causes and impacts of loneliness in New South Wales. Through the submission to this inquiry and the hearing already held, the committee is well aware of the prevalence of social isolation and loneliness in New South Wales. We are here to zero in on the experiences of young males. Top Blokes is a youth mental health charity and we support males aged 10 to 24 years old through a 3 to 6 month long mentoring program, sending qualified youth workers into schools and the community. We provide a safe space for young men to come together and learn how to build healthy and deep connections, while also giving them the tools to navigate the transition periods from adolescence to adulthood, which is a particularly vulnerable time for young males. Since 2006, we've supported over 25,000 young males in New South Wales and Queensland, and this year in New South Wales alone, we've worked with 2,500 young males. When we spoke to young males about social isolation and loneliness to inform our submission, we were struck by the nuanced understanding of the links between social isolation and loneliness to masculinities, antisocial behaviour and health risk behaviours. They tell us that young males feel most lonely when they lack hope or purpose, and we try to help them feel connected to each other and to themselves, understanding what they value in life and exploring their self-identity. Young males also have a lot of ideas about how to address social isolation and loneliness, and they are asking for our help to make these ideas a reality. They know that meaningful connections are key, but struggle to access opportunity for meaningful connection organically. They told us that being at school surrounded by people is not enough to prevent feelings of loneliness. They want opportunities to be themselves, to live authentically, to connect with other young males. Sharing struggles and hearing others share their struggles helps them feel connected. Young males exist in community, cultural, social, policy and system contexts. They are influenced by these contexts, including in their experience of social isolation and loneliness. There is much we can do at these levels that will help young males feel more connected and feel like they belong. While we are here today to represent the views of young males we work with, we urge the committee to connect directly with young males, and Top Blokes can make this happen. Young males want to share their experiences with you and have no end of ideas for you to consider. We would welcome the opportunity to support the committee or the Board of Government to connect with young males for this inquiry and any recommendations that come from it.
Thank you very much. Mrs Gray?
Good morning. Mentoring Men is an organisation dedicated to reducing loneliness for men through free, long-term, one-to-one life mentoring. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this vital inquiry into the prevalence, causes and impacts of loneliness in New South Wales. Loneliness, as you would have been hearing, is not just a personal struggle, it is a pressing public health issue with far-reaching psychological, physiological and economic implications. as outlined in the inquiry's terms of reference. Through our work, we witness firsthand the profound challenges loneliness creates. Our data shows that 68% of our mentees report a reduction in loneliness, demonstrating that there is a transformative impact of targeted, cost-effective interventions like mentoring. We believe that through expanded support for mentoring programs, enhanced data collection, and a unified strategy that integrates government and community efforts, New South Wales can address loneliness effectively. I look forward to sharing our insights further.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Bredenhard, my apologies.
That's okay. I guess I'll start with when you close your eyes, or perhaps if you visited your local men's shed. I am not what you would imagine when you think of that experience, but as a daughter, a wife and a mother of 3 young boys, the state of men's health outcomes now and in the future could only be higher if I were a man. I'm hopeful most of you have actually witnessed firsthand the incredible impacts of the men's shed in your local communities. So I won't go on at length about those. What I will highlight that is in New South Wales there are 400 men's sheds, which is about 26,000 men impacted by their local shed every day. We were established, the Australian Men's Shed Association, in 2007 to support the men's shed movement. Since then, we've seen a growth of 50 sheds to 1,300 sheds nationally, about 2,500 sheds worldwide in 12 countries. The New South Wales Government is actually quite a large stakeholder in the men's shed movement in New South Wales, given that a lot of sheds operate on Crown land. And the men's shed community is a hugely underutilised resource and channel for improving health outcomes as a preventative as well as an early intervention. We have 12 staff that look after 1,300 sheds nationally and 1 person dedicated to those 400 sheds in New South Wales. Prevention is far less expensive than reaction. Sheds reach priority population groups as well as the general population, primarily older men, but that intersects with so many other community groups when you consider the amount of activities and the reach that men's sheds have, particularly in regional and rural communities. As identified, particularly in the last conversation that I was here and lucky to witness, the world is rapidly changing, and that's impacting people of all ages. And for us, we focus on older men, and some of the highlights of the other conversations were around that connectivity being a huge gap. The shed provides a hugely important resource, and we're excited to be here and contribute to this inquiry.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate having you all here. I might start with mentoring men. Could you give me a bit more information? We have a lot of submissions from a lot of organisations, but yours seems to be quite specific about dealing with loneliness, which is a bit unusual. Others are social organisations, but yours seems to have that right at the heart of what you were set up to do. So we could talk a bit more about that, but also I wasn't entirely clear on what you do. Yeah. So mentorship is a big kind of concept. I wasn't sure who your mentors and mentees are, where you get them from, what your sort of governance structure is, who's behind it, that kind of thing. So I wondered if you could just help me understand a bit more your organisation.
Yeah, absolutely. And if, someone who came on this year to Mentoring Men, it took me a little while to get my head around too, so I appreciate the question. So Mentoring Men started 6 years ago with the founder actually doing some mentoring for youth himself, and then he, looking for some life mentorship, he looked around and couldn't find any. He could find kind of business mentorship but couldn't find life mentorship for men. So he started up the organisation. And very early on, it started to get using the UCLA for data to collect data on loneliness, hence why we have that kind of embedded into our program. And it's for men 18 and over. Volunteers come on board that want to mentor other men. They get trained to be a mentor through our trainings, and then they can be either face-to-face or online. They go and we match them with someone who is seeking to have a mentor in their life. And that can be for a couple of months, or it can go on for a number of years.
So who are the people seeking mentors, and how do they know to come to you?
It can be anyone. So anyone 18 to, I think our eldest mentee is 74. And it's people that are recognising that something within their life they need a little bit more kind of support around. It can be a transition from work to retirement. It can be around relationship issues, addiction issues, mental health challenges. I was speaking to a 20-year-old boy the other day who just wanted to find someone to kind of talk to because he was self-proclaimed socially awkward himself and finding it hard to navigate the world and that he stepped out of school. So it can be anyone from any walk of life, and it's across cultures, cross communities.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. Top Blokes, if I could ask you, you mentioned in your submission that young men and boys may not have access to organic opportunities for meaningful social connection. And I remember, I'm pretty sure in your submission, some quotes from, I guess, some of your youth ambassadors about, school not necessarily filling that function either. So why is it that there aren't these opportunities, and what are you proposing could help?
Yeah, so what we're hearing from young males is that ability to create depth in their relationships. So they're finding that a lot of their relationships can be quite superficial, and particularly online or what have you. So what they're looking for is ways to connect more meaningfully, and they're really looking for those opportunities. So when we create a group at Top Blokes, we might have boys from different sort of regions or different backgrounds, and creating space for openness and vulnerability, we find those boys really thrive in those situations. So they're looking for more spaces for them to have vulnerability and openness with their friends. But they're finding when they're at school, they're mainly having to wear a mask or feel like they're playing a character sometimes, so that they can't really show their authentic and true self.
Can I ask, it's not intended to be a provocative question, but it was going through my mind as I read your submission, particularly because I think you have some programs that are targeted to reduce kind of the attraction of extremist kind of ideologies. The name Top Blokes to me, and you spoke about sort of masculinity and how it's perceived, and that being a contributor to perhaps not wanting to share personal experience. Top Blokes to me seems like a particularly Anglo, a particular version of masculinity. And I just wondered, why was that chosen, and how do you appeal to broader groups with? Yeah, it's been intriguing me since I read what you're trying to do, and it just, yeah.
Yes, it's a great question. So I think a lot of times when you look at that, when we talk to a young man and say, what do you think a top bloke is? And if we can break down that, actually they are someone that's there for someone, they show, they support each other, they're there for their mates. That's the sort of values and ideals that we want to promote in our young people. Mm-hmm. So by sometimes taking back that maybe that traditional and stoic version of masculinity and something like calling someone a top bloke, we can sort of claim it back and say we want our young men to act in a way where they are the role models of our community.
Mm. Ms. Jaron, did you have something to add there?
Yeah, just to add to that, and Dan might be able to give some more details, but we work across so many different types of communities and lots of different types of young males as well. We've actually got quite a few neurodivergent young males that we work with, so we are managing to connect with a real diversity of young males. And it's interesting listening to them. We ran a focus group in putting together this submission, and hearing what they say about, as Dan said, they're dealing with so much at school. And if you look at the school suspension rates, young males are heavily overrepresented among groups that are getting suspended from school. So there's a lot going on in school for them, and they're looking for those opportunities outside of school, but it's hard for them to access those, and it's not happening naturally, which is where Top Blokes kind of opens up another world for them.
Mm. Thank you. Ms. Bredenhart, one of the things we've been hearing about throughout the inquiry and in the submissions is, that community organisations do provide that social connection and we should be encouraging them. And I guess one of the dilemmas is, how do you get people to engage? And I wondered, men's sheds are quite a well-known, I think, type of group. But I wondered, how do men usually get involved, or how do they grow, and how are you extending the reach and getting to people to be engaged, which is one of the things we're trying to grapple with?
Well, and it's a growing challenge for sheds too, particularly given the ageing membership. That's something that we've just found as a growing issue for men's sheds in our latest member survey. The importance and the success of sheds is that they are started and owned by the community. So the growth of the movement is really that someone or a group of men and women, I will say there are a very large number of women behind the men's shed movement, have come together and have created that group and have worked really hard to, whether it's build the shed or find that location. So that sense of ownership, I think, is really important. One thing that we're working with sheds is to find ways that will bring other groups into the shed and highlight what the shed's all about. One of my CEO tells a really great story about the fact that, particularly for men, when you get them together and put them in a room with nothing but themselves, and everyone will sit down and they might have a few chats about the weather or something quite surface level, but you put a broken mower in the middle of the room and someone will go and have a look and might have a tinker, and someone else might come over and they'll begin working shoulder to shoulder, and what moves from a surface level conversation will really extend further. So I guess, yes, it is a known challenge of getting them in the door, and what keeps them is that there is something, a purpose and something bringing them together. We're working on a few programs that will, as I said, get them in the door and sort of keep them there with the shed itself.
That's interesting. I mean, we did hear just from View, which is a women's organisation, who also said having a purpose was a reason that got people together. So I wouldn't want us to get too gendered on that either.
No.
But thank you for that. I might quickly whip round and see if we have questions from others in the committee.
Can we go first this time, man?
Dr. Con. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Barrett.
I'll start with the men's shed, if that's all right. A question that I put to the CWA as well. The dual benefits of an organisation such as the men's shed, where if I join the men's shed, I'm, I guess, working on my own loneliness, but then the men's shed as an organisation has other impacts throughout the community. Can you just touch on that?
Absolutely.
How else that men's shed reduces loneliness?
Absolutely. The men's shed, particularly in the last 5 years, have really had a pivotal point of evolution. They're very well known. They're dealing with that transition to retirement, particularly piece, and supporting men through that part of their lives where they're changing from a sphere of work, and that's where much of their purpose and friendship world was placed, and starting to work at the shed. Because of that well-known element, now sheds are becoming integrated into other community organisations. They do work for local primary schools. We have run some great programs where we connect the local school with the local shed, and on Planet Ark's Tree Day they get together and plant saplings at the school or in another community asset. So it's becoming more than what's within the shed, and they're participating in activities that extend through many other community groups and organisations.
Great, thank you. And Top Blokes Foundation, I want to expand this outside just the traditional view of clubs being footy clubs and that sort of stuff. You talk specifically about exploring sense of identity outside dominant forms of masculinity. Can you just touch on that very briefly, what that includes, what that actually means?
Yeah, so I think that can include anything. So sometimes we do pigeonhole young men in that, yeah, they should join the footy club, they should join, play basketball or sports or what have you. But any opportunity we have for young men to get together, even arts, drama, all sorts of different activities where young men are encouraged to get together and do these activities. Similar to what Menshed have already spoken about, if we add, a group where there is a bit of purpose and we add purpose to young men's lives, that gives them more opportunities to get together and discuss. So I think some people can feel quite isolated, that the only advice they get is to go join the local footy club, which is good advice, but not for everyone.
And I guess from within those clubs, a lot of the things, without rehashing the submission, and perhaps Mrs. Gray, you can touch on this as well, you talk about things like the sense of belonging, the identifying with groups, building rapport with others, mentors, the role models, and in particular that sustained engagement. Those clubs often deliver those things? Question mark. Mrs. Gray, maybe you can touch on that before we come back to that.
I think yes, they have the opportunity to. And I think that that's what we need to think about when we're talking about loneliness and any opportunity in the community, is everything has the opportunity to build these connections and sense of belonging. And I might leave it to my colleague, but I think it's important to say that loneliness, just attending, we're finding isn't the skills set that we need to have. Do you want to speak more to that?
With mentoring men, we kind of take the view that Australian men are really capable. They're informed, educated, worldly. They have all these abilities. And they're wanting to contribute. That's been our experience. They want to contribute. They want to get out there and do something. And they just haven't quite recognised their skills. So what we do is we put them through a really brief training program. It has empathy skills in it, active listening, and a bit of self-care, and practicing gratitude to an extent. And then these guys get over the line. So they're connecting up. We put them in a relationship. So we're not really in an organisation, which you mentioned earlier. We're loose. We're real loose. So these guys start getting these skills and connecting. We put them in a relationship, one-to-one. One guy's listening. It's the mentee's journey, not the mentor, which is really significant because it's different from organisational, business, military, political mentoring. There isn't that power of the mentor so much. The mentor's the listener. And we just grounded this in straight out Rogerian psychology, which is active listening, humanistic, and a bit of social work to lean into discomfort and to meet the person where they are. But what we found with our guys now is they're extending. They're extending all the time. And it's really encouraging because the conversation over the back fence goes from how's the lemon tree coming along to, gee, that must be really tough with your boss. And one story after another, or the barbecue where the bloke comes out and goes, oh, my relationship's broken down, which is a big body of where the mentees come from, I might add. People go through a distress, there's a life event, and they reach out. And we've got these guys regular guys, but what's regular, I don't really know. So that's where we're coming from. Like I look at Menshed, fantastic, right? The constructionist, you get the lawnmower there, and then this other stuff happens. We kind of go past the lawnmower and try to give that guy these skills to just, the relationship is it. Right. That's it. And then they're going, and some of these guys are going for it. They're setting up their own groups, they're self-organising, and they're doing it in their communities. So I'm not sure if I addressed the question, but...
That's all right, because I do now want to lead into Mr. Allers if I can, because your recommendation in particular talks about investing in initiatives that promote standards engagement, such as clubs and activity in sport. What does that look like? How do we help these clubs, exist in an environment where they're dwindling, and how do we help them play the role that we want them to play, not just in teaching kids how to make paper aeroplanes or people how to make paper aeroplanes, but also in that mentor and connectedness role?
Yeah, so that comes back to educating people on how to facilitate groups, facilitate groups and spaces and allow those conversations to happen, letting them understand that young men really want to have these spaces to open up. So if we can empower our clubs and groups into being more than just teaching the skills of paper airplane building as your example, but then when you've got a group of men, encouraging conversations and giving them more space and education in that space.
Can I add to that? The focus group that we ran really highlighted years 7 to 9 as critical transition points for young males, as well as primary school to high school. And something that was flagged was that young males in that age group that might have been very intensively involved in community sporting groups sometimes transition out of those groups during that year 7 to 9 phase. So they'll stop doing the community sports that they were once doing, and that this can contribute to feelings of loneliness and social isolation that might be newer for them. And so this is where this recommendation is coming from. And it doesn't have to be sport, because as Dan said, not everybody's into that. Other opportunities as well. And I note that in the submissions from Origin and Youth Action, they're advocating for spaces for young people. And that's really important. That's come out of our focus group too, and what we've heard from the young males that we work with. But also what happens, I think this is what you're saying, what happens in those spaces is really important too. And this is where the mentoring relationship that the Top Blokes youth workers have with young males can be a great example of how that prolonged relationship, as you outlined before, can really help young males feel like they can be themselves and that they can connect deeply, not just with the mentor, but with the young people around them as well, because we know that peer group will be the ultimate influence no matter what we do, right? It's all about the friends. So the model has a lot that it could offer in those kind of areas or spaces outside of school.
But it's an important aspect of that those clubs and organisations are there so they can play that role.
Offer that space for young people, yeah.
Can we somehow get in Hansard the unanimous nodding at the bench?
Can I?
If I may, we have similar evidence too. So young men, so men in their 20s, finish sport, and this is an isolating event. And
Thank you.
And that's an isolating event.
I've got questions lining up. I might just check in with Mrs. McLaren-Jones to see. No? Dr. Conn?
Questions, which is why I didn't want to go first. My first question was to mentoring men. In your submission, you talked about having an Arabic-speaking men's group, which is really excellent. There's been a lot of evidence around culturally and linguistically diverse communities being particularly at risk. I know we're going to have some stakeholders from those communities at some stage, but can you talk about the process of setting that up and how it was received?
Absolutely, and I absolutely won't speak to the community in terms of, let them speak for themselves. But what we found is that, there can be many reasons that lead to loneliness, but that opportunity for, just as we talked, to go to the local club, but then no one speaks my language or I don't really understand the cultural norms here, it can be really a big setback. And also, as we're talking about, kind of mentioned before, that loneliness can become, I can have a conversation with you and still feel very lonely in it because I'm actually not getting to that connection engagement that I'm really seeking, and it's another layer, right, that we're talking about. So with these groups, we used our foundations of our mentoring men's foundations, but we went and worked with the community and found a community facilitator for their groups, because we alongside have a group, and that invited that cultural safety, which is incredibly important, along with other safety, as Top Blokes has talked about for youth. Having the facilitator being Arabic himself and being able to invite that in, and us being kind of just more on the side, kind of supporting how it to happen. What we saw was they all felt that they had a space at the room. They all had an opportunity to feel like they can practice the skills of mentoring that we had given them in a place that they fed off each other, and the results were that they felt more connected and they felt like they had more, richer conversations with each other and broke down some barriers that I think what we see and you can hear a lot about is men don't seek help, men don't kind of talk up, and we're seeing the exact opposite actually. You give them the right space, just as Top Bloke's saying with the youth, you give them the right space and they walk into it, and just so that was for that Arabic cultural mentoring, we saw that as well.
Thank you. And one more, if I may. I wanted to ask Top Blokes about social media. It's been a hot political topic recently, but there obviously is an unmet need for support and guidance to navigate social media so that it can actually be a helpful tool rather than something that's harmful. What have you heard from the young men that you're working with, or how might government be able to support people to use social media better?
Well, it is a complex issue that obviously we're hearing from young men that they can have, yes, lots of connections, but the depth of those connections can be quite shallow. And what they are looking for is deep connections. So, but on the other hand, certain groups from marginalised communities that maybe are looking for their sense of community, the way they find those communities is online. So what we do need to do is help young men build deeper connections and be safer in the way they do build those connections, particularly online as well.
And that's come through around the issues of extremist content and also pornography as well. So the online environment is one that is, like Dan said, complex, critical for them, but also, you know, they see the downsides and they've spoken to us about it. It's in the submission as well. And, you know, we've got lots of reflections in the submission to the inquiry on the effects of harmful pornography too. So, yeah, above all, I suppose that it's complicated is the main takeaway. But young people have the young males we've spoken to have lots of ideas as well. And so we would be really happy to work with the committee to connect you to young people so you can hear those perspectives directly, because they can give you that direct insight into the problem as they see it. And then they've got a lot of ideas about things that could help.
Thank you. That's a really helpful suggestion.
Thank you. Mr. Dion.
To actually explore the extremism question, perhaps if you could maybe explain your understanding of the nexus between sort of social isolation of young men and the preponderance to embrace extremism, and how that interaction works from your experience.
Yeah, sure. Social isolation and feelings of loneliness, we understand, can make young people more vulnerable to being exposed to and influenced by extremism. And we know this is an issue that has been in the media a lot lately. And, you know, this happens, I think, with young people because there's a lot of emotional and cognitive processes that happen during that adolescent period as well. Sense of belonging, sense of connection, strong sense of identity, protective factors, but they also might be weaker in people of that age group. So in this respect, social isolation and loneliness can contribute to a person's radicalisation or exposure to extremist content, and obviously has massive impacts on individuals and communities. So Dan, did you want to reflect on what we're seeing in the classrooms?
Yeah, so what we were lucky enough to get a grant to work in a particular region specifically targeting extremism. And what we actually found more than anything was that a lot of what the boys they were just parroting a lot of what they were seeing. There was possibly a bit of an echo chamber of how they were hearing about topics, hearing about particular people, hearing about themselves. And so what we found is once we gave them even just a sounding board by having our mentors stand up and say, what do you mean by that? Or have you actually thought about this in a different way? Building on their empathy and their critical thinking skills, that then started to make the boys consider what they're actually thinking, where they weren't necessarily getting that opposite side of the view.
I had one other question, which was just, all three organisations dealing with masculinity, and I want to, obviously there's various types of masculinities. Is there something that's happening in terms of masculinity and masculinities that is driving the phenomena of social isolation and loneliness? Or do you think you're responding as, you've obviously got a target group around dealing with men, and loneliness is just one of those features that you've encountered that you want to address? Or is there something inherent in what's happening to masculinity that might be actually exacerbating the phenomena of feeling socially isolated or lonely?
Good question. So there's traditional masculinity, hegemonic masculinity, which we're all signing up to, nice white fellas, and it's fracturing. We're getting broader about it. So we think that there's this set masculinity but it's not the same norm that it was. So there are caring masculinities, there's inclusive masculinities, there's a broadening of it, if anything. If anything, we have feminism, but we don't have masculinism. We've just got patriarchy, which was sunk in. So men are somewhat limited, but they're now starting to see outside this, I think. We're being informed by more diverse thinking, particularly coming out of, say, feminism and things like that. So it's easy, I think, for people to fall into that trope and say, oh, we can't express ourselves. But on the contrary, once you give men those skills and shore them up, they're going for it. I think that when we talk about people getting, say, in an isolation chamber or an echo chamber, things like that, if people are lonely, they're not reaching out. Isn't that the point of loneliness? You're not quite doing that. But we keep asking people to reach out. But shouldn't we give people the skills to reach in? And in some ways, masculinity is broadening. And we're having greater diversity, which is helpful, I would think. So I'd encourage the idea that we are broadening and people are communicating a great deal. And so when we talk about masculinity, and Australia is in some ways leaders in this, especially in gender studies and things like that. So we are broadening out, but we have to include all these different diversities around them and understand them.
And I think what we're seeing is that when men are coming to ask for support, they're seeing that I've done all the right things, I've got the job, I've got the family, I'm having some issues, but I don't know how to do that second skill set. And what we're noticing is when they're kind of given that permission to go there and to talk, they actually do, and that breaks that kind of loneliness. So I think, the social media, the social kind of rhetoric that we hear can sometimes be disparaging to men and feel like, oh, hang on, it's just me that's going through these problems. But then when we allow and we create space, as everyone's talked about and the women in the CWA talked about too, we create that space. I think we're seeing a really big change, and that's the opportunity, but the others speak.
If I could add as well, I think a lot of the young men feel that they're asked to play a particular role within their masculinity. So when they turn up to school, they're expected to play a role. Sometimes that's being then, teachers are expecting them to play a role. They feel like they're wearing a mask and not able to share their true authentic self. So what we're trying to express to our young people is that it's not about not being masculine, but at the same time, it's about embracing all parts of yourself, having the tools that when you need to be caring, you can be, but when you also need to be assertive and those more masculine traits, you can also do that, and to allow our young people to show their authentic self when they need to, and it's about that safety of being able to share it, be able to take a mask off when you need to take the mask off and share important things about yourself. So we do an activity where we get them to share in a group where they write what it is they show when they turn up at school. These are the traits that they want everyone to feel, but then on the inside it's what they actually don't. They're not telling everyone, and then we share that in the space. And most of the time, they're feeling the same thing, and they can then build that connection with each other because they know that they're all in the same boat.
Can I add that that's also not age specific? So we see the same things across the whole spectrum of age groups as well. So similar experiences, and men in sheds at the moment are typically 55 and over, and have lived a very different life to the boys and teenagers that are coming through now. So we're experiencing some of those identity issues as well.
Could I ask you, Ms. Bredenhahn, in your submission, one of the recommendations is to integrate men's shed programs with local health services. And I'm sort of intrigued about what that might look like, or how you would see this happening, or have you seen any of this occurring?
I guess in an informal way. So sheds are certainly not, we wouldn't like to see them move into a clinical space, because where they're really successful is that they're not. But by working alongside primary health networks and localising services, connecting those shed communities and those men with their local health services in a really informal and accessible way, we know that will improve their when they seek help in that cycle of issues. So as you referred to earlier, men do seek help, but what we know from the research is that it's typically a little bit later in the process, and sort of where we step in is that prevention.
Excellent. Well, unfortunately, we're at the end of our time, but I want to say thank you very much for your submissions, for being here today, but also for the work that you're attempting to do in the community as well.
Sorry, Chair. Mr. Anderson suggested you had some research about the people leaving sporting clubs and the impact that had. I just wondered whether we could ask him to table that.
We certainly could ask. Mr. Henderson, would you be prepared to take on notice that research you said you had about boys and young men leaving organised sport?
Sure.
Okay.
So that evidence, some of it comes from both Australia and overseas, and there's
great. So, and I think there might have been some other things we asked to take on notice. There may also be some supplementary questions. So the Secretariat will be in touch about that and the timing of that. But again, thank you so much for being prepared to share with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Ms. Robinson, and I think we have Miss Elwyn Wilson virtually.
Yes.
Thank you both very much for joining us and giving the time to give evidence. We are going to ask each of you to state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation. Ms. Elwyn Wilson, we might start with you. Have you got an... Yes. You're on mute, sorry.
My name is Madison Owen Wilson.
And have you got an oath or affirmation there? Have we sent you? Yes, if you'd like to read that.
I've got one.
Yes, if you'd like to read it out, that'd be great. Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robinson.
I, Zoe Robinson, the New South Wales Advocate for Children and Young People, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And do either or both of you have a short statement that you'd like to read?
Madison has an opening statement.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to start by thanking you for allowing me to speak here today and telling you a little bit more about me and my experience with loneliness. My name is Maddie and I'm an 18-year-old uni student from the Central Coast region. When we typically think of a young person that is suffering due to loneliness, we often paint a specific picture in our minds of what that person may be like. But that is far from the truth. Loneliness and social isolation can affect anyone, something that is becoming ever more prevalent with the rise of loneliness. If you had told me 5 years ago that I'd be sitting here today to discuss the impacts that loneliness had on me, I probably wouldn't have believed you. As a child, I was always extremely outgoing, having no shortage of friends. But still, despite that, I found myself spending a large majority of my teen years without a single person I could call a friend. My 15th, 16th, and 17th birthdays, not having a party due to the fact that I just didn't have anyone to invite. So what are some of the catalysts for this, and how does that reflect on the experiences of other young people also suffering from loneliness throughout New South Wales? One of the biggest events that I'm sure you will not be surprised is the effects of COVID-19. The isolation caused by the lockdowns led me and many young people across the country to withdraw from social situations and groups, something that many people are still feeling the effects of today. Another catalyst for me was my alternative schooling. I was not a person that thrived at school. I love learning and absorbing new information, but for me, I found school itself to be a little overwhelming. I made the decision to leave school and instead decided to study at TAFE. This is not a decision that I regret. However, this doesn't change the fact that during my time at TAFE, I was simply not able to build close relationships with any of my fellow students. This is because TAFE is an adult learning environment, my course in particular not having anyone under the age of 25 except me. This led to an isolating experience. The effects of loneliness and social isolation affects many aspects of a person's health, including their physical and mental health, something that was also reflected in my experience. Loneliness, especially in young people, can have an effect on their social and communication skills. Missing out on the crucial social developments that happen throughout your early life and teen years can have a direct impact on how you communicate and engage with people for the rest of your life. I would also like to note the effects that the cost of living and the rental crisis have had on loneliness. I'm a person who grew up in unstable housing and moved around a lot as a child. This no doubt played an impact on my social life and my ability to make deeper friendships, especially in my later years. To sum everything up, loneliness is not something that only affects a particular group of people. It is something that could happen to anyone at any time. It is also something that can be particularly devastating for younger people as they may not have the right knowledge or tools to help them out of a situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We very much appreciate that. Ms. Robertson, did you have any opening remarks?
No.
No. Okay. Well, we might jump straight in with questions. And Ms. Elvine Wilson, I might start with you. Thank you again for giving us that overview and your experience. We do very much appreciate and value that. One of the things that we have seen across a lot of submissions, and of course there's been a lot of publicity around, is social media. And we're trying to, I guess, kind of figure out and understand what people think the benefits and pitfalls of social media is with regards to connectedness and loneliness. And I wondered if you could maybe describe from your experience whether you see social media, and I know social media is a term that covers a lot, so please feel free to be a bit more specific, and if I don't understand what you're talking about, I will ask. But if you could give us your experience of social media and its benefits or pitfalls when it comes to overcoming loneliness.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I found social media was the only way that I was really able to stay connected to people my age when I wasn't physically engaging with them, if that makes sense. So even though I was not hanging out with people my age, I didn't have friends my age, I was still able to have an idea of what was kind of going on, what the trends were, what people were talking about. So I wasn't able to feel too disconnected from people my age, and that if I didn't have that and if I wasn't able to stay connected to what was going on, now having friends and having that connection, I would not understand, I think, 90% of what people are talking about if I didn't have it available to me on social media. I mean, I do think social media can enable people, I guess, to maybe stay home and not seek social connection, but I also think it gives a lot of people that social connection as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for that. And can I ask, as I said, we use a generic term, social media. Are there channels or mediums that are better or worse, do you think?
I guess it's such a broad term that all social media sites are quite different and they operate really differently. For me personally, I would mainly stay on YouTube and TikTok. They were kind of my two. I feel like Instagram is more for talking to people, so when you don't have people to talk to, it's not really one that you may use as much.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think TikTok is very prevalent and like very big at the moment, like with people.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
People.
And Ms. Robertson, I wondered if you could give, I guess, more of a macro view of the sort of what we know about social media benefits and you know, downsides, I guess.
So obviously we've done a lot of work in this space with young people and hearing directly from them. They would recognise some of their own pitfalls, and they see that. They overwhelmingly, however, can see that there is a benefit in terms of that connection and community, and especially when you're talking about some priority cohorts. So when you're talking about those in regional areas, when you're talking about those in the LGBTQI plus area. And on Monday I had a conversation with someone who talked about their daughter with a disability and the fact that they created an online community to assist them in kind of their own experiences in a regional area and sharing that. So children and young people are the best to talk to about what's going on in social media. In saying that, they also recognise that there is good and bad. And in the work that we've done, there are particular platforms they would talk about. So they talk about that they see that Snapchat and TikTok might be more on the not great side of things, but they still recognise the issues on those platforms so they can identify it. The things that they're talking about that they want assistance with is more around that education piece around misinformation and disinformation, more about how they can work with their parents and communities to understand the good that can come from that. But in terms of when we're talking about social connection, I think certainly when you think about the COVID time for these particular young people who existed through COVID, if we didn't have access to that, there would have been limited connection. And I'm not just talking about in your immediate community. I'm talking about, we saw great programs where people in the city were writing to people in regional areas and trying to engage that way as well. So there have been some good examples of how we can use it to build our community beyond our immediate community. But I mean, they've got a really balanced view on this. They recognise that there are things that happen that are not great on social media, but they want education and they want assistance in that, and they also want us to hold the big companies accountable for that and look at the algorithms, not just say you can't do it.
Okay, yes, thank you for that. I have some more questions, but I might go to my colleagues to see if there are others. Mrs. McLaren-Jones.
Thank you very much. Ms. Robertson, in your report, you talked about some of the barriers for young people accessing supports. And I'm interested to know, and I suppose hear a little bit more from your perspective and potentially Maddie's as well, just about what those barriers are, because we've heard throughout this morning there's some amazing programs that are running in different organisations or in schools, and then I want to understand why is it that there is this disconnect between whether it's getting to these young people or the young people being able to reach out.
So I think there's layers to that depending obviously on where you are living and what you have access to. So we have heard obviously in the cost of living work that we did, the expense, which includes the expense to travel to some of these places, but also if there is a cost associated with receiving that. And we're talking about everything from kind of a social activity to actually accessing things that might support your mental health and wellness. You also have, as you heard this morning and from the people immediately before me, that barrier in terms of stigma that might be attached to reaching out in terms of saying that. And when we're talking about loneliness, children and young people are probably using words more like belonging, connectedness, community, as opposed to identifying it necessarily as loneliness, although Maddie has very clearly articulated how that can feel and for some young people. But also then you have in some places the tyranny of distance, which is still a reality. I was in the Northern Rivers on Monday and there are a lot of things that might exist in a community, but if you can't get to it and there isn't transport that allows you to get to that, then you are not necessarily, and we're not even just talking about, the ability to play for a sporting team or any of that stuff. It is the fact that you might not be able to get from A to B when there is Santa photos happening in Lismore and they want the community to come in for that, but if you can't get there, you can't participate in that as well. So there are the layers to it in terms of you've got one end which might be the stigma and the fear of wanting to acknowledge that this might be what you're going through, versus all of the kind of other cost of living parameters, travel parameters that it can exist for some people.
Is it simple, and we heard this earlier about the need for obviously greater digital connectivity, particularly in the regions. Can some of this be as simple as ensuring that's addressed, or is it much broader and saying, no, it's just you do need to address the transport issues, you need to address the funding and being able to participate in these programs?
I think it is all of those things. I think especially if we're going to be talking about children and young people and the things that they should be doing, if we don't believe that they should just be existing in an online community, then you have to create the space for them to go into different communities as well. So absolutely, the ability for it to be a positive connection, and I don't mean that in terms of like 4G and 5G networks, although that would be very useful in some of these areas to ensure that we've invested in the infrastructure that allows that. But I think you have to have all of it. I think you have to have accessibility in terms of online, but if it is that we are trying to work with a balance between children and young people being online but also in a community, you have to provide that to them as well. And it is sometimes the fact that transport is expensive or there is no transport.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go. You touched on bullying in your submission as an isolating factor. As one of the solutions to that, I can't remember if it's in this one or another one, the idea of sort of finding your tribe, finding your people, so you don't feel that isolation. Can we just touch on how important that might be?
I mean, Maddie, you might have something to add to that in terms of your alternative school experience, but so important for young people finding, even when young people will tell us about what they want in terms of services, they're talking about peer-to-peer support. They really want that consistency of people like them or people that they can relate to being around them. And so the importance of having people who, have had similar experiences to you, but that is so important. That is part of everyone's experience in terms of a school community, a university community, a working community, all of that finding people that, have experienced the same things about where you live, experienced the same things about your school community, all of that is so important in terms of foundational strength for children and young people as they move through the stages of life.
Did you want to add to that, Maddie? Or should...
Yeah, I mean, I guess for a lot of people who are in that situation where they may feel very isolated and very alone, they really want that community. But when you're in that situation where you maybe haven't engaged with people for such a long time, the idea of joining, people in a group of people can seem very daunting. Yeah.
So is that...
It's easier said than done, yeah.
Yeah, but there is that, and again, back to your submission, there is that sort of want for these younger people to join those groups, to find those organisations, be involved in those activities?
From a young person's perspective?
Yeah.
Yes. One of the things that we would hear in every single consultation I think we've ever done is we would like these things to exist, and then sometimes we say they do exist and they go, well, we don't necessarily know that they exist in our community. How do we access it? Where is that information? Where is it consistently placed? So sometimes it is that things do exist, but children and young people don't know exist because we haven't done a particularly good job of engaging them in the platforms that perhaps they would find out about these things, or that there's still kind of potential barriers to engaging in that. So it might not be the right age cohort, it might run from a certain time. There are still a number of programs that may not run after school hours. And so if you're at school and the program runs at a time where you can't even engage in it, then that's problematic in of itself. So they will always talk about wanting activities, things to do, ways that they can engage, but sometimes it is that we just haven't done a very good job of reaching them.
One follow-up and then I'll go to Dr.
Okay, sure, yeah. And you talked about the transport earlier as being one of those prohibitive measures. How much is the cost of living another one of those prohibitive measures to stop people being involved in those activities?
I mean, cost of living, and again, I think Maddie touched on it in her opening statement, is a big thing. And I've said it before in other inquiries around specifically cost of living. One of the also problems is this rhetoric that they just have to do without, when actually that social connection and being able to engage and have dinner and go to concerts and be in places where your community, your tribe are, that's fundamental to connection and the kind of growth that young people want to be on. So the cost of living is stopping young people from being able to do those additional things. And even if it's things like you might be doing a creative arts course or a sports course, all of that becomes incredibly expensive. Again, in the Northern Rivers on Monday, talking about the cost of going to a children's holiday program, that's prohibitive for particular young children. So it's having a huge impact. And as a result, we're seeing more young people make choices about whether they have dinner or they feed themselves or they pay their electricity so that they can actually go and do some of the things that they might want to do.
Thank you.
Dr. Conn.
Thank you. Two questions, if I may. Ms. Robinson, I understand that your office has recently done a significant body of work speaking with young people in alternative care arrangements and out-of-home care, who I think we can all appreciate are a particularly vulnerable cohort. Do you have particular recommendations for us in terms of connecting with that cohort? And I suppose I wanted to pull out there's a really distressing quote in your written submission from a young person who said, we weren't really allowed to socialise outside of school, so we weren't actually allowed to meet up with friends.
Yeah, there has been, there's layers in that in terms of, I remember one young person in that inquiry telling me that by being in care, they had lost a number of friends and they also weren't allowed to have access to a phone, so they couldn't connect with them in that way. And so I think that young person talks about losing between 30 and 40 friends simply because they didn't have access to communication devices and they were in care. I think when we're thinking about, and Maddie talked about it in terms of that alternative education, one of the things that often happens if you are in these placements is that you are moved out of your community and you are put in accommodation that is somewhere else, and that immediately disrupts a young person, but it also immediately removes them from their community and their connections and their friendships. So things to consider, like making sure that if you are in a care arrangement, that it is prioritised. What is your community and what does that mean to you? And if we can, as much as possible, ensure that you remain connected into an education setting that was your education setting that you had been a part of. So that's one in particular. Also reconsidering things like children and young people often talked about the fact that, and particularly young children would talk about the fact that they just wouldn't ask for a sleepover or they wouldn't have friends over because of and I understand why it exists, but because you had to have a working with children's checks and all the family that they were going to stay with had to have that. And so you just stopped asking for it because it just became, for some of them would talk about it was embarrassing to ask for that and having to own that. But it was just the complexity of saying, can someone come stay this weekend, or can I go stay somewhere this weekend? And someone saying, that might take 2 weeks for approval. Also things like they talked a lot about animals and having access and connection to animals and how pets really mattered to them. And I think all of us who are pet owners know the value they play in our lives. And so there's probably some things that we consider about how do we work within the framework that is appropriate to ensure that all children and young people are safe. And if they're not safe, if they have to not be at home and they're in a care setting, that we can just relax some of those things to make sure that they can get the connections of the things that they want. A big one would be, though, that education piece, making sure that they can stay in the school that perhaps they had been in for a period of time and making sure we work with education around that.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask this, there was a lot in the submission around local places for young people to gather and connect or have local events. To what extent does local government engage with and understand the needs of young people?
Local government, certainly in the time that I've been in this role, has really come on a wonderful journey in terms of, having young people, young councils or youth councils that they work with, having young people sitting on their councils, having young people design it. So there is Julia Reserve out in Camden, which is a really beautiful example of a co-located service where services that serve young people can all come into that space. But the space was actually designed by young people. Our office has done a piece of work with the Lismore Library about redesigning that library, and young people have had contributed to that. So we've seen them really come on this journey and engage in the fact that they also want to know what is the right spaces and how to invest in it. Basketball courts are one thing, but also people who might we've done some work with some of the young people in pod villages about training them in terms of river swimming and fishing, and so making sure that the council and the right people are on that journey as well, because that's what young people themselves are saying they want to be able to do and learn. So they have a big role to play, and I would say that there are a number of amazing councils out there who are acknowledging that and working with young people to design appropriate spaces.
Is there anything the New South Wales government could or should be doing to facilitate that work to happen, or replicate the good work that's happened in some councils in others?
Yeah, I think lifting up that work and recognising that it's not difficult to engage young people in the design of that, and it's really possible, and seeing some of it. I think obviously that investment in that local communities to be able to design that so that it's not necessarily attached to sport or a particular thing in that region, but that's given that freedom to say what is it that our young people actually want, what does a hub look like in our community, how do we make that work. So I think those investments and grants that exist are incredibly important, but making them not so specific that you can't necessarily think, because if you don't want to build a netball court, for example, because that's not the predominant sport in your area, but creativity is, or again, Northern Rivers marine work is one of the big things up there, giving people freedom to design what it is that will benefit the young people in that community.
Thanks.
Could I ask, maybe just following on from Dr. Con's question, if you'd be prepared on notice to perhaps provide us with a few of those, a bit more detail and a few of the best examples?
Yes, we have a showcase online, in fact, which it wasn't me spruiking that, but it has come to my memory that actually we've done a piece of work about highlighting great work that's been done by other organisations and councils. So
Excellent.
on notice I can provide more, yes.
No, that's great, because we are doing a lot of talking about, what can we do and what are the examples. So it's really helpful for us to be able to see them. Thank you very much for that. Mr. D'Adam, did you? No. Mr. Barrett?
I will do. I guess we talk about the space. And I think we've used space interchangeably throughout this inquiry as a physical space and also the safe space, the group of people to go through. But you touched on the basketball courts or netball courts or whatever there. How critical is that to people, just to have somewhere they go that they feel comfortable, they feel is their area?
I think it's really important for young people because, as we know, when you have a sense of agency or ownership over something, it takes immense pride in it. And I was in Nyngan earlier this year, and they have an incredible indoor basketball court that is phenomenal. But it's not just for basketball, of course. Like, it's for anything that the young people want to do. And off that is an amazing youth space for young people to go into as well. And the nice thing about that is that it's almost undefined. It's a beautiful building, it's air conditioned, it's all the things that will attract children and young people to that space. But then what's happening in that space is a matter for what children and young people can do. So what I would say is that demonstrates that both a physical space is important, but they feel comfortable going into that space. You know, it's got their artwork in it, it's got their people in it. So I think the most successful versions of hubs, or whatever you want to call them, are those that the young people themselves have had ownership in terms of the design of, and then also it provides that kind of good space for them to do the activities that they're interested in, but they feel like it's theirs. They feel like if you scuff a wall, for example, it's not going to be a huge issue, but you can do something about it. You know, the fact that they've got their handprints all over it, or it's their murals that they've painted, that they get to choose what happens in that space, what programs come in, all of that stuff really does matter to young people, because then they have the ownership over it. So, yeah, I think both are really important.
Just because we've got the time, what about, you know, the connectedness between generations?
Yeah.
Are there opportunities for us to address loneliness amongst young people at the same time of addressing loneliness in elder people?
So Platform Youth is a really good example out in Penrith who've done a program around this, and they did it with the Property Industry Foundation as well, where they had young people going into the local kind of over 55 living, and young people who lived in that village as well, because there was room to do so. And so it was, you know, addressing a number of social issues. But it was a really beautiful piece of work. And I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have seen the ABC show and how much impact that has. I think what it also does, and as we heard before in terms of the men's shed and things, is it is that beautiful generational knowledge sharing and that opportunity to learn and grow together. And I think anything, children and young people, and again, Maddie can probably talk to this, they're really innovative and thoughtful and kind about their community. And so I think anything that brings people together in a positive way is very useful. And we've seen it work. Saw it work with Platform Youth Services and, you know, solving some of the housing issues out there as well as some of the social issues out there as well. So it seems like a good opportunity to have a crack at doing something that I think would be positive.
Can I follow up on, you've just said Maddie might have some thoughts about that. And I also wanted to ask, Maddie, I think would probably be a good way for us to wind this up, is the experience that you spoke about so generously that you went through. What would have been helpful? What sort of interventions, what kind of, you know, activities, what would have been helpful, do you think, for you going through that?
Yeah, I guess for me, probably mainly activities that had a smaller age window. A lot of things that were available that were free would have such a large age window. So it'd usually be like 12 to 18, 12 to 20. And, you know, when you're 16, 17, and a lot of the people there are 12, 13, it's just not kind of the environment at that age that I would wanted to be in. You know, I was wanting to meet and get connections with people closer to my age. So I think if they had at that time like 15 to 17 or kind of smaller age windows when they ran events, I would definitely have attended more.
Mm-hmm. And that's that is for sort of face-to-face type events.
Yeah.
And when you say events, what kinds of things?
I mean, when the local council runs things, it's really hard to know that they're actually on. It's something that I also found. But even when they would hold days and local things on, I can't think of any off the top of my head at the moment, but it would just have such a large age window, and then if they didn't, I wouldn't hear about them until they had already happened. Yeah. So it's just like that disconnect of knowing what's available and then what is available, having the right age group of that are attending. Okay.
And maybe to wind up, is there anything else, Maddie, that you think that we should consider from a young person's point of view as we think about the impacts of loneliness and what we might do to alleviate it?
Am I able to take that one on notice?
Of course. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
And Ms. Robertson, are there any final reflections from you for us to take away?
Just that I think that work that happens in schools around belonging is incredibly important, and making sure that we're understanding where that is going well and where there might be opportunities, because, you know, whether you are in school or whether it's not necessarily the best place for you, we do know that there's a lot of data and work out there. So I think it would be excellent to have that information available for us to understand how children are going and how they're feeling about their own communities.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And so you're suggesting that's not out there, and we would need, someone would need to collect it, or that, yes?
Oh, they do collect the data. So the Tell Them From Me survey has a question about belonging.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Robertson and Maddie, for your time today. We very much appreciate it. I'm not sure if we asked, yes, I did. We did ask for things on notice, and there may be supplementary questions, which the Secretariat will get in touch with you about regarding timing. But again, thank you so much for your willingness to take part in this today. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and welcome to the afternoon session of our hearing. We appreciate the time to give evidence and also the submissions that you made. So we're going to start by asking each of you to state your name and position and swear either an oath or affirmation. And I'll start with for Hansard, we go from the left, Miss Lamaro.
Thank you very much for being here. My name is Penny Lamaro. I am the chairperson of Youth Action New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson.
My name's Andrew Johnson from Youth Action. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Dr. Fillier. No? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. But you can't unmute? Right. Before? Is there anyone who's able to assist? Bear with us, Dr. Fillier. We're just trying to figure out.
I think I've got it.
We're here. Excellent. Excellent.
Sorry about that.
That's
it worked very well before.
That's always the way.
So sorry. Yeah. I'm Kate Fillier. I'm a senior researcher. I'm a new associate professor at Origin Youth Mental Health. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, would you like to begin by making a short statement? And maybe we start with Youth Action.
Certainly. So Youth Action is the peak body representing young people and the services that support them in New South Wales. We advocate for positive change on issues affecting these groups. Our vision is for a society where all New South Wales young people are supported, engaged and valued, and their rights are realised. Youth Action welcomes the opportunity to make a submission to the Standing Committee on Social Issues inquiry into the prevalence, causes and impacts of loneliness in New South Wales, and we thank Minister Jackson and the committee for this important work. This submission is grounded in the voices and lived experiences of young people and the youth sector across New South Wales, who we have heard from through our consultations.
And our recent poll, representing a sample of 1,000 young people across New South Wales aged 15 to 25, found that 87% of young people agreed that loneliness was a major issue for them and their peers. When asked what the solutions to the problem of loneliness were, 85% of young people wanted more investment in safe, inclusive spaces with activities and services for young people, aka hubs. The next most supported solution by young people was greater access to mental health supports and greater supports from government and communities.
Thank you. And was that it, Ms. Lamaro? Did you have more? No? Okay.
In a recent consultation that Youth Action held, the youth sector highlighted concerns that they had for young people who had struggled with socialisation as a result of the COVID pandemic, the fact that many young people maintain relationships online, and the multitude of factors that can lead a young person to feel isolated and disconnected from the support they need. Representatives from the youth sector also told us about how young people have shared with them that they do not have access to youth-friendly spaces where they can safely spend time with each other. So our key recommendations include the tripling of funding to early intervention programs in the youth space, a greater investment in youth hubs, and for the government to immediately invest in the establishment of 5 new youth hubs, with 2 new hubs in regional New South Wales, and to give further support to an additional 10 existing youth hubs, 4 of those being in regional areas. Further, we recommend increased funding for specialist youth mental health support, from acute and crisis service through to ongoing clinical support for mental health conditions, so that services can meet the current demand. And this should include a particular focus on access for socially excluded groups of young people.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Dr. Filia.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the opportunity to be here today. I'm here as a representative of Origin, so Australia's leading youth mental health organisation. We support the development and provision of evidence-based supports for young people at risk of or experiencing mental ill health. And my particular program of research focuses on addressing social determinants of mental health, including the profound impact of loneliness and social exclusion on young people and their mental health and wellbeing. So we know, and we've heard quite a lot today about how young people report very high rates of loneliness. And at Origin, we use different ways to understand and learn more about these experiences and the relationships between loneliness and mental ill health and the onset of mental health disorders. And we do this through evidence reviews, youth consultation, and novel data collection. So, for example, using data from Mission Australia's National Annual Youth Survey of young people aged 15 to 19 years, around 17 to 18,000 young people each year. And the HILDA survey, which is a household-based panel study that collects valuable information about economic and personal wellbeing, labour market dynamics and family life. What we've seen in recent data is that 1 in 5 young people report feeling lonely all or most of the time, and 78% report feeling lonely at least a little of the time over the last 4 weeks. And as you've also heard today, there are particular groups that we see repeatedly who experience disproportionate loneliness. So young people who identify as gender diverse, Indigenous, culturally diverse, living in rural or remote locations with disabilities or in low socioeconomic areas. And we know that when young people experience social and economic disadvantage, that the issues of severe loneliness increase 2 to 3-fold. We've also learned that the mental health implications are significant and that they contribute long past the time that loneliness is experienced. So it contributes to psychological distress, social anxiety, depression, suicidality, and there are significant economic costs as well too that continue into the long term as well. We also have seen in our work that periods of transition, again highlighted earlier today, and the impact of digitalisation of socialisation are very big factors related to loneliness. And whilst beneficial, digital spaces, they're really beneficial, but they reduce opportunities for even spontaneous interactions that lead to further connections. Our recommendations, our main takeaways include the need to work with young people to co-design not only solutions, but the evaluation of solutions to ensure ongoing that they're engaging, practical, accessible by all communities and beneficial to them. And that we need concrete options that are implementable right now. So very important to make speedy progress in the area. So again, things like creating safe spaces in the community, but not necessarily new spaces, maybe building on existing spaces where young people can have those really important human connections, not just on their screens. Supported and facilitated activities that help them to build on and to build some social skills to have these interactions, because that's what young people are telling us, that they want to move off their screens and into real life, but they don't quite know how to. And then finally, of course, as researchers, we recommend the inclusion of loneliness in population-based surveys so we can understand exactly who's most affected, what factors are related to more chronic or pervasive loneliness, and how we can support particular groups of people experiencing disproportionate loneliness in different locations and with different things that are actually available to them, for example, in the regional and rural communities. And finally, we need to normalise discussions around loneliness. We need to be able to help young people put their hands up and say, I feel lonely. And so we start those conversations and be able to address the issues for them.
Thank you. My first questions are for Youth Action. Before I get onto, and you've both have spoken about spaces being important, but before we get onto that, I wanted to ask Youth Action, loneliness and social isolation loneliness in particular is often considered a health issue, and it's related to health and effects on health. But you really highlight, and I think your first recommendation specifically talks about the role of the Department of Communities and Justice. And I wanted to, just because that's a little different, I wanted to kind of ask about why you see DCJ as key to tackling loneliness and social isolation, particularly for young people.
Well, certainly in the early intervention program, or TEI, and it's not the only program, of course, that DCJ funds. And certainly we know not all of that money goes to the youth sector, but a significant proportion goes. What we do know, there just hasn't been the level of investment in the youth sector and youth hubs more specifically, and the most natural way or the natural part of DCJ to be funding some of that work, as it does already, would be to further increase and expand the TI funding, or we're asking for tripling it. So going from 200 million to 600 million. And that's also too, because we're hearing from our members all the time that we know there's unmet demand. So we know there's unmet demand about setting up hubs, but just the general services, our members are reporting to us all the time that whether it's cost of living or victim survivors of violence or young people not able to get access to homelessness services, it's really, we talk about the youth sector being at the top of the hill and the bottom of the hill. So we're often helping early intervention, but we're also there at the bottom dealing with those young people who self-place in out-of-home care, those young people who can't get services across the board. So that's why, given that's intrinsic to the work of DCJ, that's why we're suggesting that.
Thank you. And again, you mentioned in that answer, and I'll also, after you've answered, I'll go to Dr. Filia. You again mentioned this idea of hubs. I wondered if you could explain that a bit. You say it comes out of your recent survey as well. Could you explain a bit more about it and why this is something that's useful?
First and foremost, it's what young people are asking as a solution. And I might hand over to my colleague in a minute who's about to set up a hub or in the middle of setting up a hub. What's so important is young people have been disconnected, had bad experiences of government services. So Youth Action and DCJ and Thrive International did a report called The Key Tenets of Engaging with Young People. And what young people said that they find it very disorientating about how to engage with government services. So if you're a victim of violence, you're suffering trauma, you're experiencing homelessness, to get that young person to trust anyone, let alone call the 19 numbers that you have to call to get that. So intrinsic to youth work and hubs, which is a very specialised skill, which I think we always forget, is that relationship building. So young people are saying, I just need a space to be. And in the Key Tenets report, they said, I want someone to walk alongside me to help me be a part of the solution. And so that notion of a hub is very much centralised on having specialised workers, not up front, but it's relationship building. And when that young person is ready, there's a qualified person who can broker with them the services that they need to get into.
Thank you.
And certainly I'm in a regional area, and so this plays out even more strongly in a regional area where young people are making decisions about where they can safely spend their time, and sometimes those are good decisions and sometimes they're poor decisions based on the fact that they have nowhere else to be. So we hear really clearly from our community constantly that they just want a safe place to be able to be. And for our women's shelter, for example, in Armidale, it is based around that exact same model, and more than half of our caseload are young people looking for just somewhere to be during the day, somewhere to be during the night, where they are safe and where they can access services when they're ready to do that, when they've got the trust and they've been able to identify what their needs are, if you like, beyond I need a full belly and I need somewhere to sit and be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And just quickly, Youth Action's been doing work. So we had a roundtable with government and NGOs to discuss what does a hub look like. We've got a hubs working group so that we can very shortly come, what does the costing of that look like? So hubs in a box, if you like. Of course, it's got to respond to local need, but at least for government and for people to understand, for a successful hub based on evidence, what are the 5-7 key components? So we're working with our members and experts on the ground. We should have that for everyone quite shortly.
Excellent, thank you. And Dr. Filia, do you have a response to this? You also mentioned place as being important.
Yeah, of course. For young people, they want those opportunities. I mentioned before, they want those opportunities to have those social connections, but they don't necessarily know how to facilitate them themselves. And we see spaces for young people as really key to being a place where people can go where they do, again, that feeling of safety and not feeling like they're going into a place that is a dangerous or unwelcoming environment, somewhere that can have these interactions facilitated through activities and also help with services available to them if needed. But often it's just that thing, that place for them to be. We We think it would be really important from our interactions with young people and our youth consultation work too that peer workers, so other young people are engaged in drawing young people in, keeping them connected and keeping them engaged in things. And also just thinking too, like when we talk about community services and spaces for young people, we so often speak about sporting clubs, and that's not going to work for all young people. There's a huge number of young people who don't want to be participating in sporting activities and have different interests, and we need to cater to the needs of them. So I guess it's about going out to local communities and seeing what the needs are, and then tailoring those groups to all those services to them.
Thank you. Dr. Con? Dr. Con.
Of course.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask, because one of the proposed partners in those hubs is local government. I asked the same question of our witnesses this morning, the relationship between local government and young people in terms of understanding and meeting their needs. Do you have examples of where that's working particularly well, or ways the government can support councils to do that better?
Sure. And we would say there should be a mixed model, but certainly there's models around with local government. For example, in the Key Tenants report, it talks about what's happening in Camden Council, which is a model of bringing many services together in a safe space, doing activities, but also having the support workers behind it. So that is a very specific example with local councils, with Camden. I think we're saying 1,000 flowers bloom. I think, we're excited that councils are involved in this, but there'll be some areas where it will, more of an NGO lead, but to specifically answer you, it's Camden Council.
Thank you. You've also got a really specific recommendation for us around tripling the funding for the targeted early intervention programming. Could you speak to that in a bit more detail? What is that funding currently doing that's so worthwhile?
I think it's a very broad range of funding for people so a lot of youth organisations are able to get funding for, it's often called casework. When we spoke to young people, they wanted to be individualised support workers, which is that notion of brokering. So there's funding across the board in early intervention with workers and with other programs. So it's quite diverse, and it doesn't just include the youth sector. We think the outcomes of that are good, which is why we think it should be expanded, but particularly in looking about where you would seek to increase funding, where hubs could come from, or specific funding at individualised support workers, we think that naturally fits within the current funding envelope of TEI funding.
Thank you. Moving to a completely different topic, but we also discussed it this morning with social media, which can obviously have benefits and risks for young people, including either exacerbating or addressing loneliness. Do you have any advice for government about how to better support young people to navigate that?
I think it won't surprise you coming from Youth Action that we're going to be rights-based and say the real focus should be on how we're empowering young people to make better decisions when they're online. So I think now that we've got the ban, I think what you would want to be saying is that young people are involved in the monitoring and how that works. We know from young people themselves that they can see both the benefit of social interaction and connection on the internet. They're also very strong about where they think the dangers are. So I think as we move forward, the focus is, are we doing engaging with young people by face-to-face and in poll work about what are the unintended consequences, particularly around loneliness as the ban takes more full effect.
Thank you. Am I able to add to that?
Yes. Please.
Yeah. At Origin, we don't support the ban, but obviously that's in place now. And the reason why we don't support the ban, or that was what our recommendation was because there are communities of young people who need that connection, need those online spaces to be able to connect because they can't do that in their local communities or within their households. We know that with this ban in place now, there's going to be groups of young people who won't have places to connect when they're in need of help or in need of support from peers, which is often the very first place that young people go when they need the more formal types of support. We would hope now that the focus goes to thinking about how we can support those groups in other ways of community, so not just to forget them now, and in communities have very targeted ways to support young people. And again, it's those young people who are most at risk of loneliness that are the ones that are finding those connections online that they don't necessarily find out in the real face-to-face world.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett.
Okay.
Mrs. McLaren-Jones.
Hi, thank you very much. I just want to expand a little bit more on the youth hubs. And in particular, if you could outline what makes a youth hub so unique as opposed to other spaces that would be accessible to young people. Is it about the staff training? Is it the opening hours, the flexibility of it? What makes it so important, basically?
I might hand over to my colleague. What's very important, all of that, so the answer is D, all of the above. And you need people specialised in working directly with young people, which is about walking alongside them, not treating them as an entry to a service. What's incredibly important is involving young people in the design delivery of the hub, both at its inception, but also too about checking in with young people that it's working. But obviously young people who are needing a space, so they keep on talking to us about, and it was reaffirmed in the polling, that they need to perceive it as a safe space. And so we've asked young people what that safe space looks like, but I might hand over to my colleague who just did an enormous consultation from young people about what should be in the hub in Armidale.
And I guess the best illustration that I would have for what that looks like, when a young person walks into an identified service, like a specialist homelessness service, like our shelter, they walk into a room full of expertise. They walk into a room full of workers who are really good at what they do. When they walk into a youth hub, they walk into a room full of young people who are like them in more ways than not. And what assistance they get from staff, who are much fewer in number in a hub, is determined and directed by themselves, by the young people. And I think that's the main difference. We're not creating an environment, a hub doesn't create an environment like a school that is led by adults and designed by adults, and the atmosphere is created by adults. It's an environment which is created and led by their needs, and I guess that is the greatest difference between a hub and why it is so important there. What we heard really clearly in our regional area for New South Wales is young people are not feeling like they have enough opportunities to be heard about what it is that they want and what, which turns out to be really, really simple, the things that they think can help them. So where we have a very diverse population in our area, we're a settlement site for a migrant population, and it's created some social difficulty between our young people. Their solution to that, very simply, we need more spaces that we can be together in the same spot. And in a funding sense, that is the most simple thing that we can provide. And I would say it's funding like the DCJ TEI funding that allows for that place-based influence to take effect, so that my hub in Armidale is going to look very different to a hub that is created in Moree or in the Hunter Valley or in Sydney. And I think that is really important, that the young people that are walking in there are the ones creating that environment.
Thank you.
You said in your opening remarks about a need for effectively more hubs. Do you have a list of areas where there is the unmet need at the moment?
There is enormous unmet need, and so in our work on the hubs, both with our working group and with the roundtables that we've had with government, I think it's not about what are the 5 priority areas. I think there's a long list. I don't think we'd sit down with government and with our members and with young people to determine where would you start. So we're having those conversations, and we will come back to the committee but also to the DCJ and ministerial officers to say, but we'd want those conversations to be with the sector, with government agencies, with ministers' offices together, and with the parliament. I mean, there's lots of knowledge, place-based knowledge in this building. So I think it would be about targeting and being a bit fair about it, about that we're not going to do them all in the far west to start off with, but I think there would be a process whereby we can agree together about where's the immediate need right now.
Thank
on
you.
an equitable basis across the region.
I've got a question from Mr. Diadam.
Yes, I've got a couple of questions actually. So I wanted to ask about TEI. So one of the criticisms that's been levelled of TEI from the sector, as I understand it, is that it's narrowed the opportunity for community development work, being able to perhaps have the flexibility for services funded through TEI to be able to craft place responsive solutions, and obviously looking at the profile of loneliness and social isolation. It varies from place to place, from demographic to demographic, and being able to be responsive is important. Can you perhaps offer some comment about that suggestion that TEI is too narrow, that the community development aspect of the funding is not sufficient?
Of course we're going to say yes, expand all of those things, and of course we could have come to you and said we want a hub youth sector specific round of funding. Our proposal was under TEI, was a realistic, practical proposal about what exists already. We think, you may have heard this morning, I think Anthony Shannon from the department appeared. There is a report coming out, I think, as he mentioned, about the evaluation of TEI. We think of the existing funding envelopes, that's what makes the most sense. We'd agree with you that you want to make it as flexible as possible. So obviously relationships are key to this work, which is often hard to put in a contract. So with some young people, you need to be with them for 6-12 months before they can trust you to enable to assist them. Other young people, it's different. I think we need to value the funding of organisations to do that relationship work, and so that's where we'd say flexible, or be more cognizant of the fact that money needs to be put into individuals, but also organisations to create funding. So organisations to have the space and time to work individually with them. So we'd agree with you, an expanded criteria of where the funding goes would be great. I think it's also important about long-term funding, about if we're going to fund a hub, there's been some great hubs that have got up and running, but it was on a 2-year cycle, and so a young person's arc who's getting the help may no longer be there. But I don't know from a...
We probably have time for just a quick one.
Can I just ask one more question to Dr. Filler? I wanted to ask you about your submission talks about bullying, and I wanted to ask about the intersection between bullying and loneliness and social isolation, and whether it's the case that the isolated get bullied or that the bullied become isolated. And I suppose a sort of adjunct to that is, particularly given the focus on bullying in schools. Oh, have we lost Dr. Phillip? No. What role can schools play in terms of addressing both the dual phenomena of bullying and that loneliness, social isolation phenomena amongst young people?
Yeah, it is really difficult to understand which direction that relationship goes, and often it's a bi-directional relationship between bullying and social isolation. Sometimes it's not clear where that begins, but we do know that socially isolated young people don't have the resources to draw on to be able to cope with the impacts of bullying, and so they are particularly vulnerable when it occurs to them, and the impacts of the bullying are probably a little bit, well, not a little bit, but much larger, much more damaging. Schools have got a really big role to play in this, fostering a more inclusive, empathic, culture amongst students. I mean, I think that we know this. I think there's work being done in this space, but really keeping on top of these things and developing the leadership skills of the school staff to ensure these things are happening, and programs within schools. So not just getting a speaker in to do a morning session, but actually developing programs within schools co-designed by students and staff members about how we can address issues of bullying. So we see a lot that a lot of schools are really great and they take on board all of the suggestions from the young people, and other schools don't always work in the same way, and programs are developed for students and not with students, and then they have limited uptake and limited engagement and limited benefits. So we would recommend co-designing programs that can upskill leaders who can then share that with other staff members. And in doing that, I think we can keep building on this in the space that that we already have started making progress in. Bullying is obviously a huge issue, and there's also the issue of cyberbullying. So it's increasing in its prevalence and in its, I guess, its omnipresence. I keep choosing words I shouldn't choose, but I think that as we keep going along this path, we're making really good progress, and we just need to commit to keep doing it and not be happy with where we've gotten to now, so that we can help support people. And again, I bang on about this all the time, but it's the young people who come from particularly marginalised and minority groups and experience social and economic disadvantage that are most vulnerable to these things, and then the impacts of them.
Thank you. Unfortunately, our time is over. I wanted to thank you, Dr. Fleer, thank you, Mr. Johnson and Ms. Lamaro for the time to come here today, but also your submissions. I think we have asked for a few things on notice, and also for Youth Action. I don't think your survey was quite complete when you submitted submission. So if there's anything you'd like to add to that now that you've got those results, that would be extremely useful for us to have on evidence, if that's okay.
Great.
And if there's any other questions or supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch with timings and those kinds of things. Again, thank you so much for the work you do and for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, just before we start, I might just place on the record that I know Miss Maiden. She's a long-time friend of mine, and I just wanted to...
Thank you for placing on the record. I also will place on the record that I know Ms. Maiden as well, to be recorded. Thank you very much for your attendance here today, making the time to give evidence, but also making submissions as well. I'm going to ask each of you to please state your name and position and swear either an oath or affirmation. And we're going to start with Ms. Yazdabadi and go along.
Thank you. Goha Yazdabadi, CEO of COTA New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes.
Hello, my name is Joan Hughes. I'm the Chair of the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Ageing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lawrence.
I, Claire Lawrence, I'm Principal Policy Officer at Uniting New South Wales ACT. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Maiden.
I'm Emma Maiden, the Director of Advocacy and External Relations at Uniting New South Wales ACT, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would each organisation like to make a short opening statement? Let's start with Ms. Yazabadi.
I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land and pay my respect to elders past and present. Madam Chair, committee members, thank you for the important work that you're undertaking with regards to loneliness in New South Wales. These issues affect far too many people, and your inquiry is a crucial step forward to addressing it. When this inquiry was first announced, we at CODA knew that we had to ensure that the voices of older people were not left unheard. As a result, we launched a survey on loneliness amongst people aged 50 and over in New South Wales. We received over 2,200 responses, an overwhelming outpouring of personal stories and deeply felt emotions. We named the report Voices of Solitude, and I can tell you that the voices we heard and that are before you in our report were clear and deeply moving. One respondent said, "It gets worse as I get older because I seem to be getting more invisible as time goes on." Another shared, "The longer the time goes on, the deeper the feelings of loneliness become, and finally this emotion becomes uncontrollable." Another stated, "As the years rush by, the loneliness, for me that means intellectual and emotional connection and rapport, remains with receding prospects of change on the horizon as the ravages of age take their toll." These are just a few glimpses into the deep and raw feelings of loneliness that older people in New South Wales are experiencing. When we embarked on this report, we knew that we would find loneliness among older people. What we did not expect was the sheer outpouring of emotion, and it was clear for so many, someone was finally listening and they were ready to speak. I hope I can do justice in conveying their voices to you today.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Perhaps the most troubling of all that we found were that many people feel undervalued by society. In fact, 60% of lonely older New South Wales residents report feeling overlooked and underappreciated. This sense of being invisible only deepens their loneliness and erodes their sense of identity and belonging. When people feel that their contributions are not recognised, it can lead to despair and disengagement and a reluctance to seek help or connect with others. Before I close, I'd like to leave you with one more comment from our participant. Loneliness has always existed, but the methods of coping with it have changed over time, from resistance to acceptance. This sentiment is a poignant reminder that while loneliness is not new, we cannot allow acceptance to become the status quo for older people. One of the most painful aspects of loneliness that came through in our survey was the feeling of invisibility. Many older people describe themselves as fading into the background of society, with their voices and needs being overlooked. This sense of invisibility can be just as isolating as physical distance. We cannot allow this reality for older people. We must actively work to make them seen, heard and valued. At CODA New South Wales, we are committed to driving change and working in partnership with government, service providers and broader community to create solutions that will help older people reconnect, find purpose and live fulfilling, connected lives. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hughes.
Thank you. And thanks very much to the committee for a very important topic that has been unaddressed, I think, for a long period of time. And I too will put an ageing lens on the few words that I want to say. And I think all of us in this room, we have older parents, we have older grandparents, we have older neighbours, we have older people that we are interacting with every day and very regularly. I hope, what you don't want to see are older people who become so lonely in the last stages of their life and end up with a life that's not dignified, sometimes it's not safe. And we should be doing everything to make the last few years, the last decades of their life happy and ones that they can share with their family, neighbours and friends. Our submission to you actually looked at a whole lot of other different vulnerable groups regarding loneliness, but I will focus on older people as I am the chair of the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Ageing to Minister Harrison, and so our role is very much to support her work and to advise her. I think sometimes you guys always like to look at the economic costs, and I think the important thing to know, and I'm sure that you would have received other submissions, is that nationally it costs around $2.7 billion in lost savings in a way. And if you can convert that to New South Wales in particular, that would be just under about $1 billion. And why? Because 4 times older people are more likely to have chronic illnesses, have depression, social anxiety, and therefore poorer well-being. As well, the mortality rates are also an important consideration. So what we need to think about is how we can use that money in ways to support older people before they become what I call persistently socially isolated. So you know well enough those things of prevention that can work really well. So we have to think about older people whose lives were full, and there are a whole range of different older people. So they might have started retirement, so work gave them purpose, family gave them purpose, relationships gave them purpose, and then suddenly those things have changed. And when those things change and they are not supported through a preventative support, then some older people's lives just become more narrow and more narrow. And that shouldn't be what we want to see for our seniors and older people in New South Wales. I think some of the data that I find particularly useful would be the Hilda survey, and I think if the committee can keep a track of how they track loneliness across the different age groups is really important. Some of the people that I would like to highlight are those older people aged 75 and older, and those older adults are at the high risk of becoming very depressed, very sad, and seeing that their life has actually changed so much that there's little purpose. And those things come about because of loss, and the loss of family. If they're an older person starts to lose friends, an older person loses what I call their purpose in life, and therefore they will sometimes go to the GP more frequently, and that can increase. Once upon a time it could have been a few visits a year depending on their health status, and then that will increase, and that's what puts up the cost. I think I'll just share with you a couple of regional services. I live in Kiama of New South Wales. People say that's not regional, that's heaven. Well, it is a bit of paradise down there. However, 2 hours from Sydney it's still considered a regional spot. I have retired from the paid workforce now for about 5 or 6 years. So when my husband and I moved there, we thought we need to find a group and somehow become connected to that community. So I think some of the principles of social connection are probably the most important for this committee to consider across all ranges, and that will vary according to where people are at in their lives and where they live and other health circumstances. So the group that I belong to is run by the Heart Foundation. It's 5 days a week. We go walking around different places, we talk to each other, then we go and have a coffee. It doesn't cost hardly, I don't think it costs much at all really. And that connection to all of those people within that group, some people say, well, what happens if they can't walk anymore because of their age or because of their health status? They keep joining the group. And as soon as one thing happens to anyone in that group, the rest of the people rally around. So just recently, one of the older people who turned 91 today, he can't walk anymore, but he comes regularly with his wife, and they share a coffee and share their stories and what's happening during that day. So it's a pretty simple one. It's not the answer for all communities, but you can look at models of prevention, models of connection based on the principle of what I would call social connection. There are a few programs you're well aware that are funded through the Department of Communities and Justice, and many of those programs are really worthwhile. I think people need to stay connected within community, and often some of the best places to do that through local councils, through libraries, where people actually feel connected to their local community, and there's some good models happening there. The last thing I'll leave you with, what older people probably don't want to hear is that there's something wrong with them mentally. And even though there's a whole lot of mental support services that are just terrific, be careful with your recommendations around language. I would be using words like social connection, thinking about the importance of relationships and how that makes people feel good about themselves, about their family and about the world.
Thank you very much, Ms Hughes. Ms Maiden.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Loneliness and social isolation among older Australians, we believe, is a silent epidemic with quite devastating consequences. These issues are not just about feeling alone. and they are not just issues about the inconvenience of ageing. They are, in a way, a public health crisis. Loneliness and social isolation does harm mental health, drive depression, anxiety and suicide, and fuel chronic conditions like heart disease, dementia and premature death. The statistics show that almost twice the average, that is 26% of Australians aged 65 to 74 and 13% of those 75 and older report feeling lonely. But the problem does run even deeper. Systemic barriers like poor transport, unaffordable services, a lack of culturally safe support and stigma make the situation even worse. Our aged care and our health systems are failing to address this well. They're too focused on crisis management and clinical care, leaving prevention and early intervention to languish, despite the clear potential for these approaches to save lives and improve well-being. And we believe it's time for a radical shift in how we approach ageing. Uniting is calling for a real paradigm shift towards person-centred, re-ablement-focused care that promotes independence and real connection. We urge the government to expand successful, innovative programs. We've seen intergenerational initiatives, social connection networks like those that Ms Hughes just referred to, and targeted in-home supports like Uniting's See to Be Me program, which is a uniting program that provides mental health support to older Australians in both residential aged care and home care settings. We believe loneliness is not a fate we must accept, but it is a crisis that we can prevent. And the cost of inaction is devastating for both individuals and for society as a whole. We have the power to build a future where older Australians are not just surviving, but are thriving, where they're connected, where they're valued and where they're empowered. And the time to act is now. And we look forward to discussing how we can make this change today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for that. And we'll go on to questions. And I've got a couple to begin with. So one of the things that we've been considering is, from the different submissions and the different witnesses, is sort of different interpretations of different data, different surveys, etc. And so I wanted to start a bit with that. And my question probably starts with you, Ms. Badadi. Some of the results of your survey are a bit different to some of the other results that we've had. And so I wanted, first of all, to understand the sampling of your survey, because one of the interesting things about it was that there was a 65% respondents were women. But there were also some other results which, are a bit different from other things we've seen. So I just wanted to understand a bit more about your sampling. Who was it that responded to your survey? How did you get to them?
Sure. So we sent the survey out in a number of ways. We sent it out to our supporters. So we have a database of 10,000 strong supporters that we sent it out to. With the assistance of DCJ, we sent it out in the newsletter that is sent to people that hold the seniors card and other people who come on board from that. We also recruited the help of other not-for-profit organisations for them to take out, to advertise the survey as well.
Mm-hmm.
So when I talk about the 2,200 respondents that we got, the other thing that I would say is that we had overrepresentation when we talk about people from rural and regional areas.
Mm-hmm.
So we were at about, I think, 46%, whereas the general population is 36%.
Okay,
we had overrepresentation from the LGBTIQ community.
Mm-hmm.
We had overrepresentation from First Nations. We had very high, maybe on par, but quite high representation from carers as well.
Okay.
So we're really pleased that our sampling was able to hit those hard-to-reach areas and that they were engaged to be giving us the feedback. The other thing that I would say about our sampling is that all of the questions on our survey were compulsory, and the 2,200 that we're talking about are full, complete sets of surveys. So it is an extremely rich piece of data. And with that level of respondents, I believe that it puts us at a plus or minus 2.5% confidence interval at 95%. So we're quite pleased. with how well it was responded to, and the engagement we got from hard to reach areas as well.
It's quite interesting actually that because while you set it up widely, it still is a self-select to do, and you did get those groups self-selecting to engage in something about loneliness, which is an interesting phenomenon in itself. Thank you very much for that. I might just ask one more question about the particular results of that survey before more general questions. And
sure.
One is that your survey found that men over the age of 80 showed the lowest levels of loneliness, but in other, I think even one of the other, potentially even one of the other people sitting at the table, your submission talks about the prevalence of suicide amongst men over 85. Actually, that's the highest rates. So this is what I'm saying, like it's a bit confounding to kind of unpack that a bit. So I wondered if you had a response.
Sure. So on that, I wanted to just, some more detail around how we went about doing this survey might also be helpful. So there's two parts to the questions that we asked around loneliness and social isolation. The first one was direct questions. Are you lonely? Are you socially isolated? How often does that occur? The second part of the questions were through the, I'm going to pronounce it incorrectly, but the De Jong-Gerville loneliness scale. So I should also point out that we had the assistance of the Centre for Healthy Brain Ageing at University of New South Wales help put our questionnaire together. So that's a 6-part questionnaire, and that's what tells us what the most extreme levels of loneliness are. So when I talk about extremely lonely people, I'm talking about people who are on that 5 to 6 sort of scale on this. It's a very reputable tool. It's been peer-reviewed, published, and we found it to be very exact as well. So when I talk about those men who are aged over 80, that's on the De Jong-Gerville scale that we're using there, compared to other sort of scales.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. It's just trying then to sort of unpick and make sense of the different bits of data is quite interesting. Ms. Maiden, your submission talks about a number of things and aged care in terms of state-based interventions. There are some things we can do and then some things that are federal. But I was particularly interested, and you mentioned it in your opening statement, I was particularly interested in the program you spoke about, so the Continuing to Be Me at Home program. And we are trying to get quite specific about things that might actually work. So I wondered if you could give a bit more detail. What does that look like? How is that funded? How many people? Are there more results that we can get?
Yes, so that program has been independently evaluated by the University of Western Sydney, and we can provide that evaluation to the committee. It was an innovation program that Uniting undertook within our residential aged care facilities in order to better address the mental health, social isolation and loneliness of people who enter aged care. The data on how people feel as they enter aged care is quite devastating in terms of the impact it can have on people's mental health and well-being. So we funded this program, and the way it worked was it started off with kind of group sessions with residents, and then with 2 clinicians, and then with follow-up one-on-one sessions where people were kind of identified as needing further support. And another really important part of the program was the upskilling of staff within the residential aged care home in order to better identify the signs that somebody was experiencing social isolation and loneliness or mental health issues, in order to better support them and to identify them for referral to the kind of one-on-one support. During COVID, we were funded to roll this program out in home care as well in the Northern Rivers part of New South Wales, which we were particularly pleased about the location because that community, of course, had gone through the devastating floods. Unfortunately, the funding was discontinued to run that program after the more intense period of COVID finished. And so right now we only run that program in the Hunter New England part of New South Wales because of funding that we've received to do that. And our analysis of the cost base even though the results of the program were incredibly positive, just we were not able to sustain the program within our residential aged care operations with the aged care funding model.
Right, okay, so that was within the aged care. So the home care one was during COVID, and then there's the aged care within an aged care setting and the aged care funding. Yeah,
that's correct.
Thank you, that's really useful, and any additional information would be great. I've got lots of questions, but I'm going to give others a chance. Mr. Barrett.
Sure. I'd like to touch on transport, particularly in regional areas, which I'm guessing is a specific problem, because if someone's moved to the regions away from their family or vice versa, that could add to loneliness. Would anyone like to just briefly touch on that before we go into some solutions for it?
One of the areas that the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Ageing is doing next year, which the committee might be interested in, is we're looking at accessible and affordable transport. So we're just now gathering data from areas where community transport, for example, on the Central Coast, there's a community transport provider there that has gone into receivership. It's now been taken over, some of you might know about that, by another organisation. In the area that I live in, the main transport is trains, that's it. The taxi service has finished. So transport is a major issue to get people out of their homes, to be engaged in community, to be engaged in a range of things, but importantly to get to medical appointments, to get to a range of things. Now, in the old days, and I'm hitting mid-70s nearly, we used to have a program called the Home and Community Care Program, and one of the services there around community transport was volunteers that, some of them were public servants. They'd use their cars, they'd go and pick people up to do a whole range of things that we've just been talking about. So transport is absolutely crucial to do something about loneliness, because older people will start to not drive, older people won't be able to access neighbours, family, and if you're stuck in those four walls then you can't get out. Transport is absolutely fundamental to what we're talking about here.
Yeah, we also found in our survey that there was an overwhelming need for transport. So we asked the question directly, would I engage with people activities in my community if I had reliable and affordable transport? And that was overwhelmingly one of the top three. For regional areas in particular, we found that about over 50% of people were screaming out for better transport and more affordable transport. It was actually really interesting because in our open-ended questions, when we asked, what is it, what are the barriers, what can we do to improve your accessibility, people shared their stories around it. So, living in a country town, we need more services, going to art galleries, shows, etc. We have no access to good public transport. Better transport and more activities in regional towns. Someone else said, having the $250 transport card reinstated would make a big difference to my independence and ability to socialise. There is very little public transport in my little New South Wales town. So these are the open-ended questions where people were able to give their own input, and this is just a sample of what they've said.
That $250, that's the Regional Seniors Travel Card?
That's exactly right. So it's really clear for us that when we talk about public transport and we talk about transport, we're not just talking about putting a lift in a train station. That's really important, and we have to have it for metropolitan areas and even buses and services like that. But we also have to really recognise that in regional areas there isn't these sorts of services, and we need to have alternatives. Our feedback from our members has really been clear, and the feedback from this survey has been clear. These sorts of alternatives are important to be able to give people their independence, and also for them to be feeling valued and that their needs and wants are met, and then that helps to break down social isolation. So the uniqueness of that card was that it was able to be used for more than one. It wasn't just, it's not like the Opal, it's not the $2 Opal that you can get out and about on. It really allowed you to make your own choices about how you can get around places, and that independence of being able to make your own choices is very important, is almost just as important as the physical getting around as well.
Did you want to add to that?
Well, I was just going to say that the social and walking group that I spoke about in my hometown of Kiama, where people aren't driving anymore because they haven't got a licence, that group again volunteers to pick people up so that people don't miss out on that daily opportunity. So we have a bit of a roster around Two of the guys now have lost, they can't drive anymore. And so that's what people do. You know, if you have a community that's connected and you have a community around you, those things can happen quite easily. And we have a couple of really good coordinators, they're all volunteers, in that group that actually make those things happen. And as soon as something happens to a person in that group, people just rally around. So it's that real sense of what I'd call social connectedness and community. And it can work particularly well. And some of these things don't cost, but you do have to have the infrastructure. And as we go into more remote areas in New South Wales, if those communities are leaving those small towns, then that's another issue around access to things that make life better, like transport.
Okay. Anyone else want to add on the transport thing, in particular that cart?
I was just going to add that I think it's been really well summarised, and ageing can be a time of change. Ms Hughes mentioned, retiring, potentially giving up your licence. That shouldn't mean a loss of independence. Older people should still be able to access their communities and access the services that they need, and that's why those transport options are so critically important. As Ms Hughes said, you don't want to end up in a situation where the only option is for people to stay in their homes because services aren't meeting their needs. So growing older shouldn't mean that loss of independence and that loss of ability to get out and get to see people.
Thank you. Dr. Conn?
I have a few questions about some of the specific subgroups of older people, because of course it's such a homogenous and diverse population. One of the groups, I know it came up in the survey from COTA, but I'd appreciate everyone's comments, was particularly about carers, because I think we often think about older people as having declining mobility or developing disability, but we don't often think about the older people that might be in a caring role. Could you provide some specific feedback about those experiences?
Sure, and I think the carers data that we found was really interesting. So when you just sort of compare carers with non-carers, and I should say that we had a large sample size of carers as well, I think somewhere between the 26 to 30%. When we look at just sort of the question, are you lonely? It's non-carers and carers are quite similar. So 62%, 59%, it's similar. But when we start looking at that scale of loneliness that we talk about, so the 0 to 6, we see that 58% of carers sit in that 5 to 6 category of extreme loneliness compared to 38% of non-carers. The other thing that's really interesting is that carers are really very likely to be socially isolated, and it's not surprising. So 59% of them reported feeling socially isolated, which is significantly higher than the 47% of non-carers. And what this may mean is that carers are caring for somebody else, so they have someone around them a lot of the time. They might not feel that loneliness when they're just specifically asked, do you feel lonely? Then they might not say, yes, I do feel lonely, because there's somebody there with them. But when we're talking about social isolation, they might be missing out on opportunities, their careers, their ability to kind of do things which make them more socially isolated. One of the quotes that we have from the carers from this survey is that caring for a loved one has lost my career, my life. I haven't had a holiday or break in more than 18 years. The more responsibility I have, the more isolated I become. So I think that really nicely sums up the sort of responsibilities that we're looking at when we're talking about carers and their acute needs when it comes to social isolation and that extreme level of loneliness.
Being the ex-CEO of Carers New South Wales and Carers Australia way back in another part of my life, things have improved somewhat for family carers, but what the committee really needs to look at is the relationship between the family carer and the person they're caring for, and what that relationship has been like over the years. So if it's long-term and the family carer's had very little break, then that will exacerbate not only issues to do with isolation, but also with a whole range of different health problems. For family carers, where the person they've been caring for a long period of time since birth, and where the results get even more, I think, in demand of the system, are those older family carers, older mums and dads, mostly mums, who have been caring for sons and daughters with disabilities. And the medical world would have never thought that those people with disabilities would have survived as long as they have. And so mum and dad are ageing, one of them may have died, and they still have these sons and daughters that have got really high support needs living with them. Now, the NDIS has made a change to some of those families, but you have to look at the relationship between the family carer and the person they've been caring for, the length of time, what interventions they've been able to have to support them in their caring role, and what should be, I think, their plan regarding the end of their life and regarding what's going to happen to that family member if they're still living at home. So those family carers would be the ones that are probably most disadvantaged. And then you've got the rural and remote issues as well.
The particular initiatives or solutions we should be looking at for that group?
So there's federal funding that you probably need to hook into. So there's been, over the years, there's carer counselling, there are carer gateways, there's a lot of information and fact sheets. But, you know, for some family carers, it is my responsibility to care for that person. That's what family responsibility is about. And that deep love can do amazing things, but it also can chip away at the health of the carer. So there are programs funded by New South Wales Government as well as the federal government to do with family carers, and lots of surveys around carers' health and wellbeing that I could actually send you if you're interested. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
It does need to be submitted specifically to this committee for us to be able to include it formally as evidence. Thank you.
Can I just also refer to a case study we had of a woman who received our C2B at Home program, and who was suffering, who had a lot of pain and anxiety and depression, and managed to receive emotional and psychological support at home. Her husband was caring for her, and the benefit of her receiving that psychosocial and emotional support actually within the home actually really helped in this particular case study the carer as well. And part of the service, because it isn't just, you know, a psychologist coming and doing a one-off session, it's much more holistic. So the longer term plan actually did connect them with other home care services that kind of, and therefore link them in with the other supports that were there. So it isn't just a very narrowly kind of defined type program, it is much more holistic. And this case study certainly reported that they both benefited from her having achieved that particular intervention, because it addressed some of the holistic issues that they had, her as a person needing caring and him as a person as the carer in this particular instance.
Thank you. Can I have one more, Chair? The other subpopulation I wanted to ask about was LGBTQ older people, and I know, Kota, you specifically asked about that in your survey, which I wanted to thank you for. I've certainly heard from older LGBTQI people that they're not asked often enough. It's a very invisible population group. What were the findings from your survey participants, and how might we better support them?
Absolutely. So I'd like to thank ACON for providing the questions in terms of the demographic questions. They do an excellent job of making sure we're asking the right questions to be able to get these sorts of outputs. So we found that 71% of LGBTQ adults reported loneliness, so that's compared to 60% of the general adult population. They were 63% of them were feeling isolated compared to 50% of the general older population. But I also think it's really interesting when we look at that scale of loneliness that we talked about. So in the top 4 scale, so number 4, 5 and 6, the LGBT community are far more extremely lonely than the rest of the population. So when we're talking about most lonely, the general population is about the 24%, 25%. They're up at nearly 30%. When we're talking about number 5, the general population is at 15%, where they're up nearly at 25%. Number 4, they're at about 12.5%. general population's at about 12.5, whereas LGBTQ population is at 15. And then really quite unfortunately, when we look at the lowest, and I think that's really important to look at as well. So we're not just looking at people who are extremely lonely, let's look at the people who aren't lonely and what the story tells us there. LGBTIQ plus community is less than 5% at that 0, whereas their counterparts are at 12.5%. So you've got, if you're not from the LGBTI community, you're more than double as likely to not be feeling socially isolated, to have the best outcome when it comes to loneliness and social isolation. So this is, we think, one of the cohorts that we would say definitely needs further investigation is the LGBTQ plus community, to understand why these findings are the way they are. We've hypothesised why it might be. It might be because of trauma. It might be because of living alone, because what we found is that you're significantly more likely to be lonely if you're living alone as well. It might be because of community and familial relationships as well. You're much less likely to be lonely if you have a good support system around you, and especially if you live with family. So there might be, because the other thing that you have to realise, we're talking about people who are 76, 50 plus at the moment. A lot of these people were in their 70s. So we have to think about what it was like for them growing up and what may be carrying forward for them as well. So definitely something to think further about.
Thank you. We will just go quickly to Mr. Dion.
Just very quickly, we've heard in earlier evidence about the importance of social media to young people, and I wanted to pose the question around the importance of social media and other technologies in terms of mitigating isolation for older people. Maybe Ms. Yazdabadi, you might be able to...
Sure, thanks for that question. We actually found that we asked how older people keep in touch with family, relatives, friends, and overwhelmingly 80%, I think, used some sort of social media less than once a month. They weren't connecting and keeping in contact in terms of loneliness through those methods. When we have live events, when we have people come in and speak to us, we talk to them very much about how they're ageing and what makes them feel valued and what makes them feel that they're connected into society, and the face-to-face is where it's most important for them. So another example of that would be, we were just at our AGM the other day and we were talking about ageing well, and the question was posed around, services moving to online and digital space. So, for example, your GP moving to online, that was something that was overwhelmingly rejected as being a movement forward. And I guess the other thing that I would say is that, we're seeing technology coming into a space where we're talking about our most innate need, which is social connection. There is nothing more human than wanting to be socially connected. So when we start talking about things like AI companions or things like, an app to cover off on all of your worries and issues, it doesn't fill that void of social connection. And what's most important is that when we're talking about value, older people don't feel valued by simply being given a piece of technology. Where value comes in for them is face-to-face, touch, feel and connectedness in space.
I might just very quickly give Ms Hughes and Ms Maiden a chance to answer that before we wrap up.
We've just done a paper, Macca's just done a paper on digital exclusion for older people, and one of the clear messages out of that was it is with us, and that's the way government wants to do business and the way companies want to do business, but what you don't want is to leave older people behind. And what you have to think about are those older people who are most disadvantaged. So First Nations people, people living in remote areas, people who don't have the capacity to buy the devices or the connection that is required to make you digitally included. So you have to be very, very careful that you're going to use that as a solution to help older people stay connected. Saying that, there are a lot of older people that will use online systems, and we've got some good examples of physical activity doing them within your own home, especially during COVID. but don't use it as a solution for all older people. You don't want to leave older people behind who don't have the financial capacity, who don't want to do business and their life and world like that, and who don't actually trust those systems. And the most people that are scammed at the moment are older people.
If I could also just add that I think it comes back to the real need to co-design these solutions with older people. There's a real risk that we think that, IT or telehealth or these services, that technology is the answer here, and that might not be what older people want or need. Whatever the solutions that we're coming up with need to be driven by and for and with older people. We can't just assume that something that works for other population groups or something that works for services, not the actual people that are being delivered to them. Telehealth is an example. A really great example of where that might be something that's more convenient or more cost effective, but that doesn't actually mean it's delivering the best outcomes for our older people. So it just comes back to that co-design piece and valuing what older people say that they want.
Thank you all so much. We have reached the end of our session. Again, I thank you for being here and for your submissions and for the work that you do in this space. We appreciate it. We have sent you away with homework, I think. There were questions on notice, and there may be supplementary questions. The Secretariat will be in touch about those and about timing. Thank you again so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Committee members, thank you so much. Committee members, before we go, I think we have a resolution.
Yes, can I move that we form a subcommittee for the remainder of the afternoon consisting of myself, the chair, Mrs McLaren-Jones?
Yes.
Oh no, we don't have...
Well, we might.
I thought they were coming back, but...
That's the purpose of the subcommittee.
Yeah.
I think subcommittee is a good idea.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you. Sorry.
Just in case.
Sarah.
Yes. Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought...
I don't respond.
time, but we will kick off. Thank you very much for joining us here this afternoon at the inquiry. We appreciate you being prepared to take the time to give evidence, but also for your submissions as well. Before we begin, could each witness please state their name, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And we might start with Dr. Franklin.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Marika Franklin. I'm representing the Multicultural Communities Council of New South Wales. I am also a research fellow at the University of Sydney in the Faculty of Medicine and Health, and honorary research fellow at the Deakin University Business School. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Professor Taxa.
So, Professor Lucy Taxa, I'm here as a board member of the Multicultural Communities Council of New South Wales. I'm an academic at Deakin University and Deputy Director of the Centre for Refugee Employment, Advocacy, Training and Education. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Dr. McMahon.
My name is Tadhg McMahon, and I'm the Head of Research and Policy at SSI, Settlement Services International. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Pederetti?
Thank you. My name is Harshita Pedireddy. I'm a administrative officer and researcher with the South Asian Research and Advocacy Hub at the Australian National University. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Sivayoganathan?
Thank you very much. I'm Ashmit Sivayoganathan, and I am also an administrative officer at the South Asian Research and Advocacy Hub at ANU. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And before we begin, I will declare that I have known Professor Taxa for a long time in a professional capacity. Can I ask if you have any short opening statements, maybe beginning with Dr.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'll be speaking and doing the opening statement on behalf of Professor Taxa and myself, but we welcome questions for both of us. So good afternoon. As mentioned, I'm Dr. Marika Franklin. I'm a board member of the Multicultural Communities Council of New South Wales and also research fellow at the University of Sydney and honorary research fellow at Deakin University. And I'm joined here today by fellow board member, Professor Lucy Taxa. We're pleased to represent MCC New South Wales at this hearing. Taking our submission as read, we wish to highlight critical issues in our introduction. The first relates to the tendency in research, policy and practice to homogenise the experiences and needs of people from migrant backgrounds, whose variety of ethnicities, origins, needs and capacities all shape diverse experiences of loneliness. Our research on migrant ageing and wellbeing has shown that integration and social engagement differs across the life course, and diverse factors such as life stage, gender, class, cultural background, and English language proficiency all shape experiences of loneliness. We'd like to highlight that the social connection and engagement experiences of older Lebanese women that we've spoken to differ from those of older Vietnamese and Chinese women, and they're not the same as men from the same groups, nor among the women themselves. These differences need to be accounted for in policy and service delivery to improve older migrants' wellbeing and reduce their social isolation. Second, considering this diversity, attending to loneliness requires greater policy and funding for migrant support organisations to enable greater capacity to maintain social connection and cultural practices for migrants in later life to mitigate loneliness. Third, There is a need to jettison deficit assumptions regarding ageing and older people, centred on cost minimisation and the current outcome focus of neoliberal policies. Our research promotes an asset-based approach that recognises the need to harness social, familial, cultural and linguistic capital to sustain well-being throughout the life course. Fourth, we argue that current economic circumstances and planning and housing policies and regulations undermine the capacity of older people to harness such capitals. For example, our research has identified that older people now often live long distances from their families due to real estate costs. Moreover, as the ABS and the Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute have shown, 3/4 of homeowners aged 75 and older have spare rooms in their homes. The government financially encourages downsizing, which can dislocate older people from their existing local communities, where most of them have lived for decades, thereby exacerbating loneliness. This is at odds with policy aimed at supporting ageing in place. Local and state government planning regulations prevent easy transition to adapting housing for multi-generational and multi-ethnicity living. These barriers to potential solutions to social isolation and loneliness reduce the capacity to harness social and familial capitals. Policies underpinned by normative individualistic assumptions that place responsibility for positive ageing on the shoulders of older individuals are problematic generally, and even more so for people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, given the factors outlined above and expanded on in our submission. In our view, we conclude that government needs to address the current policy and service fragmentation relating to older people by facilitating changes to planning, housing, tax policies and regulations to foster multi-generational and multi-ethnic engagement and improve support for social connection that can help to reduce loneliness. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and Professor Taxa and myself welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. McMahon.
Thank you. As brief, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tig, that's like tiger without the R. I'm not usually referred to as Dr. McMahon. I'll find it a bit daunting if I am, but I won't hold it against you if
Thank
you do.
Thank you, appreciate it.
SSI, I'm the Head of Research and Policy at Settlement Services International, SSI, a national not-for-profit organisation dedicated to fostering an inclusive society where everyone can contribute to social, cultural, civic and economic life. Founded in 2000 here in New South Wales, SSI began as a response to newly arrived refugees. Over the years, we've expanded our services significantly, and we now support a range of communities across New South Wales, Victoria and Queensland, though we still have a strong focus on migrants and refugees. SSI delivers services each year to more than 60,000 people across 60 programs. We are known as an organisation that can engage communities considered by many to be quote-unquote hard to reach. Research conducted by Ending Loneliness, which we cite in our submission, has found that people from CAL backgrounds are one of the cohorts at higher risk of loneliness and social isolation at the national and state level. This is significant for New South Wales, considering that in the last census, almost a third of our population spoke a language other than English in the home. Successful settlement and integration reduces the risk of loneliness and social isolation amongst migrants and refugees. That is why in the programmes SSI delivers, we often focus on strengthening social connections and tailoring these initiatives to increase civic participation. Our research backs the value of this approach. SSI research, conducted in partnership with Western Sydney University on social connections among newly arrived refugees in New South Wales, has found that even with language barriers, they develop mixed friendship networks and a positive sense of belonging and trust in their community within 4 years of residency. The research found a strong positive correlation between social connections linked to support from other community groups and mixed friendship networks, and refugees' self-reported positive assessment of settling in Australia. Based on SSI's experience of working with refugees and migrants, SSI sees an opportunity for New South Wales to lead best practice to combat loneliness and social isolation and enhance the social capital across all communities in New South Wales. In SSI's view, responses need to be appropriately targeted to specific cohorts, for example, refugees, people with disabilities, to ensure greater reach and equity in combating loneliness and social isolation. To that end, SSI asks the inquiry to recommend to the New South Wales Government that we value and resource community engagement initiatives that are tailored to different cohorts of migrant and refugees communities, that we strengthen access to New South Wales universal services by collaborating with multicultural organisations and community leaders and building the culturally responsive capabilities of government agencies and service providers. And finally, we ask that the New South Wales Government ensures that the digital transformation of New South Wales government services is strongly anchored in policies that promote equitable access, that's a hard word, equitable access by newcomers. Apps and websites should be more intuitive, requiring minimal digital skills, and be simpler to minimise language barriers, for example, by being available in plain English and/or community languages. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. The South Asian Research Advocacy Group, have you got a statement?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Ashmit Sivyoganathan and Harshita Pedareddy from the South Asian Research and Advocacy Hub at the ANU, and we're colloquially called SARA. We are incredibly honoured to have the opportunity to present evidence for the inquiry into the prevalence, causes and impacts of loneliness in New South Wales, and we hope that our contributions will be helpful to the committee. Our organisation is primarily focused on the issues facing the South Asian diaspora nationwide, and it is through this lens that we approached our submission to the inquiry. In particular, we identified South Asian migrants of a more senior nature to be especially vulnerable to loneliness and isolation owing to a number of factors, namely language barriers, differences in social lifestyle between migrants' home countries and Australia in a structural sense, and cultural differences. The isolating effects of these factors are even more pronounced in rural, regional and remote areas of New South Wales, with respect to the smaller and more geographically distant nature of such communities. Both myself and Ms. Pedareddy have spent a considerable amount of time in regional Australia, and as such are quite privy to the difficulties that South Asian migrants face in those regions. Hence, our submissions are focused on reducing the effects of loneliness for the senior South Asian migrant population in regional, rural and remote New South Wales. Our research is primarily informed by the experiences and testimony of migrant families across Australia, and as such, our submissions act as a mouthpiece for the communities themselves. Firstly, we submitted that a cultural board be implemented and designed to organise, orchestrate and oversee cultural events throughout New South Wales. Critically, this board must have regional branches to maximise its efficacy. The board itself is not vital to our overall submission, but we see it as an effective way to organise and execute services and events that will benefit regional communities. Secondly, we submitted that running more local cultural events, specifically tailored to the demographics of each region, will aid in bringing individuals together and forging stronger communities. This ideally would be the purview of the aforementioned cultural board for efficiency. Finally, we discussed the social benefits that the release of South Asian cinema has, and expressed the need to streamline the release of these films throughout regional New South Wales. While these submissions are specifically tailored to the aged migrant population in regional, rural and remote New South Wales, there is significant potential for these submissions to have a wider application that could benefit other isolated communities. We greatly appreciate the opportunity that the committee has given us, and we sincerely hope that the information we provide will aid the committee in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll go to questions. And I might start with Dr. Franklin and Professor Taxa. In your submission, you talk about addressing loneliness for cold communities, but that it can look quite different for newly arrived migrants to more established communities. And I wonder if you can tell us a bit more about this, but also, and I think all of you might have referred to this, about differences, I guess, that we need to be aware of in responses or potential interventions.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll start. Thank you very much for the question. And this is something that we have been looking at quite closely in our research, where we've been speaking with organisational representatives from multicultural organisations, ethno-specific organisations and general or other community organisations. So one example I can draw on is regarding Chinese older migrants who are migrating for family unification. And we spoke with an organisation which is running grandparenting programs. So rather than mothers groups, they're focused on support for grandparents who have migrated later in life and running specific groups to support the grandparents. So they commented how it's difficult for the grandparents to access the general community events. So it also impacts on the development of the younger children because if they're in the care of grandparents who have limited English proficiency and difficulties navigating Australian transport and Australian spaces, then they're able to support that, and that enables the grandparents to get out into the community, which also facilitates the social engagement and social development of the younger children. Then we have spoken to another example is the Indian community that we spoke to gave an example of their children pursuing careers and therefore they're living alone in later life. And one way they're maintaining familial type relationships is by hosting international students from India. Therefore, they're able to develop relationships with the younger generation, which fulfill that absence of their own children connection. And there's also circulations of care that are happening as well, and that is addressing the issue of loneliness. So that's just two examples. So I'll also hand over to Lucy to share an example as well.
Okay, so I think the critical thing that we note is that it's essential to take a life course perspective that takes into account life stages. And this is for older people as well. 65 to 79 is not the same as 80 and so on. That has implications for how people are integrated. Most of the work on integration and therefore connectedness and so on deals with the first 10 or 20 years of period post-migration. Without a recognition that the integration actually changes in later life, and people often revert to their original language. They want to mix with people from their own backgrounds and so on, and that is really significant. And this is where we come into this whole issue of where do people live and how do they live and how is that supported to enable them to remain connected, if you like. We have interviewed people that were very integrated, in inverted commas, in southern suburbs of Sydney while they had kids and so on, mixed across communities and so on, knew people of all ages and ethnicities, but post-55 they moved to over 55 villages. One person that we interviewed said, and I think you've got the quote, and I'll let Marika read it out, but she was more isolated in that situation than previously. It's very important for older people to remain connected in their areas, and I might let you read that out because I think it goes to the critical issues of how government policy, local, state and federal, does not support ageing in place, right? Which is very important for people to remain connected and overcome the isolation. And interestingly, when we interviewed the people from Vietnam that we connected through the Asian Women at Work organisation, the older Vietnamese women who all came as refugees live in very close proximity to family and did not have the sort of social isolation issues that we encountered, for example, with the Lebanese, whose kids have all moved to, the outskirts of Sydney. They can't live with them in, Bexley or wherever it is because it's too expensive. And so that group are very isolated, compared to the others, and which is why we've argued against a homogenous approach, and this is exactly what Ty and the others were saying. got to be tailored. But anyway, you read that quote, it's poignant.
Yes, so this is a quote from one of the older migrants that we spoke to. She said, "My husband and I moved into an over 55 complex. Everybody's the same age group, but unfortunately not friendly at all. We thought by being in such a nice community we could get together and have coffee every now and then go out together. But no, they keep to themselves. So the first 2 years I invited everybody for a Christmas party. However, you only see the other residents sometimes if you go to the letterbox or unless you go down in your garage and you see someone there. But they never come and say, 'How are you?' or anything. I mean, that's very sad. And the lady opposite is older than me and she lives on her own. And if you go and knock on the door, she will open the screen door but never lets anyone in." So I think this really challenges the assumption that sometimes if we're putting older people get together, we need to account for that this random socialisation that we try to encourage sometimes doesn't always meet people's needs, particularly for people who might have language, wanting to maintain their own language and own cultural practices in later life. And that very much contrasts with people who've been able to stay in their community, who talk about, community is important. If you didn't have these contacts, you'd be isolated, and that could lead to being quite lonely and withdrawn. So I think it's important to have at least some sort of outside contact, even for just having different points of view. And then they talk about, we've got some great neighbours here, the people across the road, well, they're an English couple, and I suppose they're about 8 or 9 years younger than us. But there's a lady that lives just on our corner in the single-storey house, and she's about 75. And further down the road, there's a couple of families. So again, by enabling people to stay in their community, it facilitates many different types of social connections.
Thank you. I might go to the South Asian Research Group, because, of course, your submission, and indeed it seems like your work is quite specific to a region of migrants or people who come to Australia. So I wonder if you have anything in terms of response of particularly useful interventions or that you wanted to talk about.
Well, I guess for us, our submission was quite specifically tailored towards elderly South Asian migrants, and that was kind of the viewpoint that both Ms. Bedreddy and I have kind of grown up with, and that's the viewpoint we felt we could best communicate. And so when we were discussing this throughout, and I'm sure Ms. Bedreddy could help elaborate this one, but it was very, very much focused on kind of the differences in society between what migrants call their kind of comfort zone and what they've grown accustomed to in South Asia and what they've now been kind of forced into, especially later in life, where it's much harder for them to adapt and form as part of and like kind of assimilate as part of society in Australia. And so if Ashita, if you'd like to take over here.
Yep, of course. I'd love to jump in here. In terms of specific intervention methods, I think a critical difference between South Asian migrants and the type of elderly population that was previously being discussed is the way they've come to Australia in the first place. We referred specifically in our submission to the visa subclass 870, the sponsored parents visa. And for a little bit of context, it's a very traditional familial concept for South Asian families to take on caring of their parents after their parents reach an age where they become slightly more dependent. And as a result, for families who have emigrated into Australia, having their parents so far away is a bit of a sore point for them, something they would like to bring their parents over to be closer to them. And as a result, you have aged migrants who've been brought over on that subclass being ripped out of a community, a society that they have grown up in and felt comfortable in and developed their connections in, and then being transported here, where the structure of society is a lot different and the way in which they engage is different. Often that leads to isolation at home. So rather, they don't have the access to go out and make those connections with other communities on their own, and they're incredibly dependent on their families. In that sense, in terms of intervention methods, we would hope that there would be, I guess, more cultural events run with access for aged populations, so they aren't so, I guess, dependent on their own family members. That could include like translated bus services and more public transport that would be available for them to access, especially in regional areas where often public transport is more difficult to come by, and towns are so dispersed in terms of city centres and social centres that it's almost a requirement for cars to use, personal transport to engage in community. So in terms of specific interventions, we would mainly submit that increasing accessibility and the prevalence of cultural events for South Asian and even other cold migrant communities, for the aged population specifically, would benefit in bringing them out of their shell, so to speak.
Thank you. And Dr. McMahon, did you have a brief response to this?
Yeah, a brief response. I'd probably point to the example that we had in our submission around the Multicultural Peer Network, which was admittedly a funded initiative by the Department of Social Services, so it's not comparing apples with apples in relation to the other responses. But it was focusing on people with disabilities from multicultural backgrounds. I think the heart of it, and going back to I think what your question was, is that by recruiting peers from different communities, you actually then have a vehicle with which to deliver some activity and some peer support that is useful, and that by recruiting peers from different cultural backgrounds. I happened to visit the Multicultural Peer Network that was happening in Bankston. I visited that particular Multicultural Peer Network one day. There was about probably 40 to 50 Vietnamese community members in that, and they had been meeting for approximately 6 months. All of them were impacted and had lived experience of disability, either as living with disability themselves or a parent of somebody with disability. The entire event was conducted in Vietnamese. There was a translator present that we had hired, an in-person translator, to assist in the task that we were doing there. But I think there are mechanisms to, rather than focusing too much on what are the differences, I think there are sometimes opportunities in terms of what are the commonalities. And I think the commonalities are that community engagement initiatives that are well thought through. I'm not suggesting that this was a simple initiative to try and find peers in the community that were willing to co-facilitate these kind of networks. But with time, and it was a resourced initiative, so it did have funding, there was an opportunity, and that was independently evaluated as well. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Always when we hear independent evaluation, it prompts us to ask whether we might be able to get access to that evaluation on notice. That would be great. Thank you.
I can provide that.
Thank you.
Yes. It wasn't a published report, but I can provide it, yes.
That would be great. Thanks. Dr. Conn.
Thanks, Chair. In your submission, you specifically identified groups at a particularly high risk of social isolation, and I'd be interested in discussing a couple of those groups in particular. You talked about refugees and asylum seekers, and also people on temporary visas. There's obviously a very significant difference in terms of the trauma background and experience of humanitarian migrants as opposed to people that have migrated for other reasons to Australia. Could you speak to some of those specific needs and how we can better support those groups?
I'm wondering if even,
All right.
I mean, SSI is in this space more so than us. I mean, we were wanting to highlight the issue, so if you're willing to take that question, I would pass that.
I probably won't respond in relation to people seeking asylum. I think it's a really difficult area, and I think that the changes the numerous changes in policy that have occurred at a federal level, in particular in the last 20 years, I mean, it's really hard to actually keep track. I've been the head of research and policy at SSI for about 11 years, and my head is spinning trying to figure out what has actually occurred with that cohort, and I think no answer would be sufficient to cover the complexity of that cohort. So I might answer the question in relation to refugees and humanitarian entrants. I think that rather than focusing on SSI, I think focusing on the settlement services ecosystem that Australia has is pretty much world leading, I would say. I mean, there are deficits, the issues that Professor Taxa raised, that, you know, it's almost like there's intensive work at the very beginning, and then we sort of think that, oh, well, everything is done, our work is done, and they're fine, and that may change as their life goes through. But I think that the services that are provided on arrival and in the first 5 years do set the foundation for successful settlement. Since our submission was put in, a longitudinal study called Building a New Life in Australia, a 10-year look back, has been published by the Australian Institute of Family Studies. I think by any measure, for a cohort of people who have experienced significant issues, and basically it's forced migration that we're talking about here, the outcomes that longitudinal study reveals, I would say, are very hopeful. There are gaps, there are things that we can do. One of the things that we have done in our research is looking at that digital transformation that I mentioned in my opening statement. This is a serious issue for, in our research that we've done with newly arrived refugees, what we found is that they tend to have enough data, they tend to have mobile devices. What they don't tend to have is the right devices for different needs. So, for example, laptops and iPads for accessing education. You can't learn on a mobile, you know, certainly not well. And the other issue is that it's a highly gendered and a highly age and gender impacted. So women and older people are more impacted by being locked out of that digital world. And the digital world that I'm talking about is the digital world that we all rely on, the digital world of Medicare, the digital world of Service New South Wales, the digital world of these kinds of services that we all rely on to get from A to B to C to D, to do our knowledge test, all of those kinds of things. And that's why we're calling for that digital transformation of New South Wales government services to be really cognizant of the digital people with lower digital skills and people whose first language preference is a community language.
Chair, could I add something as
yes.
well? Yeah. Okay. Most of us in this space know about the Building a New Life in Australia BNLA survey that was done over a number of waves. And the issue, I mean, it's a great source. But the issue that I found with that, as with many other things, is the focus on human capital. And I support everything you said about, you know, digital knowledge and so on and so forth. But with these studies, with that cohort and with our more aged cohort, everything is focused on the economic side, the human capital, the technical skills and so on, not the social and emotional needs. And we've found also in the centre that I'm involved with at Deakin, we run career clinics for refugees and to get into university, to get into jobs and so on. And whilst they get these skills, which help them integrate it in inverted commas, they're very isolated. And I don't think government is so siloed, you know, not only by level but by portfolios, that there isn't a joined up system that can deal with the totality of people's needs. And I know when I was involved with SSI and I had a PhD student investigating migrant resource centres, the workers, the employees were all saying, you know, under these systems we cannot deal with the whole person with all of their needs. And it doesn't matter whether they're refugees or migrants that have been here since the 1950s or 60s, the same issue keeps coming up. So if we were to say anything to this committee on that, it's that really there needs to be a more holistic, integrative approach if we're going to deal with this social dimension and emotional, psychosocial elements that have huge hazards and costs to health and well-being.
Thank you. I've got Mr Namber with a question, and then Ms McLaren-Jones if you've got questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your evidence today. Just by way of context, I'm a first-generation Australian. My mum, my parents came to Australia from Iran. So everything that you have said in your submissions with respect to language barriers and differences in norms and social lifestyles and culture all rings very true to me. What I am wondering, though, is just what your thoughts are on whether overt prejudice or subconscious bias or racism also plays a role in a more broader sense with respect to social isolation, in the sense of not belonging socially in Australia, particularly for more recent migrants. And I'm particularly minded to refer to that research, I think it was from Monash University and the University of Melbourne, that showed that English-sounding names got far more callbacks for job applications than ethnic names. A real form of subconscious bias. Does that play a role in social isolation in a broader sense? Is it still pronounced?
I'll get some responses. I do know that Professor Taxa has quite a lot of thoughts on subconscious bias, so maybe we can start there. Professor Taxa.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to give background on this, I was born overseas, and just also to put my hands on the table, my father from the Ukraine is 92 and lives at home alone, right? So, but my research and my background, having sat on the Administrative Decisions Tribunal Equal Opportunity Division for 10 years, and my research has led me to question critically the notion of unconscious bias, particularly after 40 years of anti-discrimination legislation, multicultural policies, and so on and so forth. So I have a real problem with that notion of subconscious. I don't think there's anything subconscious about it. I think there are systemic problems and inequalities that continue to be replicated in both overt and covert ways. Happy to send you a paper in the Comparative Labour Law and Policy
it's on my desk.
Journal on this topic. But look, I think there is a place for targeted cultural responses. Okay, as our friends online have been saying, there are different needs, different cultural practices, different norms, but overall, the Anglo norms dominate all our systems, and we have some fundamental issues that need to be addressed. To my mind, the barriers are ideological and financial. In other words, there are limited funds for the sorts of activities that our colleagues have been talking about. Our interviews with Migrant Resource Centre employees kept saying they didn't have the funding available to do translations, not just for the major groups, but the minor, smaller groups, you know, whether they're the Koreans that are ageing or, you know, that would then enable them to provide the supports, okay? So I think there are systemic issues that are just not about racism and discrimination. They're far broader. I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I think...
We might quickly get a response from... Actually, I might go to the South Asian Research Group, and then I've got Mrs McLaren-Jones online as well for some questions. To those researchers online, what's your response to Mr Namber's question about, you know, perhaps not a sense of belonging because of barriers around racism or discrimination?
Yeah, thank you for the tag in. I would definitely consider that bias, prejudice, racism to be a significant contributor to social isolation, or at least discomfort and a lack of safety, I guess, in social spaces, particularly in more regional and remote communities in New South Wales. I myself grew up in regional Australia, so I'm privy to some of the, I guess, the nuances of life out in the country. I can see, I guess, specifically for senior South Asian migrants, having social spaces where there may be comments made about them, there may be some animosity, even some, I guess, more nuanced racist undertones can make them feel particularly uncomfortable to engage in social spaces. And that can range from, I guess, community events even to just going to the shops or having a nice dinner out with their family and stuff. I would also, I guess, I'd be more hesitant. Actually, no, I'm not going to say that. Never mind. I'll defer over to my colleague if he would like to add anything.
Yeah, thank you, Harshita. It's it's a difficult one to combat because I feel as though this kind of, well, subconscious bias as it was put, but it's so become kind of ingrained in life as we know it. And things like, since moving to Australia, a lot of migrants that I've interviewed, and myself included, have learned to introduce our name in a completely different way, in a way more comfortable for white Australians to be able to pronounce our name. So I introduce myself as Ashmith when my name is in fact Ashmit. And it's like all these like smaller contributing factors that kind of build up over time as small barriers for especially elder migrants who struggle to kind of integrate themselves into society already. And then you add on these smaller things that make it just that little bit harder for them to effectively assimilate, and it just becomes this daunting task for them to go into society and try and interact and become an effective member of society, when it's kind of much easier for them to stay at home and be by themselves, when no one's going to mispronounce their name and no one's going to make any kind of false assumption about them. And yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Nava. Mrs. McLaren-Jones?
Thank you very much. I'm mindful of time, so there's only a couple of questions I wanted to ask around being able to access services as well as events. The first one is, are you aware of any sort of community buses or organisations that might run transport services to facilitate these events, or being able to access the local services?
I can.
Yes, thanks.
I can answer that from personal experience. My father, I've arranged for my father to be engaged with through Jewish Care to the Burgess Centre. That is twice a week. I mean, costs, of course. And he gets picked up and dropped off. They have food, they have music, they have social engagement, and there are numerous different cultures, although the same religious background, although the majority are not religious, but that's a different story. And I believe that this sort of activity is quite widespread. I know that when I was organising transition from hospital for him, there is under the, forgotten the acronym, it's below the healthcare packages, CHSP, sorry, acronym soup, that you can get government subsidised sort of pick up and drop off to social activities. This is urban. I defer to my colleagues over there on regional, but in urban areas, definitely there are systems in place, but you need to know about them, number one. Number two, you have to have somebody like me that can navigate the system, right? And if you've got language issues and your family, you're dislocated from family and you're isolated and you're distant regionally, then those sorts of services are very difficult to access. Yeah.
So I'd just like to add one point further to that, which some of our participants have mentioned, which is our CALD participants, but also older people have spoken about the number of health appointments they might have, and transport is prioritised to take them to medical appointments, and they have limited budget, and therefore that takes priority over paying for transport to social participation and to maintain that social connection. So similarly, like Lucy was talking before about the focus on economic participation and the focus on economic and productivity in the early years. In the later years, we see the focus shifts on clinical medical outcomes over well-being and maintaining social connection.
Mr. McMahon, Dr. McMahon, did you have anything to add to that one?
Just very briefly, we reference it in our submission. There's a welcome project that I think is New South Wales government funded, that SSI operates for newly arrived refugees, and Mrs. McLaren-Jones, transport would always be included in an initiative like that, because newly arrived refugees don't generally have driving licences, or especially in that initial stage of settlement.
Thank you. Mrs. McLaren-Jones, have you got another quick one, last one?
Yeah, just one final question. Would it be worth, because we always look at sort of recommendations, but whether it's an audit of what transport and support services are available, particularly from a regional area, that would help, whether it's people from non-English speaking background or seniors, to be able to get to these events, to get to these services?
I would just add there that the issues that have been raised by our colleagues are very significant, and there's very little information on what goes on in the regions. And I and colleagues at Deakin and Macquarie universities have just put in an expression of interest to do research on this topic. I think there's a huge gap. I just point out that whilst we have an ageing population generally, the rate of ageing in the regions is far greater, double in fact, to metropolitan regions. And there really is some serious lack of knowledge and lack of funding for the research.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Sorry. If you have a very quick response, because we are out of time, but a really quick one.
Yeah. I'll just very, very quickly. I'd just like to respond to the last question, actually. But we, in our submission, discussed a service run by Saraswati Auntie, who's a local community leader based in Sydney. And when she goes out to regional areas, she organizes with different community leaders in the Indian community to transport senior citizens to her senior events, where they socialize for the day in their cultural groups, which I think was very effective and got extremely positive feedback. But as Professor Taxa mentioned, such a solution is only available by people who, like Saraswati Auntie, have the resources and are able to contribute in such a way and navigate the system. And I just thought that was important to point out. Yeah.
Thank you. It was good to hear that. I am going to draw this session to an end, but thank you all very, very much for being here, for your evidence today, for your submissions, which were really interesting and did have examples and cases and really kind of poignant quotes as well. We appreciate all of that, and we also appreciate the work that you do, so thank you very much. The Secretariat will be in touch with questions, homework that we asked you to do, questions on notice, and also if we have any supplementary questions. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Sorry, we are running a couple of minutes late, but we appreciate you taking the time to give evidence, but also the submissions you made as well. And we might start by getting each witness to state their name and title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with Dr. Baldwin.
Sorry, was that? Oh, yes, sorry, carry on.
Thank you, Dr. Baldwin.
I'm Dr. Richard Baldwin. I'm the Senior Policy Officer at Mental Health Carers New South Wales.
Thank you. And could you swear either an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Yes, if you could take that down.
So do you want me to read this out?
Yes, please.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Dr. Karen.
Yes, hello. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm also a Senior Policy Officer at Mental Health Carers New South Wales, working alongside Richard Baldwin, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Bosnell.
Thank you. My name's Dr. Melanie Bosnell. I'm the chair of the New South Wales Carers Advisory Council, reporting to Minister Harrison. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you all very much. And would you like to begin by making an opening statement? Yes, Dr. Karen or Dr. Baldwin?
Thanks.
I'll hand over to you.
Thanks very much for inviting us. We have a special case to make for the category of carers that care for people with a mental illness. We believe that the dual responsibilities of being a carer and of caring for somebody with a mental illness place these carers at a particular vulnerability to social isolation and loneliness. Mental Health Carers New South Wales is a small organisation. We're primarily funded by the Ministry of Health, and we are recognised by the Ministry as the peak body in New South Wales for mental health carers. It's an elaborate title, but it doesn't disguise the fact that there's only a handful of us in paid employment. Mental health carers provide a very valuable contribution to the care of people with a mental illness. There's a paper published in 2015 which argued that the value in that year of the contribution of mental health carers across Australia was about $13 billion. In the same year, the total value of all mental health services paid for by Commonwealth and state government was only $8 billion. The argument being that if all mental health carers suddenly removed the level of care that they provide for people with a mental illness, the burden on state and Commonwealth governments would be substantial. And I might hand over to Dr. Karan to talk about the other points that we make in our submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. We, as Richard mentioned, we are a small organisation. We do, however, work very closely with mental health carers, and we have understood that mental health carers are indeed very resilient. However, they do face numerous challenges in their caring role for various reasons. In addition to being a carer, they do face the challenges that come along with the stigma of mental illness. So this can definitely cause them to feel that perhaps they cannot share what is going on because they don't know how people are going to react. That could be their family, their usual social contacts and connections. So they may be holding a lot that they are not sure whether they should be sharing. And they can also potentially suffer burnout as a result of their caring role and exhaustion, simply because it's not easy to navigate such complex mental health services. However, the loneliness and social isolation that they can feel as a result, it doesn't need to get to that stage. What we need is to provide respite, direct funding for respite for carers, which is seriously lacking at this time, as well as psychosocial support services and other types of support services. So this could very much alleviate and as well as, of course, address stigma in the community and in other settings as well, like in education, employment, and in services. So this could help to alleviate social isolation and loneliness.
Thank you very much. Dr. Borsnell, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. And I suppose what I would want to say is I support everything that the Mental Health Carers Association says. The Carers Advisory Council, being a ministerial council, we're legislated to the provisions of the Carers Advisory Council is a legislative provision, so we provide advice to our Minister Harrison, but also to other ministers in government. I think what we represent as the Carers Advisory Council is all carers, so these are across all different walks of life and different complex dynamics. What we wanted to highlight in ours, there's often a double stigma in terms of caring. So carers that then have stress, anxiety, depression and loneliness have the mental health issues of stigma combined with caring. A lot of the feedback that we get from carers as well is caring can be unrecognised, it can be a stigma, and some carers find it a really challenging issue. So it's done in a very lonely place, and carers often, if they aren't isolated at the start of the journey, they become isolated. So caring and mental health is part of a much broader systemic problem and issue, and that's what we want to highlight. As the mental health carers already alluded to, caring can start very early. So that's behavioural pattern of social isolation starts in children. We know 1 in 10 children in the education system are carers. So the impact of being a young carer on the mental health and the ability of those children to thrive starts very early. And that only increases and exacerbates across the lifespan. We know, women in that 50 to 65 year age group as well are increasingly under pressure from mental health issues. They're often caring for older parents as well as still bringing children out of the household. And the experience of anxiety and depression often hasn't been addressed in a way, because these carers have very limited time to actually look after themselves, and I think that's really important. The other thing that we really want to highlight is the mental health and isolation of carers is exacerbated by other systems, and it must be seen from a systemic point of view. Often these are people that have issues with housing or appropriate housing. So, you know, the mental health of carers is often really impacted on. In New South Wales, we don't even have the silver housing standards for carers to make their life easier. It's impacted on by the health systems. Carers often have to retell the story multiple times. And what we hear them telling us is, we're just exhausted from that. The more carers become exhausted, the more it depletes the mental health and well-being and their capability to actually thrive and survive, let alone in that employment space. So we know in terms of mental health, occupation is a positive contributor to mental health and illness, being able to positively contribute, and yet carers often are marginalised in terms of occupation and employment, with very few organisations actually supporting carers. And we've also highlighted that in our submission in terms of workplaces and the opportunity that we have. You know, they're all interwoven, and I suppose what I really want to put to the inquiry is that it's a systemic thing. Mental health, social isolation and caring is a big bundle of complexity. However, I think if we work together and really generate some understanding about it, we can incrementally make changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to go to Mrs. McLaren-Jones for questions to begin with.
Thank you. That was a nice way of going into my first question, which is about, although this has been initiated through the Minister for Mental Health, and this has come up a little bit today, and I want to ask both our witnesses as to whether or not you think this is, or where it should sit. Is it something that should sit with health, DCJ, or is it more of a whole of government approach?
I'm really happy to go first there. So I think it has to be a whole of government approach. And let me give you an example of why I think it should be. So at the moment, one of the things on the strategic plan for the Carers Advisory Council is this idea of retelling of stories. So what currently happens is, while Service New South Wales, people might go there and register for a carer's allowance, they can't store that and share that with health. So then they go to health and they have to retell the story. Then they might have to go into the public health, the PHN network. They retell their story again, and they go round and around all of the different organisations retelling the story. They go to housing, they have to explain. They go into employment, they have to explain. This needs to be a connection between all of these government agencies, because what you're looking at is a group of people who are already stigmatised, they're isolated. Very often, if you look at the statistics about carers often have their own ability challenges themselves as well. So they're caring for somebody with a disability, and that can be, the Carers Advisory Council looks at a wide range of abilities and disabilities. So I think if you sit it in house, so another example is recently New South Wales set up their own carers panel, but it isn't linked to the government, to the Carers Advisory Council. So again, we've got two tiers. The Carers Advisory Council reports into government, into Parliament. We met with Minister Washington the other week. We meet with all the ministers to advocate for the issues. But if there are all of these other places, we Carers New South Wales is part of the Carers Advisory Council. But if we're all fragmented, again, we're all retelling our stories, and we fail to have the opportunity to come together and to advocate at a whole of government level for all of the issues. That's why the Carers Advisory Council is there. We represent all carers with all issues in all aspects of New South Wales. So our minister then will engage all of the other ministers who are relevant into this narrative and discussion about carers. I think if we just say it's a health issue, then we reduce the opportunity to actually make a meaningful change and difference.
Dr. Baldwin, do you have a comment on this?
Yes, where we sit, we get our majority funding from New South Wales Health, but we also get funding from the Department of Communities and Justice around advocacy for psychosocial disability. So we're not particularly fussed where the money comes from. We don't see this as a particular portfolio issue. One of the hidden areas of mental health caring is that not all of the people that our carers care for are in the health system. Mental health is often a cyclical condition, and people are in the health system for some period, and then they might have long periods when they're not in the health system, but the carers are still there to care for them. And at that period, they might be trying to seek services from Communities and Justice or from some Commonwealth program. And so we don't see this as a particular portfolio issue. What we do recognise is that where our job is to advocate on behalf of mental health carers, irrespective of where the person that they care for is getting their care from. And to highlight the point that, for example, if we take the disability program, the National Disability Program, a lot of the people with mental illness who our carers are caring for are not eligible for NDIS. They don't meet the criteria of a permanent disability, but they still require a lot of care and assistance. And that care and assistance is only provided by their carers, and that can be a socially isolating and lonely experience for them.
Thank you.
I think then you've got the other systems as well. You've got aged carers, you've got veterans carers. I mean, once you start to look at all of those other systems where carers are, and people in those systems, I think it's a really good, important point that Dr. Baldwin says there is, those people are carers. They might not necessarily be getting their services from health because people don't, and people have to navigate the Commonwealth systems and the state systems and the different government departments. And again, you know, as I say this and explain it to you, I just feel that burden, these are people who are struggling, who are isolated, who are significantly challenged, but they're having to try and work out all of these systems to get services. Shouldn't we be turning it the other way around and saying, how do we make it easier for carers with mental health and illness issues who are socially like, how do we bring the services to them? At the moment, we're sort of saying, how do people go in and find the services? But I think, you know, we should be looking at it from the other way. How do we make services more accessible? You know, even the Service New South Wales model has changed things for people, but still for carers, they can't go there. They can go there to register as a carer in New South Wales, but they still have to go off into the other systems.
Mrs. McLaren-Jones, do you have another question?
Just one more, and this is around young carers, which was touched on a little bit earlier. But I'm interested to know what supports are lacking, and this is looking not just from an individual at home, but also how do we work in with education and other departments to provide that support to those young people who are caring at such a young age.
Yeah, so from the Carers Advisory Council perspective, we have recently asked our Minister Harrison, to arrange a time for us to meet with the Education Minister, because from that holistic, strategic level, children who are carers being identified in schools, there is very little available, limited programs. And yet we know from carers who are represented through the Carers Advisory Council, those children often, when they're siblings of a child in school with disability or issues or any mental health issues, they're often the first port of call from teachers. And that's not a criticism of the education system. That's like teachers trying to do something to ease the environment within education. But absolutely, we, for the whole year in 2024, we've been highlighting with Minister Harrison and trying to meet with education to have a strategic level discussion of how to support 1 in 10 children. So in every class in a school in New South Wales, there's at least 2 children who are carers. Therefore, we should be doing more than we are doing, but that engagement with education, because it sits in a different government department as well, is problematic, and we are working on that at the moment with Minister Harrison.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I might pass to Dr. Con.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you both for coming and for your written submissions. Both of your written submissions called for enhanced respite care, and you pointed out the recommendation of the excellent inquiry into mental health services from Portfolio Committee Number 2. But I was hoping you could speak in more detail to the, I suppose, the difference that respite care can make, and particularly why we might consider that on above providing that care directly from a government source long term.
Yeah, well, respite is something that's really critical for mental health carers and all carers generally, of course. Carers can feel undervalued, and they do forego a lot of economic opportunities. They have a lot of financial stresses and strains. And what my colleagues were just talking about here, interacting with all these different government departments, programs, Commonwealth, navigating and sifting through all of that is extremely time consuming, and it makes the caring job very, very demanding, which pulls them away from having time for leisure and so on. So that, combined with financial stresses, means we really do need to provide directly support carers with respite. So something that we've been looking at is the Victorian Carers Card, and Queensland has one as well. And I know that Carers New South Wales has also been advocating for this as well. So it would be like a seniors card. It would having this card would provide carers with an opportunity to access heavily discounted entertainment venues, restaurants, sporting events, have access to rebates as well. So this would alleviate some of those financial pressures and stress. It would be a form of recognition for the immense contribution that they do make. And also it would allow them to enjoy themselves, to have some leisure time and take a break when they're not in the physical presence of the person that they're caring for. So that is something that we're very we're keen to look at. Something that could be adapted in New South Wales. And I know Dr. Baldwin has also been doing quite a lot of work on respite as well. So I'll hand over to you.
Prior to the NDIS, there was a Commonwealth-funded respite service that's available for carers broadly, but available to mental health carers. That disappeared with the establishment of the NDIS. And while the NDIS argues that respite's available under that, it's often not available to our carers who caring for somebody who isn't getting support under the NDIS. And so there's a gap there. We fund a very small respite program out of a bequest that was made to our organisation a couple of years ago. And that amount of money generates a modest amount of interest every year, enough for us to support about 3 or 4 grants of a couple of $1,000s each for individuals. We basically have a raffle, so we invite applications for that, and the demand is overwhelming. We basically, the only way that we can manage it is to draw the names out of a hat. But it does demonstrate the huge unmet need for respite services for mental health carers. There's 2 kinds of respite that we mentioned in our report. One is in-home respite, and that's to where somebody needs to be in the house to provide some hours or a day when somebody can go out and do something else. But there's also residential respite where the person with the condition can be looked after for a few days or what have you, to provide the carer with a longer break. There's virtually no programs around now for that level of care. within the mental health carer space. It's available if you're in aged care, of course. There's respite beds in aged care, but not in the mental health space. And so that's it's a large gap in the support services for mental health carers.
Thank you. Can I have one more question, Chair? Sorry. On a completely different topic, while I process that you're having to fund respite care out of a raffle. In your submission, you also talked about stigma, so particularly for mental health carers, impacting the people that you care for, but also the carers. I'm interested in your views on how the state government can help to address that stigma.
Yes, so in 2023, the National Mental Health Commission developed a stigma and discrimination reduction strategy. That is something we think is worth the New South Wales government having a look at. So it focuses on stigma in different settings, as I mentioned, like education, mental health, health services, in the media as well, and in the community. So we think a multi-prong approach would be beneficial, and sort of like an education campaign. And there is some evidence to show that such types of anti-stigma education campaigns can indeed help to challenge negative attitudes, as well as through information and facts rather than through inaccuracies and stereotypes and myths.
I preempt the Chair's follow-up question.
And so
if
on.
you've got copies of those reports or evidence, could you provide us a copy?
Yes, we do, and we'll send them across to you. With regard to mental health as well, we understand that some disorders, mental health disorders that are not well understood, or they're depicted in movies and in the media in a particular way, they are particularly stigmatized. So things like schizophrenia, as opposed to what we may be more knowledgeable about in society, like anxiety or depression potentially. So having those types of targeted campaigns can be beneficial as well, and we think that that's also something the New South Wales government should look at supporting. We also think that language is very powerful and very important, and I know there's an organisation, Every Mind, that has developed reference guides which are pretty easy to look at, and it's valuable because they provide alternative types of languages that can be used. So it's a great education tool.
Can you provide us with that as well?
Yes, we'll do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got one last quick one. I know we're a little bit over time. Dr. Borsnell, in the Advisory Council's submission, you talk about, so we're trying to also be a bit practical about what kinds of things do help to reduce isolation and loneliness. And you talk about an overseas model called the Compassionate Communities Initiative.
That's correct. Yeah, it's come out of the UK, and it's a very sort of community case model. Has been used for palliative. It was originally used for carers who were looking after somebody that was dying, a model based around palliative care. But really, it's at its most simplest, it's about building a village of people to try and reduce that social isolation and I suppose the burden when people are in final days of dying. What we see with that model and its approaches, again, we talked earlier, where does this sit? Does it sit within health? Well, that is a very holistic model. So it brings all of those different elements of somebody's life together in a holistic way. And our suggestion was, that perhaps a model like that could be piloted somewhere where, and again, one of the other issues that we highlighted in our submission is we don't know, because of the statistics, where the largest proportion of carers are in New South Wales with the most issues. So we know in regional, rural and remote that the services are more lacking, but do people access services more online? Do people who are in metro areas, because services are available, access them more often? We don't have the granular information about that. We only know how many carers are in the state. So in terms of thinking of how do we pilot and apply a model like that, which is about generosity and building networks of support to overcome social isolation, I feel like we also need to push for better data to be collected. And is there a particular group of carers? I mean, as the Carers Advisory Council, we can't give you this answer, but is there a particular group of carers who are more at risk of mental health and mental illness issues, who are more likely to be socially isolated and marginalised in society? I feel like if we have that information and that data, we could also come up with some better solutions and strategies with which to prioritise carers who are more at risk within that system and work from that perspective. So I think both of those things, and there are some really good overseas models that we could pilot. My suggestion is, in order to do that, we really need to, maybe over the next 12 months, say better data must be gathered so we know where to focus our efforts in the first place, in order then to reduce the mental health burden on carers and reduce their isolation. It's significantly important.
Thank you very much, and we are out of time, so it just remains for me to say thank you so much for appearing today, for your evidence today, for your submissions, and also for all the things that we've asked you to take on notice and provide to us. And there may also be supplementary questions. The Secretariat will be in touch about those and the timing of those. But again, we just thank you so much for your willingness to appear and sharing your expertise with us. Thank you.
I wondered if I might just clarify my comment about the raffle.
Yes.
It's not as random as it sounds. We invite applications for respite grants, and those applications are vetted, and some are rejected and some are selected. The ones that are selected are all eligible for the grant. But as there's hundreds of them, and we can only allocate a very small number every year, there is no other way within our resources of being able to pick and choose, and so it's a rather random selection rather than a raffle.
Thank you for clarifying, but that's equally heartbreaking.
Yes. Thank you so much, and thank you for that clarification. Thank you very much again. Thanks.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Appreciate it.